Gonna be a lonely morning, Camelos. How are you, man? I'm assuming that you did listen to the Chris Bledsoe interview last night, Camelos. I was, it was a really good one. I thought I was not expecting as much good information as we got from it. Hey, Orbs, I'll ask you up. Hold on a sec.
Hey, elections. No, actually, I did not hear his space. I've heard his story before, but I heard it was good. What particularly about it do you think was so good about it?
Well, every time Chris is a friend, and I didn't even ask a question. I just want to let everybody else get a chance to have their say and ask questions. I just find his testimony so feet on the ground, so to speak, so reliably normal, frankly, for a crazy situation that it is. One of the things that I've been noticing that he's been talking about, and I didn't really notice it before, he doesn't seem to acknowledge that there might be a physical presence to this phenomenon. Craft, UFOs, physical craft. I don't think he rejects it, but I think he is much more of the belief that this is a metaphysical, spiritual thing. But I'm just so impressed by Chris as a person, and I just think that his intentions are really, really sound, and I love the way he interacts with people, and they seem to respond to him. So, hey, French, good to see you. I'll invite you up. What do you what is your big takeaway about Chris generally? What do you have to offer, Kamalos?
I definitely believe he's an experiencer. Um, I I believe him, although I've heard other people say that they kind of think his son is more in it for the money. Uh, but I've heard that Chris is more like down to earth. So I've heard good things about Chris, but I've heard there's been some criticism about his son, whether or not it's
Right.
founded or based on
I
something. I'm not
understand
sure.
that criticism, and it might be fair. I'm not sure I can say, but you cannot put the sins of the son on the father or the sins of the father on the son necessarily. It's you have to take it for what Chris is doing and what Ryan is doing. But I get your point.
Yeah, yeah, and you're right. Even if his son might be a little sketchy, that doesn't mean that his father is. But I believe he's an experiencer. Whether I believe that he's interpreting things correctly, that's a different story. Honestly, I sorry, I had an edible an hour ago, so I'm a little bit not sober. But yes,
Kamalos, it's too early for that. Well, maybe not. I'm kidding. Hey,
I don't
French, how
work
are you?
tonight, so
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Hey, you
I'm
guys, what are you guys talking about? The Bledsoe stuff?
Yeah, did you listen last night?
I listened to most of it. I think I started missing out when apparently Ulrich got up there and asked a couple questions. But up until then, I listened to most of it.
That was right at the end. Ulrich was his typical Ulrich. He was funny. It's like, come on, give me more, give me more, give me more. Did you pick up earlier on that Chris was not kind of giving much support to the idea that the phenomenon is a nuts and bolts, crafty, physical reality? I didn't really pick up on that as strongly as I did last night.
I thought he said a couple of interesting things that didn't really match up. I hear what you're saying regarding that. I think he at some point did say something about this is not about craft or nuts and bolts type thing, but at the same time or later in the conversation he also said that he has seen craft. I believe he was abducted into a craft, and so
Right.
I think I mean what I heard last night was a lot of it was interesting. He said that he's never experienced anything negative, and if you read his book, it's full of very negative experiences for his family, for him, for his family. His family was absolutely terrorized by shadow beings, and he said he's never seen aliens. If you look at his drawing, I think we're talking about, the same type of thing. His drawing is showing what other people would call aliens. And so I respect his perspective on his own experience. It wasn't us, right? It was him. And so I think he's being taken very seriously by the intelligence community. I think he's absolutely authentic in his experiences. He's been very well studied. Um, so I believe
Extensively studied.
him. Yeah, I believe him, and I think he's telling the truth about his perspective. Um, but of course, listening last night, I was thinking, well, wait a minute, you just said that you have never had a negative experience, but yet your book is full of negative experiences. And so he might explain that. He might have an explanation for that. Nobody was really following up on some of the very interesting things he was saying. To answer your question specifically, I think finally at the end, what I was gathering was that he believes all of the physical beings are the positive beings, and the demonic entities our government is engaged with are the non corporeal beings. And so I think that's where he's making the distinction. Of course, I would leave that up to him to explain, but I think that's what I was gathering at the end because it sounded like it wasn't really matching up. Like there's no negative beings, but then he did say there are negative beings. And so what I was gathering at the end was the physical beings are the positive ones. The negative beings, the demonic beings can't read your mind. This is from him. I would dispute that.
I would
Um,
too, actually.
yeah, the negative beings can't read your mind. They're non-corporeal. I think this is where his distinction is. So he's not saying there are no negative beings. He's just saying that the negative beings are not what we would refer to as aliens.
I think that was a really wise read between the lines, because I'm glad you picked up on the same thing I was picking up on. It seemed to me like there was a conflict on that. Um, that could be a way to resolve that conflict as you laid out. But yeah, I do think that there are some parts to. I think he's been incredibly consistent, but when you look at the points like you just made, and the fact that early on he definitely had some pretty tough experiences, traumatic, most people would say, but he's come out of it and believed, it's all good now. So, is that some sort of Stockholm response or whatever else? I don't know. But
Yeah.
was there anything else he said that interested you last night, Fringe?
I think for me, again, it was just a lot of the seemed to be contradictory. That's all. And again, it might just be a lack of understanding from his perspective. Um, for I can say the same thing about my negative. Oh, and by the way, I will tell you one thing that jumped out at me is that you're only going to experience negative experiences if you're a negative or bad person. So if you walk with God and you're a good, kind person, you won't experience any of that. Well, that's absolutely not true. And especially he was quoting the Bible last night. Well, let's just look at the Bible. It's full of people who had negative, terrible experiences. Um, and so look around at our lives, just at our everyday life. Are we saying someone who was born in Africa who's starving to death that they're a bad person and that's why they're experiencing it? I mean, it gets to be ridiculous at that point. And so those kind of things definitely jumped out at me.
I get
It,
your point on that, but I do think that if you live in that positive mental space, so to speak, that it does give you a certain amount of remove from susceptibility. Being in a place that you control that is positive, I do think it gives you some armor. Would you not agree with that?
oh, I totally agree with that. I think that is absolutely true. But to draw that line, I think is not true. And so to get back, so my own personal experiences with something that was absolutely negative, it's not something up to interpretation whatsoever. I can take that experience and learn and grow from it and make something good out of it and teach others about it and maybe teach others how to avoid it. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I did not deserve that experience. I didn't ask for it. I did nothing to bring that upon myself. I mean, there's just a lot of victim blaming going on there, which of course I was not up for. I think there is a middle ground. I absolutely believe in the power of our minds and the power to draw experiences to ourselves. But at the same time, there's a middle ground there. If we were 100% in control of our entire lives and being able to manifest our reality, every single one of us in here would have no problems whatsoever. We would never experience anything negative from this world. And so there's a middle ground there, which is where I fall. Instead of saying the only people who have negative experiences is because you're not with God and you brought that on yourself.
Let me ask you a question. The whole, lady and the whole Hathor connection. What is your take on that, based on your personal experiential point of view? Because obviously, the experiences you have continued to color your point of view about this, and rightly so. Um, do you feel like that? What he's seeing is benevolent, beneficent, good, as he kind of seems to say without any question.
Yeah, no. So I have the opposite view of
I know.
that.
That's why I asked.
Just in case anybody was wondering, we actually did an entire space, excuse me, we actually did an entire space with Montauk on the lady and her history. I can tell you for me, myself, and I will not be aligning myself with any of these baby gods, any of these Egyptian gods, any of these animal head gods. I've seen them all as well. Chris is aligning himself with those gods. On the appearance is that he is. I am not. So I will be on the opposite side of that. Um, and this is a very complicated issue with me. The phenomenon itself tried to walk me down this very same road that Chris is going down with the lady herself downloaded right into my body. And they tried to walk me down this very same path that Chris Bledsoe is on right now. I have um, absolutely nothing negative to say about Chris himself. I take issue with his entities, and I will absolutely not be on their side. And by the way, I think everyone will be choosing at the end. Sooner, possibly sooner rather than later. Everyone will be choosing, and you're going to be aligning yourself with these Egyptian baby gods coming back to the earth, or you're going to be aligning yourself with the creator of the universe. This is my personal opinion. I have made my choice. If I have made the wrong choice, then that will be on me.
I love that testimony, Fringe. And based on our conversations, I've shared this with you before. I pulled back from some of the efforts to find some interaction with the beings, the orbs, based on what Chris was saying was a way to reach out to them, and it was intriguing to me. And then I stopped because I tend to be right where you are on this. I mean, it is about aligning yourself with the ultimate power source, truth, whatever, however you want to look at it. Um, just out of curiosity, I'm sure you'd be up for it. If I can get Chris to say yes, if there's a way to make that happen, and obviously Bob as a moderator would be ideal. I think you and Chris having an intercourse discussion would just be amazing. Would you be up for that?
I would consider it. I don't think it would be amazing or productive. I think I would consider it. So for me, and this is probably going to sound pretty wackadoo to, let me see who's in the room, to most people in this room. I was hesitant to even listen last night to him. And it's because of the entanglement. It's because of the, you heard him say that many people, if not most people who even read his book, will start experiencing the orbs. Um, I have absolutely no desire to experience his orbs. I do not want any entanglement with him whatsoever. I would never allow him to lay his hands on me or to send him a message for healing. And that's because I believe very strongly that he has aligned himself with the gods that I have absolutely no interest in. In fact, I have been walling myself off from these gods for at least about a year and a half. I've been separating from these gods and being refused to be controlled by these gods. And so I have put in so much work on my end to separate from the entities he is dealing with. That would be an extreme ask for me, and I would venture to say my husband would absolutely not be thrilled about it. He didn't even want me listening in the space last night. That's how serious the entanglement can be. If you talk to people who have met him in person and who have interacted with him, their next thing, well, I think even Mello said last night, he is now seeing orbs in public. Other people are seeing them. This is a blatant crossing of the line, and it shows how much power we can give to them. Elections and picks, this is what we talked about just a short time ago. This is us giving them power over us giving them permission, us giving them control. I cannot afford to do that. So I would consider it, but just to know up front, this is what's going through my head right now.
I think that is a completely understandable response. Um, yeah, I'm sitting here. I believe Chris is such a decent human being, and I think that he is putting forward um, a sincere assessment of what he's experienced and what he sees and believes. But what you just said again resonates with me. I'm stuck in the middle on all this, like a lot of people are, trying to figure out which is what do you grab onto to try to give you some direction to find some more understanding in this opaque and crazy spiritual reality that we're discussing, because yeah, there's a lot of subterfuge, there's a lot of misinformation and deception that is out there, and I think that is absolutely true, and you have to be aware. Paul has his hand up. Hey, Paul, welcome to the space. Anybody that wants to come up, just request. We'll bring you up. It's an open discussion, generally speaking. The control versus catastrophic aspect we haven't gotten to yet, but anybody who wants to speak on that, please feel free. Paul, have at it. The space is yours.
I appreciate you bringing me up. Friends, I'm so glad to see you. I wanted to talk to you about this last night when I was listening to that space. It was up very late my time. It was a little bit confusing for me because some of the things he brought up seemed like he was so heavily rooted in his faith, his Christian faith, even quoting the Bible and stuff like that. But at the same time, like he's kind of praying for it too. That's what's kind of confusing to me. Is he like asking or inviting? Like, what is your take on his mix of the religiousness of it versus his reality of it? Like, is it just a complete deception? Is it just like, is he praying to them and therefore calling them? Is that the way it kind of works? I'm just kind of confused on some of those aspects.
Well, I think Chris is saying that he believes that the Holy Spirit is Hathor, and he, gave her many names, which she has had from the beginning of time. She's had many names. That she is presenting herself as the Holy Spirit. She's claiming to be the divine feminine. I would, at that point, say the divine feminine needs to do some shadow work. So he's praying to her. He is telling us that these entities are the ones doing the healings. And so I think Chris truly believes that the lady in her many forms is the Holy Spirit. And so Chris truly believes he is praying to the one and only creator of the universe when he prays to Hathor. This is this is just my conclusion based off of what he's saying. I think it's a fair assessment. I hope I answered your question.
You did. You did. And I find it interesting too that there's so much interest in it from the government. I mean, you know what I do for a living, so like to me, the government, I see the government creating a new religion, and I feel like when we're talking about the choice, it's interesting that that's exactly what's going to really happen. And if you look at at least the Christian religion, they talk about this being an end times kind of thing, that you'll have a false religion, a false prophet, a false, so do you think this is kind of a reflection of like a revelation type event?
So I can't. I mean, I would be very hesitant to say something like that. I think there's definitely some reflections there. There's definitely some interesting coincidences. There's some interesting alignment. I would never say that that's what we're looking at here because I don't think anybody knows. But history has a way of repeating itself. I mean, we've had even Nero, presenting as the Antichrist. And people will say, well, the book of Revelation was all about Nero, but yet here we have history always repeating itself in scripture. And I think that will be coming to us. Is this a reflection of that? I don't know. I have no idea. Um, it's interesting to me that there's now going to be a movie, and that I think we are literally going to have millions of people believing Hathor is the Holy Spirit. So, do with that what you will.
I always appreciate your input.
That observation, and Paul, please continue. I'm going to just jump in real quickly, and then Joseph has his hand up. Good to see you, Joseph. Fringe, I think that's a really important observation you just made about the license and possible enabling that whole MEM concept opening of access, uh, that whole idea and that information and concept going forward can just open up a bunch of doors that might be negative. I agree with that. I think it's definitely worth watching and being concerned about.
And I think it depends on your perspective, right? So if you believe, which Chris seems to firmly believe, that these orbs are positive, and by the way, he also said we cannot get hurt by the orbs, and that's poppycock. We all know, I think we would all know in this room, people have absolutely been hurt by these orbs. People have had physical damage from these orbs. We have people in the military who have gotten disability from these orbs. So those two things can't both be true. All orbs are good, and you can't get hurt by the orbs. That it just doesn't go. These things have to be logical. We're talking about science fiction, but they still have to make sense. So that right there is also a red flag for me. You can't make both of those things true in the same context.
Another great comment. French, I'm so glad you're here. Joseph, how are you today, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Um, yeah, I caught a bit of that interview, and I couldn't do the whole thing personally. I wanted to address like the whole God with the little g aspect of it, all these entities, um, and the fact that, to point out the obvious, they're all chimeras. They're all part human and then part another animal. It's like we're used to seeing it enough that uh, we don't really think about it sometimes. At least I didn't for a while. But then, if you look back at all of the ancient Egyptians, all of these entities, then you see some of them are presented as negative, and some of them are presented as positive. But at the end of the day, you do have, instead of a benevolent entity, let's say, with a entirely new physical structure we've never seen before presenting itself or manifesting itself in some way. You have a terrestrial creature as its head, like an owl as its head, and then a human, not a humanoid, but a human body. And, as somebody who's seen, like, I've heard you say, pig headed, like demonic kind of entities on craft, Fringe. What's your opinion on this, like this whole chimera thing?
Yeah, so this is getting back to what I spoke with just not too long ago, and why I would be hesitant to have any more entanglement with these creatures. These creatures have animal heads. I mean, where have we heard this before? Uh, in my personal opinion, they are demonic. They are not positive. They are not good. I will not worship them. They are not our creators. They might have had some fuckery along the way. They might be genetically manipulating us along the way, but they themselves are hybrid beings, possibly between these spiritual, what Christians will refer to as fallen angels, and human women. And this is going back to Genesis 6, where they were literally mating with animals, they were mating with human women, they were creating chimeras. I am not all about that. Those are not the creatures I will be worshiping. First of all, they didn't create us. So problem number one, they will present themselves, I believe, as our creators someday. But just look around. It's not brain surgery to see that they did not create us. They can't even understand the human soul. So how did they create humans? It just doesn't even make any sense to me. So yes, I have seen these creatures. I have the opposite take of Chris Bledsoe. I will not be worshiping them, although they did try to walk me down that road. And it's fascinating to me that we almost went down the same road. I would be Chris Bledsoe right now. I'm not saying I would be, to his caliber as far as being tested and all this kind of stuff. But I was to be walked down that very same road by the lady herself with all of these animal head creatures. I'm not doing it. And I've made my choice.
I love the certainty that you have about this, Fringe. It's compelling to me. And again, we have to acknowledge that there is a negative aspect and a deceptive aspect to all this, and your discernment is everything. Um, and I love the way your mind works. I just love it. Diogenes got his hand up. Judge, if you still need to say something, please do. It's kind of open at this point. We don't have that many. Oh, Steve's here. Great. Steve, come on up if you want.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
A typical
Thank you, Pix.
conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Pix. Very quick. Uh, Yesterday I was in that space and I saw Fringe just for a second, and I was asking why, and I was, maybe I know why, and because you were retreating the space, so I was, but why? Why she's not here? And I was, yes, for sure she doesn't want entanglement with 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 that. And yes, you're right. I was exactly thinking the same thing during that space about the negative. Oh, there is nothing negative. His book is full of negative experience. I was, no, but man, well, it is so contrary. And the same with the herbs. No injuries, but the herbs, but man, you're just kidding. So I was completely lost on that space. And but there is a common point with you, Fringe. He doesn't believe in Pleiadian, in Space Brothers. So there is a common. But just to finish, the last words of Chris Bledsoe was about the 1% that they were worshiping the devil. And Chris Bledsoe, I think you know a lot of people in DC and in CIA and NASA, and I was what? so so it's it was very mind blowing. And thank you, Fringe, for saying what you said now. Has Pick said, I think you're, I mean, yeah, thank you. Just thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Diogen. And you're right. I was very interested to hear Jason come up, and Jason ask Chris the question about the program. And look, let's just look at the lore. I will tell you, I have been involved in these rituals, so I've seen it just for myself. But looking at the lore, at least part of the Collins elite separated from the religious part and decided to make a deal with these creatures, or they wanted to make a deal with the creatures, and they're doing occult rituals to get in touch with these creatures. And you heard Chris Bledsoe confirm at least part of that they absolutely know what they're doing and that they know exactly what they're contacting. And in Chris Bledsoe's mind, it is demonic. So yeah, I definitely listen to that. And so, and you're right, Diogen, he doesn't believe in the aliens or the Palladians, or he made some common sense when he said, why would a Palladian be concerned about the human soul? And so there's definitely some areas we can agree, and thanks for pointing that out, Diogene.
And I'll add on to that, not to hammer the point home too much, but every demon, if you look up any picture of a classical demon, Baal, Mullah, don't want to name them all, but all of them are also chimera. And if a being is better or a higher level than a human, then why is it incorporating most of its physiology as human, with the addition of terrestrial animals, which are a lower order than human? Doesn't make any sense.
That's a great point, Joseph. Thank you. And an animal being a created being. I mean, animals are a created being, humans are a created being, and these things seem to be a mixture of both. And yet they're going to show up saying that they were our creators. It makes no sense whatsoever.
No, and again, also, like if they created us, but they are a creation themselves with largely human and then animal. So how does something that's made of two separate things create one of those things? It's not a possibility. And then why would, however this universe was created, why would an entity of that magnitude do something like that and then put something in charge of those original things, something that is a combination of other parts of things that it created? Why wouldn't a creator create something entirely new if we do need some sort of a, little g gods to kind of help us out in times of need, if that's what's happening?
And that right there, Joseph, is just using logic. I am just a very big fan of logic. And when you really start applying logic to most of what we heard last night, I don't see it.
I just
Elections.
love how this conversation is a banter between the core dialectic we've all got to deal with. Like, what do we trust? And you've got a perfect, you know, everybody believes that Fringe is shooting straight, and I think everybody thinks that Chris is shooting straight. Where's the truth within this conflicting matrix on either side? Was somebody asking me a question or something? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I wanted your take on the whole, and you don't have to really address the chimera thing, but what do you think of like something that is an entity like that, whereas it could be like a supernatural entity, transdimensional, interdimensional, or interplanetary? I was just curious where you sit on it, and then you can add in if you do have an
Yeah,
opinion on this
I mean,
thing.
my point of view is that all the above is probably the answer to all of this. There's so many different options of possibility. I don't put a pin in anything really and say I believe this with absolute, certainty, other than the government is lying to us and that we're not alone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's 4 or 5 things that I've outlined a lot. But I get your point. It's like, so if you're playing mix and match, you can't have the, subject creation being the creator. But again, all this issue, time travel, dimensional stuff, there's just so many aspects of whatever is going on. Anything, anything is possible. So I just don't know. I'm still very much in a learning phase from the standpoint. I think I know a lot, but I also don't know anything with absolute certainty per se, other than that which I laid out. And I'm just trying to make sure that my spirit stays in the right spot, and I just act with ethics and decency. And that's where I'm, on all this, I come back to the human dimension. I think it's so important, and it kind of ties into what you were kind of getting at, and I think what Fringe is talking about. At the end of the day, I think our most important technology is our human consciousness and the depth of that reality and the strength of it. And if we would focus on that, I think that we would find ourselves in a much different place on a bunch of different fronts. I think it could open up, latent capabilities with the human being and the earth we live on. If we were inspired and acting in a godly manner, quote unquote, yeah, I think it would change things. So that's what we're all trying to get to. Are we getting there through our traditional sources? Nah, not really. I mean, I don't trust organized religion. I mean, we all share the same creator. So let's start there. I'm rambling. I don't know if that helped you, but I'm glad to see
No,
you,
it's
Joseph.
not
I
rambling.
love your mind, man. I've always liked the way your mind works.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you really nailed it there. With our human energy, our soul, and our potential. And if a being was benevolent and not controlling or extracting, what it would do is it would come down and instead of asking us to give more, it's always giving. That's all they ever want is to extract and have us give. It would cultivate us, inform us with like real, this is how everything works. Yep, this is step A to step B, and then all the way to Z, and then you'll become more powerful. You'll be able to develop yourself. And no entity that I have seen, even any of them, has come down and been like, oh, these entities are doing this. This is why they're doing it. Like real hardcore information. It's always vague, and it's always like not really not really true information. And personally, I've come down to the position of that it is all about extracting our energy because we are souled beings and they are not. And that's what it's really about, is extracting energy. And a lot of the genetics, I believe, is tied to energy, but we are not our bodies, right? That's why they call them containers. But then on the other hand, they're really interested in genetics, and the genetics ties into how that spirit manifests into the body and into the world, and they want to extract that energy.
May I interject quickly? Yeah, that phenomenon may be going on. Again, I don't think that it's one thing necessarily that we're talking about here. And you made a comment about, an assertion about what this really is. I don't think we know. I don't think we have any certainty about what the real nature of this crazy chimeric, not applied to the physical beings, chimeric, but chimeric because it's an illusion reality that we're trying to understand here. Are they after our, souls and our energy? Do they not have souls? I don't know that we know that. I mean, I get your logic, but I just don't know that we can assert that with any hard certainty. But I'm not taking issue. I'm just trying to keep the conversation, within bounds of rational assessment. Anyway, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you didn't interrupt. Give all your opinion that you have, and anyone else jump in because I kind of tend to ramble, and I also kind of like have gone to the super deep end of this, right? I don't expect everyone to just jump right there or even land there eventually. But this is just where I've come to with the whole thing.
I mean, again, I'm personally where I am in the broad of all this is trying to get my feet to stay on the ground about it, and to me, the focusing on the human decency, rational assessments of the irrational, as we look at all the facts associated with this, and not trying to come to any premature conclusions. Because I just don't think that even the government has a real clue other than they know something's going on. So I'm just kind of a point of view like, let's just be human, and maybe that'll get us through the day, because anything else beyond that might be a reach in general. I mean, Do we have a bit of God in us? We sure do. Are we gods? No. Can we, raise our realities to a point that it might reflect more of a rightly understood godly imprimatur? Possibly, but let's just be human. Maybe that, I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Eugene, keep going, Joseph. Anybody else, just jump in. I'm going to shut up for a while, and y'all take over.
Well, if you want to keep it a little more down to earth, we can talk about the orbs if you want. There's a few options for what the orbs actually are. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, really
great point. Go for it.
Yeah, so they could be either a drone, so they're a drone of the NHI, or they're a drone of the dark military, right? So same tech but different operators. The other option is that they are an entity in and of themselves, and a lot of people kind of put that idea out there in that they are somehow sentient, like they're plasma beings, kind of a thing. And where people see them, it actually kind of makes sense in both cases. Unfortunately, it's not really, you can't hammer it down with logic. But in either case, the orbs do react to consciousness. And so as soon as people are consciously connected through what I think is just like a psychic network, and how that works is not really known, but I think it has to do with intensity. And so when you are reading, like,
Frequency
say, a book,
matching
yeah, that's good.
frequencies.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, when you're frequency matched, then you connect to a network, and then they come down. And the thing is their operations don't really give you any clue of which one it is either, because in either case, they're going into observation mode, right? The thing that really kind of is weird for me, and I'm not sure which way this information makes me lean, but it's the fact that they are visible. Uh, and that would mean that they want you to see them because they're easily invisible,
I
whether
agree with
they're
that.
drones or
I
they are,
agree. What does
or
that mean? Why do you think that's the case?
well, it's purposeful, right? And so it's either for narrative control for the NHI or the dark military, or it's, if it's or sentient orbs, then, well, I mean, how do you put a motive on that?
Do you think it's possible that part of it is the conditioning process of allowing humanity to know that we're not alone, and that, I do think there's been an acclimation project by the government for the last 70 years. I think it's been actually semi-responsible to get the public soft, warmed up, softened up for this ontological shock that everybody talks about. Most people know we're not alone. So do you think that's part of why they're being, allowing themselves to be seen to maybe help us get up to speed?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it could be. And that also could be a motivation of a drone, the people behind it, if it's a drone as well. There's a lot of conditioning going on. Like, I think it's a very obvious thing, at least from my perspective, that disclosure came out originally from the military. This is directed from it, right? They don't just release classified videos of from military aircraft. If they want to keep a lockdown, that it's locked down. If they want that released, if it was somebody that kind of got these images out, then we would eventually have higher quality images. But it's really a clearly intelligence stepping up on all these fronts. And so it could be there's many different factions trying to get ahead on this whole thing. And it could also be something that we are not aware of, where the veil, as they say, between the realms, which I think once it's eventually understood will be scientific, if it isn't the case, is as they say thinning, or more is being revealed, and like a lot of people are capturing images of these beings on Earth, and their veils or their disguises or whatever are kind of lifting. And so, yeah, I don't know if the entire thing is intentional, if the entire thing is intentional from every actor, and but it does really make me think, because they are all doing it at the same time.
Yeah,
So maybe somebody played a card and then everybody else has to play a card, or maybe
I,
it's some external event forcing them.
I think you're making an important point that isn't talked about that much, and maybe not with any pointed focus like what we're talking about here. The fact is, any of this advanced technology, consciousness, whatever is presenting itself, could more than likely, I mean, not for sure because we don't know how it operates and who's behind it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the likelihood is that if it wanted to not be seen, it would not be seen. So the question then, because it is so trenchant, why are they actually wanting to be seen? What is up with that purpose of revelation on their part? And it is intentional. I don't see how you can come to any other conclusion about there's been a ramping up, and if the logic holds true that if they didn't want to be seen, they wouldn't be seen. I mean, this is a really important observation that something is definitely afoot, and they're the ones that are, saying, "Hey, looky here," kind of the theory of wow that Grant Cameron and others talk about in some sense. It's really it's a fact is my point. It's kind of like a detail that has the basis of a fact, because if the logic pattern holds true, then they are taking action to be seen. That's a big point.
Yeah, they're definitely taking action, as you say, and that goes as well for every single UFO sighting that has ever happened. In all likelihood, I mean, we have to leave malfunctions, I suppose, out. But if you look at the whole Phoenix event, like there were multiple craft by multiple people, and they tried to get it on film and couldn't. There's definitely an event after event. You look it up, and it's who sees it, how it's seen, how it's captured, how that's shared is totally controlled. And and so you could say the purpose of that is many. There's many possibilities, right? I mean, it could be um, that they will that they eventually want to actually integrate into this reality, and if that is, they need us to actually manifest them in some sort of frequency matching in order to do that, or they're purely physical with this other interdimensional thing is just a capability, which is just an extra part of their being, but they are physical, and they are just kind of gearing us up as a collective consciousness to be ready for it. Because I mean, if they did just bust out, land, and they came down and there were like, you know, Pleiadians, but also human-looking ones, but also ones with owl heads and like, and then all these other types, everyone would, and grays and mantids, everyone would lose their minds.
It would be quite a show. There's no question about that. Um, if anybody wants to come up and speak, please do. There's Ganga. Um, Come on, Ganga, and let us know what you think. Diogen, I see you there too. And Paul, if you want to come up, let's just take it. Ganga just said he wants to speak. He, she, Diogen, and then Paul, or y'all mix it up if you need to. What's up, Ganga?
Hi, I'm at work, so I might not be able to talk for very long. One thing that you brought up is why do they have to have part of their presence, in the open? or at least visible. And I think it's pretty obvious if you think about it logically. If they weren't visible and they still conducted their activities on this earth, they would expose themselves through their experiencers. So regardless, even if the experiencers didn't remember very much, they would still have something they'd have to control, like what they report back, what do they say about them, and all that stuff. And I think the reason why they expose part of their presence is because they have to have that control mechanism to keep the narrative going in wild circles where people speculate endlessly and never get to any point, which is why I think they allow themselves to be exposed through people like Bledsoe and other experiencers. It's just a control mechanism, in my opinion.
Well, I would agree that everything that we are living in some sense, is a control mechanism. So that's certainly a real possibility. Um, what other observations on that, Ganga, that you think are salient? Did you listen to Chris last night, by the way? I think I saw you there.
I'm still listening to parts of it. Just like Fringe, I couldn't stand being there more than a couple minutes because it was just, it reminds me of the past. And I've gone down that track like Bledsoe, and I regret it so much. And I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to pitch this lady as a source of good information. And if you think about it, like what I just said right now, she would actually be the worst source of information because she's just there to run a psyop, sort of, on the population, and she's probably one of many who are doing this. They're showing themselves. They're giving us bad information to go on and to spin us in our little confused states and try to get us to believe their narrative. And once they're done, they're just going to collapse everything with Chris Bledsoe at the very center of it. And then they'll spawn another instance somewhere else with another person. And
Hey,
on and
Ganga,
on and on.
Ganga, if I could ask, so let's take your assessment and to heart. What do you think is the end game if this is just some psyop to soften up people and keep us confused, which I agree is part of it, and I think the government does that as well, to make sure that we cannot coalesce and try to make some sense of anything. But what do you think? What do you really think is afoot? What is the game from all this?
Stalling us, making us confused, and keeping us in a state of perpetual confusion where
But
if
why? Why are they doing that?
the reason is because they have a lot of things to hide, in my opinion and in my experience. They want to, if you leave people alone long enough to think and communicate with each other and evaluate and run analysis against their presence, they're most likely going to figure out everything they're trying to hide. So you have to run interference. You have to be on the ground. You have to have your living assets on the ground to do your work for you, to spread propaganda, false information, make it believable, attract people who do know something so that they run with some bullshit, storyline, and then get themselves stuck in the mud and bring along everybody that's listening to them along with them,
I
and
don't I
then
don't
just
mean to
collapse it.
sound like a crank by keeping asking this question, but so are they trying to control things and keep us confused so that they can control the planet? And if that's the case, what are their designs for that? Are they controlling us for some ulterior motive that we're not putting our finger on specifically as yet? I mean, what is the real long-term game plan for sowing the confusion to gain the ability to manipulate? What's the real purpose, the long-term big picture purpose?
Eventually, like one of your hosts or other speakers said, it's to integrate themselves into the picture, to become a part of our reality. But at that point, they're going to spin their own yarn of a different storyline that's made for the broader population. It's not going to be for, individual experiencers or a group of quacks in a community. They're going to respin it and they're going to completely isolate people like Chris Bledsoe. They're going to throw him off to the side and call him a quack in their own news story. and at that point, then it's going to go global.
What was that last part? I missed that.
At that point, then they'll go global with the new storyline that'll completely, you know, discount everybody who's reported their sightings
Well, I
at
mean,
that point.
are they after control of the natural resources of the planet? Are they after souls? I mean, again, I'm still not hearing. I'm just asking you to give us your best guess. What do you think the real long term? I want to ask it again. I don't. I feel like I'm being an ass for asking it fourth time. Um, but I mean, what's the long term plan? Why are they doing it? What do they want?
As far as I know, they want to replace the population. They wanted to reduce it to a manageable level, just like a lot of the rumors say. They basically want to reorganize society in their vision and not in ours. To do that, they have to bring on catastrophes and they have to cause a lot of chaos through our hands and through their own. And basically, they want to tear us apart piece by piece and make sure that they're the ones in control, just like the ancient times.
Thank you for the answer. I mean, that very well could be true. Lagray, you had your hand up. You're 100%ing, and then Danielle. Lagray, what you got for us? Good to see you. Good to see you, Danielle.
Good to see you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was at like Fringe and Gunga. I was really hesitant to be anywhere around Bledsoe. And like Fringe, I do think that Chris is sincere and so forth, but I think personally he's being used um, in order what they're doing is pacification, right? And I sort of look at people like Greer, like Dolores Cannon, like Chris as recruiters to win humanity over, and by telling us these really spiritual sounding things, but the connection to all life, the connection to our source is within us. We don't need aliens, we don't need the lady. I personally think the lady is an alien, because I know that they can make people see anything they want them to see. Okay, it's they've got the ability to present holograms. I was with Ted Rice when he was talking about a woman in a hypnotic recession thinking she was having sex with Jesus. They can make Jesus appear, they can make Muhammad appear. So I see their long term, you asked it many times of Gangan. I agree with him, but I think the long term is colonization. They need a workforce. They need beings that can grow the food and do all the things that they need doing while they reap the reward, just no different than any other colonizers before us. As far as why they could keep showing up, is to try and acclimate us to their presence. And if you notice, you've got, cartoon aliens, you've got the ET movies, you've got all these things to get people used to the idea of aliens being here, and this is a very long-term plan. It's not going to happen in 10 minutes. But like some people here have said, and this is something I'm beginning to experience through my spirituality, are those higher innate qualities that we have as spiritual beings. And it's one thing that the aliens have no control over. They can manipulate our minds. They can manipulate what we think we see. They can manipulate politicians. They can and then we've got the hybrids, that are, what happens when an alien species is introduced into a native population. They take over. The gray squirrel has overtaken the red squirrel. Look at the rabbit problem in Australia. And in my view, the hybrids are just simply breeding a new leadership for humanity. And we've got to remember, this is not going to happen in 10 minutes. Our world is a prize. It is a prize. In the 1950s, there was an abductee who was told by an alien that your world is like nothing we've ever seen. And it's so full of resources that we need and don't have. And that was said in the 1950s. So I just see, Chris is being used. I think Greer is being used to bring people around because they present a very, feel good message. People are always accusing me of fear and saying fear sells, but that's what sells is telling people what they want to hear. Nobody wants to hear that they're not our friends. I'm not a popular person. I don't try to be, mind you, but I just think we have to look at this at the big picture rather than, because I think Fringe is brilliant, the seeing through it and not wanting anything to do with it. And I'm the same. And I'm, as much as I love abductees, I tend to keep a little bit step back, and I love them. I do, but I know how they can influence us and how they can get to us. And look at all the people Chris had eating out of his hand last night. So that's my take. That's what I've come to understand. But I also think we have to remember that they play our spirituality. They've studied us for how many hundreds of years? They know our psychology, they know our religions, they know everything about us, and so they play it like a violin. That's just my take. I'll shut up now, but thank
No,
you.
Lorraine, that was an awesome commentary. I really, really appreciate it. I it's coherent, and that's the thing. Danielle, you're up. Unless Lorraine, you want to add something, and then after Danielle, plus minus, and Diogen, if you have something to add, or Ganga, I still see, and Joseph, I still see your hands up, but just kind of, Daniel, and then plus minus, and Lorraine, if you want to add something on, have at it, gals and guys.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. Yeah, you guys summed it up pretty well. Ganga started it off, and then Lorraine said it so beautifully. What I think they want to do is create chaos, and then from the chaos, make control. That's basically it. But Lorraine said it so much better than I can. But yeah, that's about it.
What did you listen to Chris last night?
No, I didn't.
So, if you were in agreement with Lorraine and the general notion that we're being manipulated to be basically taken over, what?
Oh no, I agree with the chaos, and then they want to put control part. That's the main thing I was saying.
Okay, tell us what you do believe. We're all supposing, we don't know for sure, but what do you think is afoot? Give us your best guess.
Oh God, I have no clue, but I think with all the wars and everything right now, like they just want to create chaos and then make the new world order kind of control thing from there. That's my vibe that I get, but I don't know. I'm just guessing like everyone else.
Any other comments?
Nope. Short and sweet today.
How about comments relative to what Danielle said? And if not, plus minus is up, and then Poland. Go plus.
Okay, so about a year and a half ago, about in an interview with Jimmy Charts, Whitley Strieber said that, and I'm roughly going to quote this: "We're not going to be able to disclose anything to the public that they don't want us to know, and that they are in absolute total control of every detail as far as disclosure and the Congress, and that they have the power to." Um, Subtly influence or telepathically influence Congress and the government, and influence people to the point that they think that they're making policy when in fact they are not, and also potentially outright threatening, which could be reflected in the sudden blocking of disclosure from the government and the various efforts. And then we had in a space the other day where Rick Doty told us 100% that there is infiltration within the government. And then Steve also told us that he got the message that there were negative NHI that had infiltrated parts of the government. So I think that there's 100% infiltration strategy. And the last thing I want to say is I was at a coffee shop yesterday, and I just found it very interesting that I'm just overhearing all these normal everyday conversations. And unless people are watching the hearings, or unless they're inside the UFO bubble, so to speak, as Richard Dolan said, they have no idea what's going on under their noses. And I find that extremely frightening. So, yeah, that's my take.
That's a great comment. I do think that people are talking about it more in public. I do think that the conversation envelope has been opened. How far it goes, who knows? And my whole point has been, and I don't know that you and I've had any exchange before, plus minus, but it's great to meet you. But I think the public has not gotten pissed about this yet. They haven't gotten pissed the fact that they've been lied to and screwed and stolen from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Until they start getting pissed, they're not going to put pressure on our elected representatives to make sure that that is what moves the needle, hopefully in some fundamental way. But I really liked your comments a lot, plus, and keep chiming in. Polar, you're next, unless you have something else to add, plus. And Lorraine, you're still in the mix of this. If you want to jump in, anybody else, have at it. This is an open, respectful, adult conversation, hopefully.
Thank you, Action. So I'm probably going to be a bit unpopular for my thoughts on this one, but we have to consider all perspectives. And I want to play with the idea that we are a part of a collective consciousness already. That we, at base, is this. We have our individuality, but at base, we are a part of a larger whole. So I want to offer the image of that larger whole being in somewhat close designed as a human brain, where you have different regions and different sections of it that has dedicated functions. And that reflects into our lives through us, and our individuality shape how we convey this purpose. And so with that in mind, it is important to point out that we have a part of our brain that is very prone to thinking about catastrophes and all various obstacles that we may encounter. And this part of our brain sometimes get the better of us. And it's not meant to say that everything people experience is fiction, or if people are mentally ill. It's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that by understanding our nature in our whole as a species, as a larger picture entity, we may come across information that will offer a different explanation than what we fear. And that's what I'm going to say about it.
Thank you for that. I like the idea of a broader consciousness having, delineated specific functions within a collective operating network. Which, if it's true that the plasma universe is instantaneously connected across all time and space, which some theorists say is possible, and maybe what's going on. That's why time travel and instantaneous travel from here to there is possible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that negative space that we look at has more stuff in it than all of the matter universe that's out there. And yeah, I believe the sun's conscious entity. I believe the plasma universe has a consciousness to it, and we're all part of that in some aspect. I liked your comment a lot, actually. Good to see you. If you have anything else to add, please do. Anybody else, jump in and have at it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something at the end that I forgot. I wanted to add that most likely these entities are operating with Bledsoe on a capacity where he's doing their psyop for them, whether wittingly or unwittingly. And in my opinion, the government and the intelligence circles are interested in trying to make contact with that entity. I'm pretty sure they're aware that it's running a psyop and the purposes of it, but they want to have that access to that entity to be able to communicate and try to probably start a dialogue with it. And the entity is probably going to resist because they're not there for that. They're there just to conduct that psyop. And so I think that's what people are maybe confused why the IC always shows up around these really prominent cases, just like they did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Well, I think the government definitely has more information and knows a lot more than they're letting on, for sure. Um, I do think that it was said last night that I didn't realize is that Chris had a direct relationship to the Aurora event in Texas back in the late 1800s, a family connection there. They say it runs in, family trees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think the government has known a lot for at least since, let's just say, Gerardo in 41, for sure. Um, Certainly Roswell, but yeah, they're keyed in some aspect, and they probably know they have more understanding of the national security space than anybody would believe. I mean, when we find out what really has been going on and how far ahead where technology has gone, the possibility of a breakaway civilization, the secreting of, and including generally of technology and information that can be transformative to us and planet Earth and our future. That's what I'm saying. People got to get pissed because we're getting screwed. And until they get pissed, they're going to continue to act like sheep. And the government's not going to do jack shit unless they're pushed. Anyway, let's see. Hands. I got one request. Danielle, anybody speak? Just have at it. Fringe, I'm glad to see you're back. Come on back up. Arden, you haven't spoken yet. How are you today, my dear? Thank you for being co-host. I really appreciate it. Can you all still hear me?
I can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Cool beans.
Okay. Well, I'll just jump in if Arden didn't want to speak. Okay, we're talking about the orbs and them showing themselves, but another aspect to the orbs is that they appear when somebody has an interaction, and that interaction is even from just reading Bledsoe's book, right? And so you can extrapolate from that what is actually occurring is that you're entering some sort of a psychic network, and that psychic network is likely technological, if it's NHI or if it's the dark state. And so that if it's technological and they're monitoring psychic networks, that means that they're monitoring psychic networks. So they're monitoring thought, intention, and attention as much as they are through, security cameras at your local mall. And so I think that is a really big one to point out, because for you as a person looking at this, like right now we're in this space, right? We are in a psychic network. And so that means that your thoughts are currently being monitored. And like you said, they have technological advancement that is, very high level. We concentrate on craft. Oh, they have craft, that, and they have underground bases and in mountains and such. That's their transportation and living quarters, right? What their tech goes way beyond that. Their tech goes into the psychic realm, into we're not just physical. And if we are physical, this is happening on a or just physical. If that's your belief, then this is on some quantum entanglement um, way that they're able to do this. And so if you are looking at any of this, and you don't want to be involved, kind of look at it out of the corner of your eye. Don't kind of pay attention to how much you're registering it, because the psychic stuff, it works through attention and intention. And be careful what you consume and how much of yourself you give into that, because it clearly does matter.
That's a great comment, Joseph. Really, that is a superb comment. We have to control our energies, where we place it, what doors we leave open. If there is a war on, a psychic war for sure. I love the comment, looking out the corner of your eye. You want to have situational awareness. You want to be um, open to intellectually, at least, understanding per se everything, just so that you know what's out there. But you don't want to go in deep necessarily. Just kind of ride the surface, look at it, just wait till you get your psychic, I don't know what to say, your string pulled, your frequency gets thumped, whatever. But anyway, that's a great comment, Jason. Anybody, Fringe, your hands up. Have at it, girl.
Hey, Pick. So thanks again. I'm just kind of popping back in on the topic. This might be a bit of a topic change if you're okay with it, but it does kind of go along with your headline here of the
You
space.
do anything you want, darling.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I like to take advantage whenever I see Ganga as a speaker. And I would love to hear from Ganga and anyone, if you're okay with this topic. I would love to hear about this possibility of what the James Webb might be seeing, and the possibility of the so-called aliens actually creating a problem that they could save us from, if, in fact, this object is coming at us. There are some whisperings behind the scenes that this is a possibility. I would love to hear from Ganga on what he thinks about this as a problem solution type scenario, or any other scenario. Your opinion on that, Ganga?
I'd really like to hear your opinion as well, Ganga. If you could come up and answer that, that would be really fantastic.
Oh, he's still showing a speaker on my end. I might have missed him dropping down to listener.
I'll pull him up. Hold on.
So while we're waiting, I know this is something that is still out in the rumor category, and I just want to ask about it, just in case it starts coming forward as more than a rumor.
No, I think it's a great topic, Fringe. I completely, I mean, there's nothing more topical right now in our arena than that.
And to clarify what the JWST thing is, there is an object that apparently they released information, which is surprising, but that there's an object that is course correcting and is quite large. And its course correction leads you to believe that it is not a natural object floating through space.
Gang is back up there, Fringe.
Awesome. So, Gang, I'm not sure if you heard my question. I'll go ahead and repeat it. I'm wondering what you think about this, if this is actually true, big if true, on the so-called aliens using this, actually setting up this scenario so they can come save us from this object. That's just one possibility, and any other possibilities you might have.
Unfortunately, I lost audio, so I didn't hear most of your question. What was the question?
So I'm bringing up this object that the James Webb Telescope is bringing up. Either it's just a rumor that, there's an object that is course correcting toward Earth. It's very large and could be concerning. And I'm wondering what you think about, with your knowledge of the so-called aliens, of them setting this up as something coming toward us that they could come save us from, them being the problem and the solution, or any other ideas you might have about it, if true.
Oh, that one. I've heard about it. Personally, I don't think there's much substance to it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just a benign object or something. I think that scenario will play out in the future, but it might not be right now.
Thank you, Genga. I appreciate it.
I don't agree with that take, actually. Catastrophism has been part of the history of this world and humanity, and we paid a price. The world's paid a price several times because of shit falling out of the sky on us, and it happens every minute of every day, frankly. And I think there could be something of consequence, and it doesn't have to be, if you have a meteor that is, let's just say, argument purposes, the impact a mile wide, well, we got problems. So I don't know. I'd like to believe that's true. I'd like to believe that they have technology maybe to redirect it if that were to be the case, but they got to get to it beforehand, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think a catastrophic impact possibility is a high, high concern on my list of concerns. Jay Just, what you got, girl? And then screen.
Well, there's a couple things I sent you. There's that piece in Reddit about retrievals. If anyone's interested, I don't know if you put it in the Jumbotron. Also, I really enjoyed last night's space, but I think Bledsoe sees it through his lens. I'm not quite sure what everyone else thinks about his lens. I found it really interesting. And I also want to ask, did we verify that this thing is actually, like, it exists?
Well, in typical J Just style, you were all over the map. If you're talking about whether or not there is a something this way comes, have we confirmed that? I don't know that we've confirmed, but it seems to be a pretty broadly held belief. And we should ask the Vatican Observatory, I guess. And interesting story is all those astronomers that were killed over the last 20 years. Anyway, that's another story. And as far as Chris's, if you'd been here for the first half, Jay Just, I think you'd find that a lot of people are taking some issue with Chris' trust in this whole view of the lady and Hathor, and whether there seems to be a consensus here. Whether or not you agree or not, I don't even know if I agree, but I do think that there's a dark side to this, and Chris may be being manipulated. It's possible. Who knows? But anybody else who wants to jump in on that to kind of give Jay Just a better, assessment? I see plus minus is still here and his hands up, but screen is next as far as the line's concerned. But y'all do your thing. Love you.
Appreciate it. I'll go ahead and do a little bit of both. The James Webb thing, I've got my eye on it, but as far as I'm concerned, we saw something like that already with Oumuamua. So, it could be anomalous, but I'm not necessarily worried about it yet. And I don't think NHI would be doing it to create a scenario that they could save us from, because that rarely happens. You could argue maybe it happened around Noah's time in that scenario or whatever, but that's pretty much like the only case, right? And then as far as Chris Bledsoe, I kind of agree with what's been said so far. He's either very biased or very dumb, right? Because I asked about the negative side of it, and not even like a evil side of it, just as far as like negative health effects. And he's like, nah, it's all love and light, never anything negative at all. And then he's like, but St. Francis did get irradiated and died shortly after that, and if the orbs are charged up, I don't get close to them because they can affect me. And I'm like, isn't that what I just asked? So
Well,
it's
wait,
like
wait,
there's
screen,
definitely
screen,
bad stuff.
screen. A little bit of discernment on that. I mean, you can be aware that there's a danger in it, and manage your involvement. And I think where Chris is coming from generally is, at the end of the day, he's made his determination of what the character of what he's experiencing is. I agree that not seeing the dark side is, um, or the possibility of such is probably not. And he's not a dumb man. That's not a fair take at all. He's a very smart guy. He has been through hell
A
and
good way
back.
to put it into perspective for some of those people, I think, is the consideration of it being an ecosystem. And just because you swim out into the ocean and you don't see a shark doesn't mean that there isn't one out there.
Star,
And
good to see
it's
you.
very rare that shark attacks happen. And
Star, good
space
to
is a
see.
much
Star,
bigger
Star,
ocean.
Star, Star.
So
Good
the
to
chance
see
of
you.
those attacks happening in that context would be even far more rare and far less heard of, because you would probably hear about it far less. And in that consideration, any
Star
sort
Captain.
of evidence that we have of that kind of nature is imperative that we collect it rather than
Do
deny
you
it.
hear
Because if somebody got their
elections,
arm bitten
Star
off by a
Captain?
shark
Star
and came
Captain.
back and you said, "Oh, there's no predators out there," we'd look pretty damn stupid to that person.
Star, we're
Excuse me,
using hands here. Come on,
Star
man.
Captain, can you hear elections talking to you?
Time
Just
for a
tell him to
UFO hunting club.
recycle.
We get
Just
the
tell him to
Space Force to
recycle. And
issue cosmic
Star
hunting
Captain,
permits
Star
so
Captain,
that people can
Star
operate the
Captain. I don't
radar
think you can hear
and
me.
give them more eyes on the sky, and they can blast those motherfuckers down.
well, one of my co-hosts drop him because I don't know how to do it
All
necessarily.
right, yeah,
It's
okay.
no. I love Star Captain, but we're trying to do, hands as best as we can. And now I've forgotten what I was going to say because there was something I wanted to say. And again, I'm always happy to see Star Captain in the room. He's a good man. Anyway, carry on, folks. I wish I was remembering what I was going to say, but anyway. Oh, screen. One other question, real quickly. We're talking about Chris being a good guy. Did I hear you say last night that you're from North Carolina too? Screen. Maybe I need to recycle. Okay, Tiff.
Yeah, I don't see him up here, elections.
Yep, we got two. I'm going to recycle real quickly. See you in a sec.
I don't know who was next. Eugene, plus minus.
I thought I saw Lorraine with her hand up at some point, but I don't see it now.
I
Well,
could.
Lorraine, if you'd like to speak.
I'm gonna go back to situation with the government, if that's okay. I don't have an opinion on what's happening with what they might have seen. I don't have a clue. But if the source of information that I have is correct, the NHI have been undermining our governments for decades. There was a point where we apparently entered a deal with them, and then the Americans and the Russians realized that they couldn't be trusted. However, so they've been particularly working hard on keeping up the wars, getting the US and Russia involved in intractable situations in order to weaken them, causing more and more division in the countries, which is not hard to see in America. And then you have, again, behind the scenes, people in the government that are pro-disclosure, right? That want it to come out, and just Lou Elizondo talked about this. And then you have those who are deliberately trying to kill it. But they are, from what I understand, the U.S. and Russia are now against the NHI, and they're undermining our leadership. Okay, now I've been watching this happen in slow motion for the last 50 years. I can remember in 1980, I felt the world go clunk. I started to feel a shift in how we were supposed to care about each other to, no, we want to encourage you to be selfish. All right, so we've got this NHI influence that are turning us against our own governments. And it's very much like what Fringe was just saying. You know, they create this catastrophe so that they can pretend to save us from it. So that's how I look at that. And my view is let me tell you, nobody's more frustrated with our governments than I am, because they're going completely anti-citizen. But I think that is due, because that's what colonizers do. Colonizers, they go in and they divide people against their own leaderships in order to weaken them. That's what they do in this world. We just divide, divide, divide. They can take advantage of any little division and create a catastrophe with it, so that then they will come in. They want to pretend to be the saviors. They want to say, oh, we don't have war. And this is what I think Bledsoe and Stephen Greer are both doing. They're coming in, oh, they're benign, they're wonderful, you know, oh, this lady, she's going to bring us peace. Well, it's true, they don't have war out there, but that's because war wastes resources. And if you waste, you know, life requires resources. We're discovering that, starting to discover that in our own world. All right, so they're going to come in, they're going to offer some sort of technology. They're going to, you know, oh, we will bring you peace. Well, there's peace in prison too, but is that someplace you want to be? You know, it's such a long-term, comprehensive plan that's, in my view, is not hard to see when you study the methods that colonizers use. And one of them, you know, religion was the handmaiden of conquerors. They went in there with the missionaries, didn't they? That's one of the first steps they do. Well, we have the Lady, we have Love and Light, we have the Galactic Federation, we have all these, you know, really lovely sounding, we have Bashar sounding, I call it gobbledygook, but, you know, that really weakens us, where real spirituality, real connection to the creator empowers the individual from the inside out. And that, to me, is where our power is going to lie. It's going to lie in people becoming more attuned to their true nature as a spiritual being, because they cannot manipulate that. So one part of us that they can't manipulate. The second thing I want to say very quickly is the mental environment. We talk about the psychic quantum realms. Yes, they do have the ability to read minds. And this is where a lot of their influence is placed. And apparently, that's where advanced races put their time and energy, is to manipulating the mental environment. Now, to understand that, what do advertisers do? They want to convince you to buy something. Well, I don't know if you all feel it, but I have felt a darkness coming over this world for a very long time, and people turning against each other and more dependent on phones or not talking, and relationships have just gotten further and further apart. And you've also got the way what's happened with news. You know, we used to have Robert Burrow, you know, this guy, we used to have balance in reporting, and now it's just turning each other into, you know, just after each other constantly, instead of bringing out our best qualities. They're trying to bring out our worst. And this is where I think it's NHI influencing the whole world. And I'll stop with that. It's a lot of information, but there's,
Lorraine, let me
yeah,
ask you a quick question.
sure.
Politics is a big part of my professional background. And if there's one thing that we need to do, it's kill off the two-party tyranny. And I think you probably agree with that. But my question is this: if it is a manipulated situation of the level that you're laying out, and it's certainly possible, and I've said for a long time, it's like there's probably more than one, and having some individual involvement with different governments, which creates a factionalized superstructure of involvement, which means all
Yep.
bets are off about what the hell really is going on. But my question to you is, so you said yep. So I guess you're agreeing with that fundamental proposition. My question is, how many elements do you think are in the mix, and do you think that they are still having the ability to play off individual terrestrial based political realities against one another to their benefit, or have we maybe seen through the veil to some degree? Doesn't mean we've got a hold on things, but I know that there's been some involvement historically between the U.S. and Russia, and I do think that that has pretty much fallen apart over the last 20 years for reasons we can talk about that don't have anything to do with NHI. But what's your take on what is really going on in the superstructure game of playing, Monopoly and puppetry, so to speak?
Well, I think first, it's interesting in the Allies. They talk about how the influence is more shifted. Actually, it's still there, very much in the political arena, and you've got hybrids there, right? And hybrids, although they look human, can manipulate human minds. And so, Reed Summers talks a lot about it.
He does. That's a game changer reality right there, Lorraine. Keep going.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and he says that they could very well be playing, off of each other. What tech have they given this thing? And it's to keep us. Marshall wrote in 2000 that they probably were the ones to convince us to go into Iraq, which was just the dumbest thing ever. So we've got all these complications behind the scenes. However, well, at least there used to be people in government that, not everybody sells their soul to these things, right? But I think you can see many have. And there are politicians out there, without me naming it, that would happily sell their grandmother, so they wouldn't mind selling out humanity for their own benefit. And this is where I see the darkness has really come in. And then anybody that is for humanity, we've had it here, they're ostracized, right? But where the NHI has shifted most of their influence is to the commercial realms and influence, the economic ones, which you can just see the explosion of billionaires we've had. That's one thing. But they are less conscience. They have less consciousness or less scruples, possibly. But we've got hybrids calling shots behind the government.
Less empathy, for sure.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. And look at what's happened. Homeless people. We're locking up homeless people. We're creating a society where almost, and again, according to allies, they are creating a society that is more conducive to them. They are threatened by freedom. They are threatened by art and creativity. Even in our local region of space, it's fine if we keep our freedom and things here, but even a moment of silence with the creator is seen as a threat there. So they want to keep us, but you notice that our government's more and more and more control. They're clamping down. People have to work and work and work. They can barely survive. And that creates a situation that they understand because they are pure hierarchy.
Well, yeah, it's a fascistic and hierarchical control structure, clearly.
Yeah,
and
and that's
that's
how they
yep.
function. And
That's the
everybody,
way they
each one
see
of them,
things.
they have their own role and they don't step outside it. Now, I'm sorry, but one of the reasons I fight so hard, I don't care what anybody says about me, is damn it, I want us to be free in the future. I want us to be self-guided and self-determined. And humanity is seen as a very promising race because of our spirituality. And no matter what they do to us, we cannot lose sight of that. And I'm shutting up now.
100%, 100%, Lorraine, and the emotion in your voice was clear, and the sincerity of it was clear, and this is why I've been speaking about it today in this space. We have to work on our human consciousness technology. We need to work
Absolutely.
on our humanity. This is
Yes.
the only way we get out of this thing, because it's the only way we will direct ourselves in this new technological, world that we're entering into, that is fraught with so many possible negative side. If we don't have that capability, that empathetic basis, which is humanity is a social construct. Let's be clear about that.
Yes.
Family structures are social constructs, as are communities, as our towns, as our cities, and this is what the founders wanted to focus our structural approach around. Decentralized structures. But anyway, the point is, you're absolutely right in what you're saying, and we've got to start. And this is not out there stuff. This is in here, inside, on this
The
earth stuff.
human heart and spirit. That
Yes,
is
ma'am.
where our power lies. And that's what
Yes,
doing the
ma'am.
steps to knowledge does. It
Yes,
takes
ma'am.
you directly to that source and it makes you a more compassionate, loving human being that wants to be of service. Like, I'm not sure who said it before, but again, these beings encourage selfishness, and that it's about serving the world and each of us doing our little bit to contribute to that. Everybody's got a gift inside them.
Let, let me
Everybody.
let me throw a philosophical truth at you real quickly, Lorraine. When you go, ultimately it's about service to self or service to community others. If you serve the community in your fundamental intentions, inevitably your interests are, at least in some residual aspect and reflective aspect actually as well, served.
Oh,
Reverse, that's not true. If you're just serving yourself there, and the thing is, this whole, I get the concern about, any sorts of iconic memes of things, and the point is, we're supposedly entering into, and I'm an Aquarian, so we're entering
me
into,
too.
yeah, we're entering into a divine feminine yuga, and this is a good thing, because our social construct is a communal one, and that doesn't mean that the divine masculine. And I like strong people. I like people that get things done. You can be strong and purposeful and serve that individualistic aspect, the male aspect, but you've also got to make sure that the community, which is the predominant and from whence all comes, even though the individual is part that makes it all up. I mean, you could go on philosophically on this for hours, but the point is, we have got to find our communal connections, our human connections again, and it starts with your friends and your family. And this issue, in my opinion, is critical, because this is going to be so fraught for so many people that are uninitiated. We have some understanding about this issue because we're all geeks about it, and we're in these spaces, we talk about it, and we have some idea of what we're looking at, what's maybe going to come, and at least we're somewhat aware.
And
The
we have
pub,
community.
but the public is going to need us, is my point.
Exactly.
They're going to
That
need us to help guide and just basically help having a public conversation about this, so the quote unquote ontological shock is ameliorated in some aspect. And this is why it's important that we're doing what we're doing.
exactly. And just one final thing is, from my understanding from greater community spirituality, which is all inclusive of the universe, is that with us being of service, that to others, right? That is how the divine gets into the world. that we, a being of
It's,
service, the divine knows what to do. Our personal minds don't know it, but the divine knows what to do. It knows where to go. It knows where we need to be. It knows who we need to find. And this is what, my spirituality is all about, is, bringing that into the world, and then that will connect with the connection of the other person who is connected. We call it knowledge. It would be called the Holy Spirit in Christianity.
right. It's
But
just coming back to that frequency matching communion. It's we know where that divine is, and the divine knows where we are. We just have to
exactly,
we have to be part of it and embrace it,
and connected to it.
and that's a choice. You have to
Oh yeah,
acknowledge.
it's our free will whether we do it or not. But I used to be a very angry, self-centered cow. And my life now is rich in relationships and love and just wanting to make everybody's day a little bit better. Despite the way I talk online, I can be a bit sharp sometimes, but it's for me, it's about spreading that goodness. And the freaking aliens can't touch it. They cannot touch the human heart and spirit, and that's what I don't want to see die off, which is what they will try and do. Thank you so much.
That is the battle at hand, and I appreciate that, Lorraine. It is a spiritual battle. Tiff has had her hand up forever. Thank you for co-hosting, Tiff. Great to see you. Oh, good. Fringe is still here too. What you got, girl? Take over. Take the
So,
train.
what I'm hearing, hold on, give me 1 second. My son says no. Okay, maybe he'll let me. So, yeah, what I'm hearing is a way to protect yourself in these situations is to strengthen your connection to source itself. And like we might be in a battle for our souls. And I feel like that is kind of like no no for all of time. It's like we're being challenged right now to make a decision, and the only way to defend yourself against these things is to know God, have a relationship with your soul, and be like uncorruptible. And I feel like the phenomena is always that though. Like since the dawn of time, it's been a battle for our souls, and it manifests in ways to challenge you to either find God or be consumed by darkness. And I feel like it might change though with the times. And so maybe it looks something different, like all the time, depending on when the battle is taking place. But I feel like we might be in that battle for our souls. So you either are um know that you're God and see God in everybody else, or you become corruptible.
How are you today, Tiff? Great to see you. I like that comment.
I'm
Did,
awesome, just doing my mom stuff. So it's like I'm busy a little bit, out of breath because my son is a
did
toddler now. But good.
Did you take the same position that others did and not tune in last night to Chris's talk with Mello? Tiff, did you hear that?
I did. Just give me a moment. You can go ahead and go to somebody else. But I did like Chris's share.
Well, I found this conversation fascinating on a bunch of different fronts personally. Again, I love Chris Bledsoe to death. I love Fringe to death. I think they're both speaking from a place of sincerity and truth. And what the hell? How do you square that circle? How do you get that? It's baffling, and this is the problem of this whole matter. I'm not a Linda Moulton Howe hater, but every time I quote her on something or would reference her, people jump on me. But she says it's a house of mirrors with a quicksand floor, and I think that's pretty accurate. I mean, we do not have any certainty on the phenomenon. We know it's multifaceted and nuttier than you can imagine. But what we do know is the government screwing us, lying to us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, anybody else jump in that wants to jump in?
Sure. I wanted to add something to what Larry said. Can Larry, can you imagine the amount of mind games that are being played right now in Congress, both visible and invisible through people and directly? I
Very,
can only imagine what they must be thinking when they reach that evidence, that data in their hands, and now they realize, oh, they do really have a problem. It's not just hearsay and someone making up stories. And can you imagine what will happen to the conversation when the public actually gets to see raw data, hard data that actually points to there being a problem? It'll be interesting.
yeah, it's interestingly, Reed Reed said, they are actually, they've started talking to people in Washington. I don't know who, I don't know, what levels, I don't know anything like that. But Reed made the comment that one of the biggest concerns in Washington right now, and he said this publicly, so I can share it, is that NHI, because they're not happy about disclosure, are really like moving up their plans for disclosure, like a shock, like maybe in like 3 years, just turning up in mass for people that aren't ready for it. So I think that, I know dealing with this subject is it's a paradigm shift. And, I've been with it for decades to get to the point where I am now. So I can only imagine what's happening with people in Congress. And then we go back to old understandings of, this is why in America there's a lot of talk of demons and that sort of thing. It's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, I think that's why it's getting shut down, especially people like Rand Paul and Mike Turner. They've also said, and I think Lou Elizondo might have mentioned this too, is that the government, in a sense, has lost control of the topic because it's gone into the hands of the private contractors who have the technology, and they aren't beholden to any government entities. And see, to me, NHI has been behind all of this.
Ding, 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 ding.
They're the ones that are, kept it secret from the beginning. We didn't have the CIA. We didn't have all these secret organizations until NHI turned up.
Well, if we assume it is a battle for the souls, well, we don't have to assume that at all. I'm just in my thought process for this space. Isn't part of the game not to tell us though that it's a battle for our souls? Isn't that like the design? If we're like history repeating itself over and over and over, and it looks different every yuga or whatever, isn't the rules of the game to not let us know that it's a literal game?
Well, that's the nasty operational reality that the government has to deal with because they don't have a handle on it. They've never had a handle on it.
Well, what if
And
telling us the rules of the game, though, ends the game, and that's why they can't?
I get it. I mean, I'm simply saying the government has been in a very difficult position, and you're absolutely right, Lorray. This now is completely, there's no holding the dam back now. It is coming. And they know that. And they've gamed it out, but they're going to continue to try to stonewall. And they're going to be able to use national security, sadly, as the closet that they can stuff things into and maybe try to save their ass to some degree, but still not. They're not going to. And the problem is they've got to claw it out of those private hands that they've given it over to. And it's been secreted and it's legaled up, trust me, in some way. It'll take a long, long time to get through that morass. And that's why I don't know what the immediate answer is because we're not going to get the truth anytime soon, I'm afraid. We're just not. We're not going to get the government to come clean.
Okay, my take there is, first of all, on the Battle of the Souls, I think that battle is far bigger than our NHI issue. Evil exists; it's just inevitable, and there are dark forces, and I don't mean just dark NHI forces. I mean real dark non-physical forces that literally work against the work of God in the world. And most of our physical universe pretty much succumbs to that side of life, where this is where humanity is seen as so promising. is because we have our spirituality hasn't left us. All right. So I think the battle of the soul is a is a existential, all encompassing kind of thing. But it also comes down to the individual and the choices that they make. Are they going to go with that side of them that wants to go back to the creator, or are they going to give in to that dark side? As far as the government, I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit. They are drip feeding us now, right? They are drip feeding. The Pentagon let Lou say what he said in his book, and I think it's a preparation, because they know they've been lying all these years, so they're in a quandary. Other thing that's interesting is Marshall's been speaking out about this since 2000. Once he got his head around what the Allies were saying and studied the subject, he knew he had to speak out. And it says in the Allies that the government has been aware of Marshall all along and let him speak unencumbered. So it's almost like they want anybody to do the disclosing except them. Do you see what I mean?
Of course, they want others to be the tip of the spear. Dawood, I see you down there. Hold on one second. I want to bring Fringe back into the conversation to pick up where Lorray and Tiff were just talking about, and then we'll get to you, Dawood. Have at it, Fringe.
Hey, thanks, Pix. It kind of goes to something Ganga just mentioned. So we're talking about Bledsoe this morning, and regardless of what we think about his beliefs are being spread far and wide. I think everybody probably heard him say he just spent 15 days on Capitol Hill, speaking with our lawmakers, among other people as well. And it's my understanding that people like Tim Burchett believe that the government is hiding angels from us. And so a lot of lawmakers are potentially believing that these creatures are angels. They are listening to Bledsoe. There's going to be a movie coming out. You did hear him say that most people, or many or most people who read his book are then visited by the orbs. And I can only imagine what's going to happen in the movie, but I think we cannot overlook the influence that he's possibly having on our very own lawmakers, now believing that these are angels being hidden by the government.
Dawood, how are you, sir? What do you have to offer for us today?
I'm doing excuse me, I'm doing good, man. Just kind of listening in, see what this space is talking about, what you guys have to offer. Just kind of listening. I don't really have much.
All right, man. No worries. Glad to have you.
Yes,
Hope you're
sir.
having a good day.
Yes, sir.
So I see a lot of hands up. We've got Ganga, Just, Diogene, Joseph. So I'm not sure who was first.
I'll let Gango go for my turn.
I'll be super quick. What Fringe just said right now, I would request the audience that's listening right now, when they see the next space where a person claims to have NHI connections or is trying to spread NHI messaging, I would suggest that everyone, when you feel something weird happening in your body or symptoms that are strange or something while you're listening, I would suggest that you write it down in the pill box on the bottom and just write it out. Why? Because I don't think people realize, but these entities are very psychic, and through their, not through someone like Bledsoe, but some entities can literally see what Bledsoe sees, and they can focus in on different individuals in spaces and scan them, checking to see if they're really worth messing around with. Do they have any characteristics that they're interested in? Will they be assigning them to a different project or something like that? And later on, those people get visits in person, or they get orbs, or they get other supernatural phenomenon. I would suggest that you write it down in the messaging right beneath this space whenever you feel it or encounter it or you suspect something's happening, just to discourage them from doing that. Because they only have two options at that point once they're exposed. Either they dial it down to zero, or they drop the pretense that they're not scanning people, and they'll amp it up to 100. So just do that if you want to, okay?
Thanks for that.
So the implants could be like angel technology, so they can monitor certain people and like their experiences.
Well, supposedly the government has technology that can identify frequencies, and this is one way they're able to identify off-world beings. So more than likely, when you talk about all that surveillance systems with Tic Tacs or whatever, the orbs or whatever, they could come in and they could be doing a surveillance operation of very similar fashion, and it's all on the table, every bit of it.
Hey, Ganga, could I ask you about the psychic phenomenon, the psychic aspect of the phenomenon? So you mentioned about NHI's capability of scanning certain people. Is this because they are in a certain space? Like, how do these networks, or is it a network? Because a lot of people get this through just reading a book, right? Is it like they are plugged into a psychic network, or is there just a broad scale monitoring and it's just picking up things? And also, if you have any idea of the capabilities in matching this technology with the dark military, and if there's any differences in capabilities.
I can't answer the question when it comes to my labs or dark military or something like that, but I can answer for the NHI portion. In a very simplistic sense, the thing that people don't understand is that their bodies are generating one set of consciousness, and their non-physical side is generating another aspect of themselves, another consciousness. And when you hear remote viewers and other psychics who are high functioning psychics, you'll notice that they'll always constantly say, oh, it's almost like I have a second mind, and this mind is constantly signaling to me what's true and what's false. Or they receive information from the second part, and it percolates into their natural, carnal mind, their consciousness. Um, they still don't understand how that works, and I do. But basically, it's that you have two different attention spans. And when you pay attention to something without noticing it, you think you're focusing your eyes on it, okay? Like a book, let's say a Bledsoe book. But what you don't realize is that your second aspect, the invisible portions of you, are trying to target whatever you're looking at if you try to activate your abilities and read at the same time. So when you read about an encounter without noticing and without intending to, because you don't have training, your mind is reaching out to whatever is presented in front of you. That concept, it's almost like remote viewing on an unconscious level. And when you make that connection, the entity can sense it and they scan back. And once they entangle you sufficiently, they can start to access your mindset, your body, your systems, everything. And they can access you and start to communicate. So when you listen to someone like Bledsoe in a spaces, whether you realize it or not, there are entities who are watching everybody in the audience. And some of them are inaccessible, probably the majority of them. But there are people in the audience who can be accessed. And that's like an entryway, that's sort of like the hitchhiker effect, but not for the paranormal, but it would be like for the NHI version, okay? All that activity, that psychic network, that bond that starts to form, also causes people to become more psychic on the other end. And when they become psychic, guess what happens? The hitchhiker effect on the paranormal side starts to kick off. They start to experience encounters with the paranormal entities, ghosts, spirits, and stuff like that because they don't realize it, but something remotely has turned them on. And typically, in a normal standard abduction scenario or encounter scenario, NHI, when they approach you, they will turn you on if they're the psychic type. They will turn you on momentarily, manipulate you, and then when they're done, they're supposed to shut you down. In some cases, some people don't shut down correctly, and then they remain active for a while until they run out of energy. And it's those people who report back, oh, on top of my NHI encounter and experiences, I suddenly started experiencing stuff in my apartment. paranormal entities walking around, or I suddenly became aware that there was a presence or something inside the room with me. And I don't know why, but I never had that before, and now I do. Do you more or less understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand. And it's my understanding that they are extremely psychic, but this psychic ability is amplified through technology. And so it's a hybrid of technology and natural psychic ability. Or are there entities plugging into these networks, say on spaces, just purely psychically?
Rather than call them networks, you should just call them what they really are. It's just a bunch of nodes in a system they're entangled with each other, so they can access each other's data. They can access each other's consciousness, the field information. And that also gives them access to the paranormal abilities that they have, the psychic functions. That also gives them the ability to affect reality itself, because remember, your body is just a little piece of meat that has an entanglement structure inside of it. But when you affect the reality itself, it's also prone to be affected. It's just a lot harder to do so.
I see. And so when they're turning on people, I have two thoughts. So if they're turning on people, are they doing anything with the genome? Are they, or the DNA, switching on and off parts of ourselves remotely through their technology?
The real question you'd ask is not, are they switching DNA and stuff like that? It's the field of information in its natural state usually won't modulate that way. But once you start to control it in an artificial sense, you can start to do different things with people's bodies, like stimulate them or control their anatomy or scan through their properties to gauge what their composition is, and onwards and onwards and
Ganga,
onwards.
would you agree that it's kind of like pinging a system? I mean, I think this is so much has to do with frequency and what that can engender within the matrix of our bodies that we don't understand. But I mean, a frequency could go out, and that could cause some sort of a chain reaction sort of possibilities within the system, and then maybe that could then be acted upon further, whatever. I don't think you have to change the DNA. You just got to excite our system in the way that they would then be able to recognize it and then access it through some frequency matching something. Does that make sense?
Sort of, but you're using more like NHI derived information, which is sort of designed to lead people off the correct path. I don't see it that way, because I already know more or less what's being presented. So I know that the NHI put it in frequency terms and stuff like that. But I think that's obfuscation. They're trying to make it complicated and eerily sounding, so it doesn't sound technical and very logical. What I would point out is that if you think I'm not being 100% honest, if you invite me to a space where you have a very high functioning psychic, what I can do is I can go ahead and ask them very targeted questions that I know they will probably know, and that'll cause the connection they have to the network to trigger, and the entity on the other end will probably start to try to dissuade them from answering certain questions and cause physiological effects on that person. And if you want to, I can probably torment that person pretty hard through that connection. It'll be fun.
We wouldn't want to torment anybody, but that is an interesting proposition for, just a public display event of some sort. I'd love to see that, Ganga. That's interesting.
When you are talking about the extra energy layer outside of the physical body, everybody here is familiar with astral projection and people getting astral abducted as well. So there's an astral body, and then there's the etheric body, which is tied to the physical body. And so those are three separate systems. Which one do they primarily target, and which one is primarily used in the psychic abilities?
It depends because different people use the system differently. Some people refer to the etheric as the information field, and they call astral the supernatural. So it depends on how you exactly use those words. If I use the Tom Montauk version, where I just described it right now, where etheric means information field. What was your question again?
Oh, how we are interacted with psychically, manipulated psychically, and how our information is ascertained is which field, which, you know, which of those other two, other than the physical, are primarily being interacted with.
There's multitudes of ways of doing it, but the majority of it is etheric.
Oh, really? That's surprising to me. Thank you. Fringe, did you still want to ask Ganga a question here?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to just point out something else along these same lines. Number one, I think people very much underestimate that a lot of this information that we get from psychics and remote viewing, et cetera, is actually coming from entities. I know that is not a popular opinion, but I think Ganga would probably support me in that. But number two, I want to point out that these entities, because we're talking about Bledsoe and the spaces and entanglement, they can also look out of our eyes. So if we take Bledsoe at his word that all of these female entities are the same thing, I have actually downloaded the lady right into my body and I've had her looking out my eyes. The last time she was looking out of my eyes was very interesting because I was getting ready to go into my deliverance session. And she was not only looking out of my eyes, but my body actually reacted to her not being happy that I was there. And then during the deliverance session, she was looking out of my eyes and actually communicating with the pastor. So this is another way that they can see the information that we're looking at and gather information while we're interacting right here in this space. These entities can look out of our eyes and look at the people in the room and scan the people in the room.
If you could briefly, Fringe, describe what you're saying as far as deliverance for the general audience that's listening.
So I went to a team, a pastoral team, and I spent 5 days, and it's an entire story in and of itself, with some fascinating synchronicities and such. But I spent 5 days with a team during exorcism to make a short story out of it.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that anything else you wanted to add as far as that general train of thought that you were on?
No, that was it.
Yes, I want to add one thing to back up Fringe on that. A long time ago in 2007, and Tom Montauk knows that story because he was there. I think in 2009 or 2008. Point being, in that, I used to write elsewhere in a different forum, information that is pretty much coming out right now in different forms from different insiders. Well, the point was is that back then I didn't realize that when I would focus in on people on the screen, on a computer screen, I didn't fully realize that I was affecting them to such an extent that I would form bonds with them. Um, and the point being is that someone noticed the IC was all over that forum. There were IP addresses because I was friends with the administrators. They showed me the IP logs and it showed connections from every single kind of intelligence, military, and defense things that you can imagine. I'm probably sure it's probably because the data was coming out from an unsanctioned source. So they must have been interested in who am I and what am I doing. But anyway, point being is when that happened, a lot of people noticed and started reporting that in their messages, they would say that they felt something abnormal happening to them while they were reading my text. They felt the connections, and sometimes they would actually have NHI visiting them. And they never had any experiences, or they had limited experiences, and it went up to like 120. So the point is another researcher towards the end of my stay on that forum, a researcher reached out to me and told me, you know what, we noticed that you keep forming these invisible bonds or network connections to other people. And the community seems to overall becoming very infested or paranormally connected somehow. And so we conducted a test. We printed out 300 pages of your text, and we had a person in a laboratory read your text. They had never been introduced to it and had never seen it. And by page 10, we noticed some phenomenon. They had cameras trained on them of infrared, thermal, and I don't remember what else, and a video camera, I think. And the person, after page 10, when they were reading through it, they suddenly started to look around the room with an abnormal gaze, as if they were scanning the room to see where this was and what was happening. And they said that this entity seemed to be looking through their eyes, scanning the area, trying to figure out and ascertain what's happening. Why is this material being, read at this juncture of this person? And then they deleted their account and they never said anything else.
That's crazy. Well,
That's wild as hell, no doubt. That is
My
just.
hand's up, Hicks.
Say again.
My hand's up. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, go have at it, and then UFO intros and Diogene if you're still around, Tiff, whoever. Have
I'm
at it.
here for like for
So, first of
more than
all, I
half
wanted to ask
hour, and I
Lorraine,
see
who was it that
everybody
I
speaking
missed
before
it?
me, and it's
Who was
very
it that
angry.
told her about
Hey,
Congress?
just
Yeah.
let Diogene go if you could.
Oh,
He
I thought
has
you
been
said to
hanging.
go. Sorry.
Yeah, I did, but then Diogene was saying he'd been waiting a while. Have
I
at it,
didn't hear
Diogene.
Diogenes.
Oh,
Yep.
thank you. It's a very strange feeling. I hope Elon Musk put numbers on ends because, like, half hour, I'm seeing everybody speaking before me, and I was raising my hand like very long time, like plus minus. Then he left. So I'm sorry for that, but I really wish to you pay attention to the order of the end. I'm sorry because I love Just, and I will very be honored to let her speak, but I she left. So, I feel bad now, and I'm not even beginning to speak about what I want to
She's
speak.
coming back. Don't worry. Have at it.
Okay.
What you got for us today, brother?
Okay. So I'm going to speak about disclosure, public sphere, and the UFO bubble. Grush was a great man. He is a great man because he's the only one in the world that the public people speak about. I remember John Lennon, Muhammad Ali, various artists of by the past trying to speak in the public sphere about UFO, but everybody was laughing. In France, we got a guy, Jean-Pierre Petit, who was very, very man. He found the MHD, Magneto Hydrodynamic, and now it's only the Russian who use it. And he spoke about UFO in France, and he get fired. He was a very it's so I'm really pissed off about that. So I'm going to speak now about the UFO bubble because what we need is a plan to go into that public sphere because we're still discussing into our bubble and nothing comes out of that. And I'm very pissed off also about that because guys like John Radcliffe, a Freemason, the IC director, former IC director of Trump, was telling, "Oh yeah, they are everywhere, and people are we're freaking out if we tell how many UFO we are detecting every day." And also, but along this, we have put off in 2005 at the Arlington Institute with Jack Vallée. They have been studied the disclosure effect. They made a very big study with 64 area and 8 subcommittee, and they was trying to know what is the impact of disclosure. And they say no, it's impossible. At first, they was oh yeah, we want disclosure, and in the end, they went no, it's impossible because it's becoming uncontrollable because it's touching so many area, and there is no way to handle all this area, all this changing all in the same time. So at the end of the studies, they say no, no disclosure. And Bigelow made the same study, and the conclusion was the same: no disclosure. So man, it's for me, uh, they want to make like this very slow, but so slow that it's gonna be, oh yeah, there is maybe life on another planet, but that's all.
Okay,
There is no
Diogen, what are we
yeah,
supposed to do? Okay, I get we everybody's frustrated. What is your
yeah,
suggestion on what we should do?
exactly. That's my question. What is the plan to go into the public sphere to find uh, 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 like to elect from the UFO bubble some of us to go into that public sphere, maybe to found them, maybe to support them. But there is some people on our community. We must take them and put them like Grush. I don't know. I don't know what we have to do, but
Here's
some
a
sort of
suggestion for whatever it's worth. You've got a law degree, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So, what you see Daniel Sheehan working on, he's come to the same conclusion, and you've heard me talk about it. At the end of the day, we've got to put new butts in the political seats if we're going to get any change, because we've got to have our government have the balls to push the issue. So that's going to take time and a concentrated effort. My point is this: why don't you do something similar to what Sheehan is doing in France and push the issue there? I think that's an area of influence that you might be able to be very successful in pushing forward. Now, and I think they would be more than happy to help you and partner with you if you had your shit together and they really liked your plan. Suggestion for whatever it's worth.
yes, yes. Uh, Man, my name is like they already think I'm crazy. So it's the same like Jean Pierre Petit. If they found any stuff to put me in a bad way, they will. So I cannot
Hey,
go alone.
Dio, you can't worry about that. You need to ask the question. If it happens, it happens. I think you're maybe worrying too much about skeletons in your closet. The point being is you have a lot of cover just because of this issue itself. Put it on the board yourself, reach out to them, see what happens, be the face that's pushing this issue from the standpoint of getting the public energized and the political realm in France. Make the change. Hey, France has a big voice in all this. You help push them forward. You know, the French have they've been involved from day one.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm the man. I wish I can. So,
Well,
but
none of us are going to get anywhere just bitching. You're correct. We need to figure out a game plan of what to do. I don't think that spinning our wheels talking about understanding the phenomenon and listening to experiencers is everything. There needs to be a separate arena to make sure that those people are heard, understood, given whatever help they need to make sure that they're handling it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But on the other side, we have to figure out a way to move the needle politically and substantively in that public sphere that you're talking about.
yeah,
And
okay.
we're going to
Listen,
have to do it. It's up to
the
us.
last the last time I made something with some French ufologists, we've managed to ask a question to the government on TV about UFO. So they take the question, they read it, and they just laugh and say, ha ha ha, ho ho ho, next question. Okay, so let's go to teachers. There was UFO intro and then Paula. Thank you.
I mostly just wanted to come up and say hello to Ganga and thank Elections for the awesome space. Really interesting, different perspectives that I'm not used to hearing. And yeah, I wanted to know what Fringe's thoughts were on disclosure, if that's something she's even interested in happening.
Yeah, but G just was you before you.
Oh, I'm sorry, JJS.
It's okay, Kimbo. If you want to go, go ahead.
I just did. That was it.
I'll just
Just,
answer.
just
Ada.
then polar and then fringe, unless you need to add something to what was said of a question.
No, I'm just answering Kimball very quickly. I don't focus a lot on disclosure because I think it's out of our hands.
That's some disclosure right there. And I agree to a very large degree. We're not driving the ship. Come, come on, J. Jess. We want
Oh,
to
I
hear
thought
your
my mic was
question.
on. I was talking. Anyways, Lorraine mentioned something about Congress and someone knowing something that Congress knows. I just wanted to know who that was. And another thing I want to do is push back. I love Fringe. She adds, a lot of, she contributes a lot of information. But regarding remote viewing, I really highly doubt that we see information via remote viewing through entities. I think human beings are powerful beings. We have, our own powers and our own abilities. So, like, unless someone's controlling you completely, who knows? Maybe we're some hooked up to some ET computer. I don't know. But other than that, I think humans have this ability. Even animals have this ability, sensing, extrasensory ability. It's part of survival. So I just wanted to say that regarding remote viewing because I have done it myself. So I have a little bit of background in it.
Well, I'll push back so Fringe doesn't have to. I mean, we all have different abilities. You may have been able to hone one that you have some ability for, but that doesn't mean that other entities or systems of connection can't be out there. The idea that somehow there is an ability to remote view through third party sensory data that they're tapped into, and so including
Well, yeah,
human beings, that's
you
possible. Maybe,
you
who
can
knows?
you can get ideas from the person at the remote viewing scene. Let's say there's a life form there. You can, delve into its mind, um, and get data that way. But I
Right.
don't think
what
I
I'm
don't
what I'm
believe we're
saying
being
is there's a bunch
controlled.
of ranges of these abilities, and you've been able to tap into one, and you're making a blanket assessment that applies to all related capabilities, and you can't make that claim. And
No,
there's
I'm just saying remote viewing,
I
however.
understand. I understand that. I'm saying remote view. You're seeing one piece of remote viewing itself through your lens. There may be people that do it differently, see in different aspects, and that's just remote viewing capability. So I'm just saying you can't use your personal experience to
Fine, but
make.
I just wanted to point out my own personal
I
experience.
know.
That's
I
all.
know that. I know that. Just take an issue with your construct. That's all. No big deal. Polar, I think you're up.
Thank you, Election. Um, so I want to speak to the headline of the space: controlled versus catastrophic disclosure. And in that sentiment,
Thank you. Finally, somebody's paying attention. I'm kidding. Keep going. Yeah.
yeah, in that sentiment, I want to raise the subject around ontological shock. And an ontological shock is a term that everybody that delves into this subject should read up on. It's a recommendation, very heartfelt recommendation. And speaking from experience, um, my ontological shock I got when I was 13 and realized that the world was not like I perceived it. And there were a lot of other things around me that I either couldn't control or I didn't comprehend, and were very, very much having, you know, a sensation and a experience of. I spiraled very, very deep into that ontological shock. And to put it in perspective, without having the professional or you know where, in such a situation, who is professional, but at least not having the structure around me or the network to go through things like that, I spent almost 30 5 years in a rabbit hole that went up and down, left and right, and all over the fucking place before I could land somewhat on my feet and have an understanding of my reality as it presents itself here and now. And this is a very, very, very serious topic, because if you're going to spring, regardless if you're an NHI or you're a human or you're whatever, it's going to spring a new reality on a large population of people, you have to take this part into consideration, regardless whether you like it or not. So I just want to put that out there and have people saying their piece about it. So yeah, thank you.
Here's my initial reaction. I do think that there will be significant fallout from all of this from a quote unquote ontological philosophical point of view, because people's worldviews and many of those people's worldviews have their alpha identity as being religious in some aspect, or at least a huge preponderance of the general global population. So that's going to be a challenge. But my biggest concern is not ontological shock, but systemic failure from shock. Because once you have systems that start backing up because everything is being brought into question and everybody's going, we don't trust any of this shit, and maybe something of catastrophic, event physically, nothing having to do with NHI or NHI itself. Anyway, my point is I'm worried about humanity grinding to a halt. That's my main concern. And I feel like I'm rugging a little bit, so I'm probably going to reboot, because I do have co-host Tift. And Fringe, I sent you one. So anyway, that's my quick response. Let me reboot.
I'll jump in on that. It's really kind of framed, this whole disclosure from the government or the NHI presence itself revealing itself through the lens of ontological shock, is the term. And the view is that this is proceeding based on the assumption that that is what is being mitigated. But it's also possible that it's not the main variable. And so the thing is you have a dark military and an NHI, and they both have electrogravitic craft. And that means that they have infinite energy. And so society could just crumble into the Stone Age, and both of those factions would be totally fine. It wouldn't really affect them at all. And so it could be that they are trying to mitigate ontological shock and preserve society. But I believe that even if they did show up, that shock would happen. There would be great change, and it would be damaging, a lot of it. But we've survived a lot of crisis, and humanity can survive a lot. I think things would keep eventually, after some damage has been done, it would keep going along. But I think there's a possibility that there is something else in play, something that has to do with our awareness, possibly our reality creation, or that's not even on their radar at all, and they have totally other motivations.
There are infinite possibilities within this matrix of whatever might be coming. I don't take the position that we're going to just inevitably be able to climb our way out of a serious conflict, crash, reset of a global nature until we figured out the new systems that we should replace chaos with, because that's what mankind has been doing, is trying to get out of the chaos of nature or the structured confines of nature and build a system that is sustainable. But you're not going to do it unless you change the fundamental fabric of how we look at education, religion, government. It all needs to be rethought because we're all operating under the same essential hierarchical Babylonian uh, system of control that's been out there since time immemorial. So I just I worry that we're going to hit a wall and there's going to be so many people that perish that it won't be humanity. I mean, it's particularly we got nukes, folks. Let's not forget about that. You never know what will happen on that front. So unless somebody can really mitigate that, and maybe ET can, that's not a happy situation. Everybody that says tear it all down, I get the frustration and the desire for that. But if we haven't thought about what the hell we're going to build next and really agree on it and know we've got some roadmap, I think the fallout and the recovery from a serious, all dominoes back up failure of systems globally, et cetera, uh, you know, it could be awful. It could be truly, truly, truly. I mean, mankind's been almost wiped out once, maybe twice in the history. And they say we're down to like 2,000 breeding pairs at some point in the past because of a catastrophic event, a natural catastrophe. But whatever, I'm rambling. I got two people to bring up. Love you. Y'all keep going.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about the psychic nature of the NHI and their capabilities. And what they're doing is they're using it to monitor us, find out what we are doing and what we know. And why would they be concerned? Well, because they can just do whatever they want. Why would that be concerning to them? I think just raise the possibility that our consciousness is really playing a role. A lot of people believe that they might be, the resource might be us, our souls or spirit or some energy, and at least for the negative ones, right? And so I think we have a creation ability that they are trying to manage, possibly something for you to consider.
I think that we have a piece of God within us. We're very creative monkeys, very adaptable. We do have some spark of empathetic string in our DNA. This is a good thing. So yeah, I think we are seen as being special, but we're also seen as maybe some other ways. I don't think we're seen as being responsible right now. I think there's a lot of anecdotal response or information that's out there that says ET's thinking we're screwing things up, and objectively, we probably are. So we can believe that we're capable of a lot of things. Well, let's see if we can get through whatever we're facing in the here and now, right now, and let's see if we can do that in America, for that matter. I think I'm a conservative, but I'll be goddamn if I'm not tickled to death that it looks like Kamala Harris is going to get elected and not Donald Trump, who's a criminal.
Joseph, your mic is on.
I can hear
him. Whatever. Anyway, I think we're in for some tough times, and if we can't figure out a way to come together, we're not going to be able to solve any of this shit.
Yeah, we definitely have to come together. And in that vein, UFO Spidey, I saw you put a little thumbs down to my comment. I'd be interested in what your view of it is, the phenomenon, its purpose, if you believe it's coming here to save us, or whatever thoughts you have.
Are you asking
Sometimes
me or somebody else?
Could you mute your mic, Joseph?
So Joseph often, pretty much always, the listeners, there's a delay, so he wasn't necessarily down thumbing you. Just so you know, there's a 10-second delay around that.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I didn't really take offense. If you disagree with my opinion, that's fine. But it seems to be gone. So there it is.
We all hate what you think, Joseph, you rat bastard.
Welcome, Jiggy.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I just thought I'd come up with a couple thoughts on the topic. Control disclosure. Yeah, we had the recent failure. I'm starting to think there's a possibility that could be a good thing. I posted the other day, Nancy Mace might be our last hope on that front. Like a lot of you, I don't really put a lot of faith in control disclosure, but it's one of the fronts of the war, you could say. And there is a shot, like Stephen Bassett has said, I think Sheehan as well. If Nancy Mace is able to bring up a bunch of witnesses that are compelling, maybe firsthand even, then could that put enough pressure on the executive to formally disclose? That could end up being a good thing because it'll be during the lame duck administration. So that's interesting. On the catastrophic side, if you guys have been following the game tech politics side of it, he's been predicting next month mass sightings. You have some chatter about that kind of all over, and some people would probably say there's already been an uptick. And then Bledsoe, last night his kind of take is we're going to have more escalation towards World War III, and NHI will intervene. But I'm worried that if you don't get the control disclosure, and all of a sudden there's mass sightings everywhere because there is some sort of intervention, then that's going to make it very easy for these threat narrative people to pop out and say, it's all a threat, shoot them down even more. So I don't know. That's definitely a risk that's out there. So I guess you could say best case would be some sort of controlled movement in November, followed by some intervention or at least some more sightings. So that's kind of my take on that. I just wanted to chime in on that. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jigs. Quick question. So let's assume that, I think most people, I think disclosure's already happened personally, but let's assume that formal thing that Bassett and others, the president gets up and says, yes, we're not alone. He also says, he or she, in this instance, I hope, yes, but we also have not known what to do about this issue, and we have been untruthful. We acknowledge that. It was for national security reasons, and we still got to figure that out because we really can't tell you much more than the fact that, yes, we're not alone and we've lied to you. That could happen, and then I don't see how we untie the Gordian knot that's been tied about what the real secrets are and the real screwing that we know has happened, because I just don't think the government's going to come clean. So my point is, if that were to happen, Jig, are we going to get anything more than that, gauzy, pat on the head that we're not alone, which we already know?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's exactly what Chris Bledsoe said last night. He said government will never admit to it because it would require unraveling 80 years of cover up. They're just absolutely not going to do it. The other thing I think about that's out there that's on the table is the ARV thing. I personally kind of think that you have Mark McCandlish and the Flux Liner in the 80s, and that these breakthroughs in the 50s happened, and that there has been progress, and that I kind of see James Fox's The Program.
Well, let's grant that. Let's grant that point. Let's assume that they say yes, and we do have craft, and we still haven't been able to do much to figure it out, and we've given a certain percentage of it to private concerns, and we're trying to figure out how to responsibly deal with that. And the clawback issue comes in. Side note, blah blah blah. I'm just saying it is a very difficult, fraught situation that I think is going to remain in that reality. I just don't see the government belling up to the bar and really, really doing the right thing here, because I don't think that the powers that be want that to happen.
Well, what I was saying was that they're going to roll out the program, which is the fake program, right? It is the, oh yeah, we're having a hard time. We haven't really made much progress. We've got these scientists on there. We need to open this thing up and get some more eyeballs on it. But in reality, the flux liner is real. The tic tac is man-made, so on and so forth. And that's kind of like what Brian Johnson had said back in the day, that it's kind of a rollout of this tech.
What if we've
But
been traveling among the universe for the last 30, 40 years? And I think that's a real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe the McCandless story, how the gentleman that went to the air show, and then McCandless wasn't there, but this was his friend, and he told him all about it, and he said the craft, there were three of them, were all marked up and burned out, like they've been floating around the solar system or what have you. I don't know, pretty wild, pretty out there.
Right. And Ben Rich says we can take ET home, and the government, I mean, the public would not believe where we are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's been so much money that has been stolen. This is the crime that they're not going to admit. That's my point. This is a crime of such monumental proportion, and there have been people that have been killed, and there's been things that have been done that they will never, ever, ever, ever acknowledge.
So what is the end game? Like, why? Because it's kind of like the Manhattan Project, where that's what I was saying. This program that James Fox will reveal, let's say, is like the fake Manhattan Project covers to cover the fact that they were enriching uranium and building a bomb. It's like, oh no, we're just working on chemicals for the war effort. So it's kind of like this misdirection. So that's what I'm getting at. So why have what is the ARV? I guess it's just, you don't want China to find out about it. You don't want, right? You want to protect your advantage. That's probably the most logical.
But McCandless was just following his own innate brilliance, and he was lucky enough to have met the guy, and he got the information, and he was able to draw it. I mean, because that's what he does. But I think that there's so many situations that indicate that there's been something going on, a fundamental proportion relative to propulsion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did we crack gravity in 1954, as Greer and others have said? I mean, if that's the case, we're in 1920 or 2024. I mean, good gracious, that's 70 years.
Yeah, that's mind blowing. And some of Jesse Michaels' videos, if you guys haven't seen those, he goes into pretty good depth about that stuff, and it seems relatively legit.
That was a great piece he did. That Michaels piece was absolutely top. This is as good as anything that's been done in the last couple of years, as far as I'm concerned. Really,
all his stuff is top notch.
Yeah.
Pix, J Jess has had her hand up for a hot minute.
J Jess, what you got? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Kimball. Yeah, I put in the Nest or the Jumbotron. I don't know if you discussed it, but they're having Global Disclosure Day. And Carl Nell is part of it, and I think Daniel Sheehan, and I don't know who else, but you can look at it. It's October 20th, and it's going to be to the public. So that's very interesting.
Our friend John Strader in UFO Hotspot is going to have some involvement with broadcasting that, so check that out.
Oh, really? Okay. So, yeah. So Lorraine never answered my question. Is she
Could
there?
you tell me what the question was again?
Yeah, sorry about that. I missed the part you said. We're talking about Congress, about unfortunately, like in Congress they're talking about it, and he told me, but you didn't say who. I didn't hear who it was. Who knows what's going on in Congress?
Oh, well, Reed Summers has been meeting in Washington. He and Marshall both. So I don't know again who they're speaking to, but I do know that they've got the ears of people in Washington, which makes me very happy, very happy indeed. Just because I think they hold a good part of the key to what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
JJS, could you check your DMs real quick? And then I think Rebecca was next.
Yeah, Rebecca. How you doing, Rebecca? Welcome to the space.
Hi. Interesting topic. Um, I had I had a flash the other day after watching a episode of the Good Trouble Show and Matt Ford's commentary section after Graham Randall talked about stuff. And it was fire as usual. Um, I had if you listen to that or you go back and listen to it, think about that. What he's talking about, where the secrets are being kept under classification under the Atomic Energy Act, under the Department of Energy, and that's where they're hiding it. And the classification system, all the way up from the president into that stuff, he can't go in and just declassify it by himself, like anywhere else in the government. It has to go through a body of people that control that. And it dawned on me that probably inadvertently, I guess, maybe, that when they did the 1954 Atomic Energy Act, that they created a fifth branch of government that doesn't have any oversight from Congress or the executive branch. Think about it.
I think that's
Yeah.
tied in with the whole MJ12 control group and continuity of government. It's all within the same ambit of deep state players, so to speak. Great point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I think that's what Senator Inouye was talking about in his famous speech about transparency.
He sure was, and so was Ike, and so was Truman, so was JFK, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Great comment. What else you got for us? Glad to have you here.
Thank you. That's my main point for now. Thank you.
All things UFO. Mother Mary.
Oh, hey, did you call on all things?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So, listen, I apologize if I missed this. I just jumped in. But sometime this afternoon, I guess, an image was released of the object that was shot down over the Yukon. And I want to give a shout out to Jay Just and Ursula, who had a space recently where, and no matter how much credit you give it, whatever, but Dodie said that there were whistleblowers coming forward soon on the object shot down over Dead Horse. So I wondered, has anybody, I put it up in the nest, has anybody seen this image of the object shot down over the
I saw
Yukon?
it.
And what does everybody think about
I
that?
saw it. It looks like a capsule of some sort, like a white capsule.
Do you think it has any resemblance to the spy balloon?
A little
No.
bit. I think it does it. I mean, it's circular, I guess, but
I think it
not
looks like a
really.
Tic Tac and it's CGI. I don't know.
Well, John.
What? No, this was an image supposedly obtained of the object shot down over the Yukon. Like you can actually go to the source that obtained the image.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I saw it. It didn't look real to me, but maybe. Who knows? Maybe it was leaked by somebody. It looked kind of like a Tic Tac for sure.
John,
But it
did you
looks
hear me
human.
promoting your space, brother?
I'm working and getting ready to go to my treatment, so I did hear my voice or my name, so I did pop up to ask what were you saying? Were you promoting my birdie space?
No, I was just cussing your name in every blue way I could
We were
think of, just
gossiping
because
about
I
you,
you're
John.
such a
know.
bastard.
I know.
No, I was saying that you were going to be
Rat bastard.
host.
I like that you said rat bastard
Oh
earlier. I
yeah,
like that. That's an
yeah,
old
and
school
and I
term.
meant you when I said that. No, I was promoting the fact that you're doing this thing on Disclosure Day on the 20th with Sheehan et al. And
Oh,
you're going to be
you know
helping
what?
host
I'm
that.
very excited you mentioned that. Yeah, I am going to be the official ex representative live stream space for that event set up with Bertie Jaworski, who is today's space. She had Sheehan here last weekend, and they were working on it. And I've had some new paradigm representatives reach out to me, and we're going to work out some details this week. But the other cool thing that I'm hoping will happen is that, so I'll live stream the event here on X, but then when the live stream is finished, when they have the YouTube and the Zoom call, whatever, I will keep the space open as a place for the guests and people who were at the event who maybe only had a few minutes to talk, to come in and kind of break it down, and for all of us to sort of get together and just sort of discuss what we heard, what we saw. There's going to be amazing guests. They just dropped, I think today, that Carl Nell will also be speaking. There's rumors David Grush is going to come out of hiding and be part of it. There's so much happening, and there's so many voices being included, including the National Archives drop that is supposed to happen that day. So we'll probably get some information about that. And the fact that it's coming up just, about 2 weeks before the election, to really sort of push disclosure forward is, it's amazing. And I'm just happy to be part of it, and to bring it to you guys here, and hopefully bring in some great guests from the live stream event to come in and do a little deeper dive and discuss on X, because as far as I know, it's supposed to be around a 2-hour live stream. Maybe they're going to extend it. I'm not sure yet. But so, every guest will probably have, maybe a 5 to 7, 8 minute spot to just sort of make a statement. I don't think it's going to be an open discussion, but I'm still waiting to find out exactly kind of how everything's going.
Jono,
But
keep slinging it hot, brother. We appreciate it very, very much, and I'm looking forward to that very much as well. AJ, Nick.
thanks. This has been a great. Hold on. Hey, you're going to cut me off that quick?
No, go ahead. I mean,
I was just going to say, I've been really enjoying the space. I've been driving around all morning, listening to Ganga and Fringe, and talking about the Bledsoe space. And, I'm kind of in a middle position when it comes to Bledsoe. I am concerned by the sort of worshiping I see going on around his sort of persona. I saw it at Contact. I definitely heard it in the air last night. I got cut off by Sergeant Bob. I was trying to get a little. I was, asked him a lady question. Then I wanted to follow up with a question about, what is it that makes him believe these entities? Because for me, that is where it always comes down on for me, is that yes, you can have contact with a source, or a source of whether it's a species or entities or whatever we want to call them, so many different groups out there. And I just have trust issues, because I feel like whatever they're doing, they're not doing it in the open. They're doing it in a very secretive way. They are manipulating us in huge, huge ways. And so I just don't. I have real problems with anyone who comes with the mindset of, I know who they are. I know what they think and why they're here and what their mission is and whatever, because I don't know, and I don't think anyone does, and I don't believe them. And so for me, when he's sure that the lady that I saw is the exact same lady, well, I'm not sure. And I don't know how he could be so sure of something he doesn't know anything about. And when he comes from this mindset of, I now know everything, and I'm a Jesus-like figure, to me, that's a huge red flag. And I know he seems like a very humble and sweet man, and he's very popular in the community. And he is a real experiencer, I have no doubt. But I just feel like he has been captured by the dogma, captured by the religious aspect of it, and the uniqueness of feeling chosen. And I don't feel chosen. I feel more fucked with. And I know that a lot of people have similar feelings. And so, I just have a real issue with the sort of worship that I see people doing, and the fact that, they really would not allow any sort of dissenting voices to come up and question him in any kind of hard way. You know, they always have this mentality of we have to protect our guest from a single hard question. And I don't take that tack at all. I mean, I was going to bring the Omicron Commonwealth people up here. It got canceled. I'm going to bring them back. But I've made it very clear to them that, you know, you're going to get hard questions because you're making some big statements. And so if you're going to make those kind of big statements, you're going to get hard questions. And when you're deeply embedded in the intelligence community, like Bledsoe is now, to me, that's another massive red flag, waving, blinking, flashing. And if he can't see that, then I think he's just been snowed by whether it's this lady, whether it's them, whether his own belief systems. And I feel like, you know, people need to take his story and any stories with a grain of salt. So there's my feeling on that.
Thank you for
Thank you,
that, John. AJ, Nick, I think you're up next.
Thanks, Elections. It's been a while. Love and light, everybody. Arden, you look really interesting. I just gave you a follow. I do have an UFO interest. I'll check you out too. You know? So I did have a serious question since we're kind of on the UFO topic. I've been giving more and more credence to this whole concept based on some of the things that the friends that I met over the last few years. Random meeting a guy named Brad Olson, who he's a book author of the esoteric series, modern esoteric, future esoteric, and beyond esoteric. And he was telling me about UFOs. He was inviting me to an event called Disclosure Fest, which was supposed to happen at Castaic Lake in California, Southern California. Excuse me, just last month. And some wildfire, like Billy Carson was going to be there, and he was going to debut his Anunnaki film. I think Jason Shirka was going to be there as well, the guy who is interviewing some mysterious figure named Ray, who's claiming to travel through dimensions. And what happened was some, of course, mysterious wildfires from climate change happened right nearby Castaic. And so the government shut down the event and said, you can't have an event. The wildfires are too close. It could be dangerous. And I'm wondering if the wildfires might have been intentionally set, like via arson, to prevent the Disclosure Fest from happening. I know that's a bit conspiratorial, but I keep just looking into it. I'm like, wow, is the government really trying to hide something? I had a long-term renter at one of my rentals here in Utah. He used to work at Area 51. He's now like a Mormon missionary, older man, Mormon guy who runs a nonprofit. And he would invite me over. His wife was very nice. They'd invite me over for dinner. And after a few dinners, I thought we were buddy enough. I could ask him, like, hey, man, so what can you tell me about Area 51? And he got like a dark, serious look on his face. And he's like, I can't tell you anything. I am sworn to secrecy. And I'm like, geez. So I think there's really got to be something to it. So it's just a fascinating discussion. And I'm wondering if anyone could elaborate on this figure. Jason Shirka has really piqued my interest lately. And what do we know about him and him talking to this mysterious Ray character that is claiming to travel interdimensionally? Does anyone know about that?
I don't know anything about that, Nick, personally. Anybody else?
No dice here.
He's trending quite a bit on Instagram, so I'm wondering, I thought, was he doing like a really elaborate hoax just to get views and clicks and sell merchandise? But he seems to be sincere, so I'm just curious about that.
Thanks for that. Hey, all things, is that Matt? Is that Matthew? I didn't realize that you had an alt front on here.
Say that again. I'm having a hard time hearing you, Elections.
Is that you, Matthew? Who am I speaking to?
No, Matthew came on with us. I don't know who was just talking.
Pix was talking.
You sound like Matthew, all things. I was just trying to make sure that I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing.
Oh, well, I did want to respond to John, though. So I did some looking again at the image that was released. about the object shot down over the Yukon, and that was actually released via FOIA request from the Canadian version, the Canadian Department of Defense. And it may be grainy on purpose. I wouldn't doubt that. There's probably much higher resolution images and videos and such, but the percentage chance that that is CGI or a hoax or whatever, I think that we have to admit that goes way, way, way down to minuscule levels, considering it was obtained via FOIA request
Well,
from the
that's very
Canadian
new.
Department of
That's
Defense.
great information. I didn't know that. That's great information if that was actually released through the Canadian Defense Force as a FOIA. That would make it much more interesting. Absolutely.
Agreed.
There's two images roaming around the net. One looks like a Tic Tac, the other one looks like a round, kind of, I don't know what you call it, dial. So I'm wondering which image.
Which one are you talking about, all things? Is it the Tic Tac shaped craft?
All things, you there?
Sorry, I don't know about the Tic Tac. When I'm talking about the one that's kind of has a Millennium Falcon sort of shape to it. It is circular, but there's like a dark part in the
Yeah, I
middle.
just posted it up top.
Okay, yeah, I've not seen that one. I've only seen one that looks very much like a Tic Tac, and I thought for sure that was CGI. So maybe that
Can
is
somebody
the
post
fact.
that? The Tic Tac one. Can somebody post that? Because I have not seen that one. So, who knows? That could be a fake. I've only seen one that was said to come from the FOIA.
So it's up in the Jumbotron.
Fringe, I think you were next. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Kimball. I wanted to ask John while he's in the space. I know the Victoria space was rescheduled, and I was wondering if Victoria had made any comments or was aware of the Webb telescope stuff, which kind of is in alignment with the things that the Commonwealth has been predicting for quite some time now.
Yes, we did discuss that. That was part of the reason I wanted to try to get them in a space relatively quickly because it seemed like so many similar type stories to the things they've been saying started popping out from many different sources, including the Webb telescope. So that was definitely going to be one of the topics and focuses of the space. We haven't figured out an exact she said she would reach out to me when their Twitter was available again. She made it sound like whether it was a hack or they were shut down by Twitter, but everyone who works for them, their Twitter accounts were basically shut down and they could not access them at all. And that's why we couldn't do the space. And I even said, try to do a new email address, just start a new account. But because it was still tied to the same phone numbers or something, they couldn't do that. So I just figured, I'd wait for UFO Twitter Week to die down. There's so many conflicting and competing spaces that I didn't want to try to squeeze them in. So it'll happen, once this week is done and they reach back out to me and tell me that they're back up and running. So, but yes, this will be a definite thread of questioning that we can talk to them about because you're right, it's absolutely similar to the stories that they were telling. So.
Yeah, and it seems to be quite the forbidden topic with the insiders.
Right, absolutely. Now, one thing I will say, just from a science perspective, when people make the claim that this thing is coming our way and it's 10 light years away. Well, we don't know. I haven't heard anything about speed. I mean, 10 light years is still 10 years away if you're traveling at the speed of light. So I don't know how fast this thing is traveling. But when people say it's making course corrections, that absolutely means that it is some sort of craft or something. Well, that's not true because any planetary body is affected by other planetary or other gravitational sources that would make it change trajectory. So if, let's say, this thing is out there in deep space and it travels, close to another system or a black hole of some kind or any other sort of dark matter gravitational well, it would change its direction, change its thing. So that's not necessarily just because that happened, that is 100%. It's got to be some sort of, NTI craft. Any orbital body can change its orbital trajectory depending on what interacts with it gravitationally.
Go ahead, all things.
Oh, hey, so I was going to chime in on that on the object approach. And so I actually spoke to two people that would be very close to in the know in terms of JWST and data. And they had two very different responses. One of their responses left me really befuddled and curious. And that's all I'll say about that one. It kind of left it open-ended. But the other one was very, what I'd call the rational approach or the scientific approach. And that person said, and I'm reading from their what they sent me right now, that first of all, it doesn't sound quite right to them. At a distance of 10 light years, there would be no way for JWST to notice a trajectory change without years of baseline data. Also, anything approaching Earth from 10 light years away would take millennia to get here, and that's what John was referencing. So, even if you think the fastest possible thing you could possibly think of, we're still talking millennia. And they thought, well, that may not be worth notifying Congress over. So that doesn't mean there's not something, but it is something to think about rationally and scientifically there.
Thank you for that. That was a nice comment, all things.
Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Folks, I'm going to need, yeah, please do. I'm going to need to go run my dogs at some point. Kimball, I'm going to see if I can find another co-host for you, and then I will probably be gone for 30, maybe 40 minutes if y'all want to just keep it going. But
Sure.
it'll be up to y'all. I don't need to go immediately, but.
It says Arden is still a co-host. I'm not sure if my phone's glitching, but
No, she's not. But if she wants to come back up, that would be great. I'll throw her an invite.
Go ahead, Lorraine.
Oh, thank you. Can we just going back to disclosure for a second? There's two things that I think we need to just, bear in mind and probably work towards if enough people can do it. First, I personally think that you and I and everybody on UFO Twitter and anybody else that is interested in this subject, I think eventually we are going to be disclosure. We are the ones talking to people out in the world. We're the ones helping to prepare for it. That's one thing. Number two, we can't really trust necessarily the disclosure that the government can give. And even if they told us everything, it's not telling us what we need to know, which is what the NHI know. So I think it's one thing that we demand, and I agree, we need to demand disclosure and keep up the pressure on that. But I think we have to realize that we're part of it. And the other thing, two things. One, I personally think humanity needs to start demanding from NHI to disclose themselves. We focus on our governments, but NHI are the ones in here intervening, messing with people's lives, pulling all kinds of shenanigans, and nobody's calling on them. And as long as we focus on the government and each other, that just lets them continue to get away with what they get away with under the radar. And when I say demand disclosure from them, I think mostly we need to speak out. We have more power in our voices than we realize, because one of the things that has been revealed is that the power lies with our world, in that if it looks like we don't mind them being here, they can just keep doing keep doing what they're doing. But if we start to object as a world to their presence here, we don't want them here. We don't want them abducting people. We don't want them mutilating animals. And this is why I think they work so hard at seducing people and persuading people of how wonderful they supposedly are. If we start outwardly objecting, and every single voice that speaks out against them will assist in letting bigger powers out there know they're not wanted here. This is our world, and our voices have more power than people realize. I just wanted to throw that in, because if we just keep, going back and forth about the government, and listen, I get frustrated with them too, that divides us, if you see what I mean, and lets them get away with what they're doing. I think more and more focus needs to go on the NHI themselves, their activities here, and people speaking out about it. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay,
I agree with
I
that,
tend
but
to agree with
how do
that
you organize
statement,
that?
but I feel like that you need the government to disclose the basics to the people so we can have enough people who believe it's real and know that it's happening to be able to raise our voices up. Because right now we're such a small community of people who know this or understand this and believe this is real, versus most 98% of the planet don't know any of this. They don't buy any
No,
of it, and they're not going to believe it unless there's a bigger disclosure out
I
there
agree.
than just us talking
I
on the
agree. I
internet.
Try
don't.
and
So
divide.
we have to engage the
No, I'm
government.
not
We
saying
have to
not to
force
engage them.
their
I'm just
hand.
saying, just even our speaking out here on Twitter. Let me tell you about an experience I had that'll show you what the power of just one voice could do. Okay. And I wasn't even trying, right? So I was engaged. This is a couple years ago, and I didn't know enough about Twitter to handle it the way I should have. But there was somebody acting as an emissary from the Galactic Federation. And I am telling you, this thing was not human, right? It was very mechanical, its responses, instead of knock it off or some sort of human reaction, when I was saying, listen, I don't want you here, you need to go, it says, please reduce aggression. Now that's not a way a human would speak. But anyway, just long story short, I was telling it, get out of here. This is our world. We know you're up to no good. You're not welcome here. I was fighting the thing, as I am prone to do. And unfortunately, I didn't screenshot enough of it. But before this conversation took place, there was a long list on Twitter of emissaries for the Octurians, for the Galactic Federation, for all these lists of alien emissaries, so forth and so on. First of all, the Galactic Federation dude threatened me and said, this is what gets me about some of the love and light stuff. As soon as you question them, they really turn on you. And that's not what real spirituality does. But he was saying that people like me were taken aboard their ships, their diplomatic ships, and reconditioned, basically. Um, and then another abductee said that he had seen that and seen people being just shoved full of implants and so forth. But interestingly, after I finished this conversation, every single account disappeared from Twitter. Every single one of them, including that account. So that tells me that one person saying no at least made some impact. So, yes, we keep the pressure on the government, but just remember, just speaking out here on Twitter, every single voice that they cannot turn is speaks out against them. And that's why we just have to continue, each one of us, doing our part to educate. I mean, I just recently retired, but I was a driver. I told thousands of people about these bastards and what I was convinced they were up to. And it made a difference. It brought about a change in their attitude. From they started out laughing, but by the end of the journey, they were taking it more seriously. So don't underestimate your own power. Every single person has a voice in this and has a power to make a difference. But yes, I agree with you. But again, just even here on Twitter, keep it up and not focus so much on each other, but them, and their activities and exposing what they're actually doing. And it'll make a difference. So I'll shut up now. Thank you.
You sound like a fun Uber driver, LeRae.
Oh, I was great.
Whatever
Oh,
you
we
drove.
had a ball. We had a ball. Thank
What's
you.
up, Polar?
Tom, the former clown, now Baptist, or former Tom the Baptist, then clown, now Baptist again, is here. How are you, Tom?
Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pretty interesting, because this is kind of a sock puppet account on a different IP elections, but my other main account running on a different IP, I still can't get into this spaces. Isn't that kind of interesting? Did you block me over there, or it's not you at all?
Could be the
Nah, I
co-host.
wouldn't block you, Tom. No way.
So the app is blocking my ID from joining this spaces over there. How far out is that?
Because you're dangerous, Tom. You're very, very dangerous.
I love when you talk dirty to me, elections.
The NTI homies don't play that.
Somebody's homie's not playing it. I just think it's pretty fascinating, right along the lines of what the young lady was just saying. I guess that's all I had to say. I was just doing a kind of an IP and a voice and a check, and clearly that account's being fucked with over there.
Oh, come on. We know you have more to say than that, Tom. You and John can talk for hours.
I'm trying to work. You guys are all going to get me fired.
I got to save my hours of talking for my space in 2 hours. So,
But elections, I would say I was laughing kind of with Mello, but I think your question is kind of right on the mark. And I don't know if you were planning this or not, but it seems like you got a good crowd for an impromptu space. Shows you're at the heart of the matter here.
Thank you, Tom. I'm still not sending you a check, though, but I love you.
Love you too, brother.
What's up, Polar?
So I wanted just to mention on the topic of the object that's been observed or allegedly observed. So 10 light years seems very far away, and the physics of this is interesting because what you have to take into consideration is the fact that the photons that have been reflected of the surface of this object have traveled 10 light years to get here. So, if we entertain the idea of the craft traveling at half light speed, it is 5 years closer to us than when those photons started traveling here. So if it travels at half light speed, it is only 5 years away. And here's the knocker: if it traveled at light speed, it's already here. That's all I want to say.
Arden, are you up here or is my phone still glitching?
I'm gonna send her another invite if she wants to co-host. I haven't left yet. It's such a young.
Maybe shoot it to Jay Just or someone in here.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll send her another invite. She may still have the one I sent her before.
It'll only let you send
I
two,
doubt.
so you might have to cancel one. Ganga, are you up here? This app, man, I swear. What's up, Al?
It's remarkable that they just have cut everything to the bone so hard on all of Twitter. X doesn't exist; it's still Twitter, and this is the only thing. This is the only thing he's got going, and it's just as shitty. It's crazy. It's bad business.
Yeah, I dropped 42 billion and then ran it into the ground. I don't even know who's up here speaking.
I still think he bought the data.
Of course, he's in the
Control. He
AI.
bought the control. He can't stand all the independent voices. The billionaires want to be able to do what they want, so they don't want anybody controlling them.
Well, it's two things. I agree with that. He gets the control on the conversations while pretending he's free speech. And the data is powerful because your AI models are only as good as the data you have to feed them. And the more data, the better they learn. Although, some of these guys are saying they reach saturation points and that stuff, but I don't believe it based on all the money and chips and everything that's going to the data centers just to build bigger and better AI brains.
All that may be true, but 44 billion for this fucking stinking pile of shit that he's got now is insane. He has ruined this space. Needs to stay in his lane. He is crazier than fucking the Hatter, and he lies. Fuck Musk.
I think he might be getting somewhere with the Italian lady, though. They look like they were loving each other.
Elections, I'm happy to co-host. I do need to switch devices, so I'll be right back. You can shoot me another invite.
That being said, megalomaniac he is, it's still language data, and harvesting all of these spaces, once again, that's language data to plop into the algorithms.
Fair enough. I mean, he can pick at the bones all he wants. Hey, Al, would you like to co-host?
Sure.
Love you. All right, cool.
Did you guys know there was censorship at the Spaces conversation level? I think that's a little disturbing.
Speak more to that, please.
No, I put a few things in the attached to this conversation. I wasn't able to join under my other ID. It just says Spaces not available.
No, I think the reason is that somebody that will go unnamed has you blocked, and they were a co-host, and I think that's what happened.
Oh, well, who has me blocked then?
We're not going to tell you, and don't dig.
I need to troll. Come on, elections. It's no fun. Well, I'm going to test it. Let me see if I can jump back in there. Good to know.
Well, talking about how rickety this medium is, I got to tell you, Tom, that occasionally, at least once a month, I experience the very same thing you do, and it's not from people blocking me. It's just because the spaces, the IP addresses, the whole thing's fucked up.
Hey, what has happened, Al? Pardon me, I just ate a cracker. Since you showed everybody how to kick Logan out of his space,
I still can't get in there. Who could kick Logan out of his own space, man? You guys I didn't know you were gangster elections. I thought you were
I
above.
can drop and Kimball can be co-host.
So what happened with all that? Was there any was that for real? I mean, did you really have the technology? Did you know how to kick him out?
It's not the technology, it's it's being conniving. There is a way as a co-host of sabotaging the space. I'm not going to delineate how to do it, but I was able to figure that out kind of quickly.
You block the host. That's how you do it. It's called catastrophic disclosure, and it's unbelievable that this is even a question. Like there is
I
no
still
such thing
can't
as
get in
controlled
under my
disclosure.
regular ID.
Drop me down, Pix.
Al,
I'm out of control. Kick me out. Somebody stop me. How are you doing?
Hey, Ulrich, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm trying to come in soft today.
Come on, elections.
Gentle,
Give me Barabbas.
gingerly.
Oh, brother.
Don't
turn this into Logan's space too. Well, okay, dude. It was fun.
Well, what did I miss? And what is the point of this space? Nobody thinks that control disclosure is good.
Space. Go ahead.
I do.
The point is, you can make it anything you want, Ulrich.
I love you too, sweetheart. Yeah. Do we have any questions here? Control disclosure, delusion, Disney, Nickelodeon, no such thing. Let's change the topic. What's next? I've got articles.
How should we treat doomer accelerationists?
Is that even possible? Doomerism and accelerationism? A modern
yeah, I think some doomers want
a modern version is for sure, right? But the traditional version, like It isn't. I think here's another way to look at it. How about just self-respect? How about you look yourself in the mirror and you ask yourself, do I respect myself enough that I believe I'm worthy of fucking reality? And either you're somebody who stares the reflection in the eye and says, fuck you, you're unworthy, you don't need to know the truth. Your life doesn't matter. Your spirit, your soul, your potential, your consciousness doesn't matter. In which case, I highly suggest the one-ply toilet paper solution, also known as controlled disclosure. Or if you lack the requisite self-hatred, you can accept that you matter, that you want to be a better person, than you want to make the world better, and you start engaging with reality, in which case catastrophic disclosure is the only motherfucking option and has always been the only motherfucking option on the table.
I mean, it is a big table, however.
Well, let's just think about this. Imagine you have a table that's like 6 feet long, right? And then you take an option and you print it on a piece of paper, letter size paper, and then you double the size of the table. So now it's like 12 feet long. And let's just make it 1,000,000 feet long. It's still the only option on that motherfucking table. There's nothing else that's there.
Are you bringing the happy again, Ulrich?
Oh, I'm bringing the happy so hard. People, little children point across multiple lane streets and they say, "Mommy, mommy, is that the happy guy?" And they say, "Fuck yeah, that is. That's the happy man." Don't look deep into his eyes because you'll get too much happiness. He'll spread too much joy. He'll start farting rainbows. They have their tales about me. Yeah. No, I mean it's over. We can't. There isn't even room for the delusion. There's no controlled disclosure. You're out of control if you think there's controlled disclosure.
You're out of control.
Plus minus.
You're out of control.
So what about I sent you Ulrich that thing. What was it? Governments are preparing for something.
Forgive me. Which
You're
which
eating.
one?
Oh, I'll have to put it in the jumbotron.
I mean, and I'm sorry, I'm not saying anything new here, but the main point is that we're being betrayed, right? Like, just think about, and I agree with you, J. The governments are preparing something, right? Now, if the governments were for us, in other words, if they were there to protect us, would there be governments preparing for something while keeping us in the dark, right? Like, if they were here to protect us, they would be preparing us for something. Instead, the government is preparing itself for something in isolation of us. And this is known as betrayal, by the way. That feeling where the person who says, "Hey, you have something on your back," and then they shove a knife inside of your vertebra, that feeling is called betrayal. And that is the feeling we should all be having right now if we have a healthy sense of self-respect.
Hey, Doomer, not that I disagree, but what if what's happening is like a battle is still in play? So if there's still a battle in play, you wouldn't want to say much, right? You'd want to operate under the fog of war. So I just think there's a lot more going on, and none of it is public. It's almost like World War III is like secret,
Yeah, I fully agree with this. And all of these possibilities, these exist on the matrix somewhere. And if you map out game theory, you should fill in all the boxes of that matrix, right? Luckily, the deep spiritual poet, known as Donald Rumsfeld, gave us 3 out of the 4 boxes of this matrix: the unknown, unknown, known, unknown. What is it? The known, known. But the 4th box we think isn't there, right? The 4th box is the unknown known. That's a real box. Every single scientific discovery, every technological invention is that 4th box. There's shit in front of our eyes. And because we delusionally and self-hatingly say, there's no way we can know, we don't even try to fill that 4th box in. Some people's fourth box is just nested underneath a pile of rubble of learned helplessness. Like those kids who got that anagram, and the first one was unsolvable, the other two were, and they never even tried to solve them because the first one just couldn't be solved. This is what we're doing with that fourth box. And this is what we're doing with game theory as well. So even though there's a bunch of unknowns, there's a bunch of knowns underneath those unknowns as well. And if the government is preparing something and they're not telling us, this is one of those unknown knowns. Like that's where we need to start solving for it. So if something like sent its way over here, right, and we don't know what it is, well, one of the options is that somewhere in the future, between now and the 9 years when this armada or whatever the fuck it is that's on its way, somewhere within that time in the future, we probably achieved catastrophic disclosure sooner than they planned for. Think about that. And they're like, holy shit, now we need to exacerbate shit more. Send the fucking armada. So if we want to beat that timeline, we need to retrocausally, recursively look back and have a sooner catastrophic disclosure. That's the kind of mind-bendy shit that we need to do. But absolutely, this whole World War III shit, that is the dark World War IV. We're at a place right now where we can either choose catastrophe or catastrophic disclosure. We can either choose a hot World War IV and the avoidance of World War III, or just sleepwalk our way and slow dance our way into thermonuclear warfare, and annihilate ourselves during World War III and hand our sexy human bodies on the lubricated silver platter to the NHI, which is World War IV after World War III, and they're just going to be the cleanup crew.
I love it when you talk sweet to me, Dimmer.
I have to say, it feels good. I love it too. And you're not even resisting. This has been a dream.
Well, I have to lead the resistance then.
I'm resisting from inside, Dimmer. I hate to tell you, I am.
Good.
I don't think you're wrong, but I think there are games in play to kind of change that, and I think some of the things that you say have kind of happened. So I think there was a timeline. I think the people almost got a little. I think it's almost like the Russian ammunition base. I think the cartel got sloppy, and I think they're in trouble. But we don't know yet. We'll have to see.
But think about that line. We don't know yet. We'll have to see is also one of the weapons.
Well, yeah, but I think you and I agree on this one. So disclosure to me is like a select committee or New Jersey RICO, right? It's some kind of investigative process. It's not like someone's going to hand you an answer. It's like you're going to have to go get it, and that's what you need to do is like an expedition. You need to gear up an expedition. So it's not wait around for someone to tell you an answer. It's like you need to get some, legal authority and go subpoena people. But that's where I think the GAO comptroller approach has good legal backing if he's got political support, right?
You used a bunch of big words that this high school dropout is clamoring to sink his teeth into.
I'll help you.
Please,
GIA
GIA comptroller, and also I'm triggered. Can somebody please buy me some fucking pearls so I can clutch them hard? Did Tom the Baptist just say that disclosure is a process? Because I think I might need to upload my article. Did you just say that? And please help me, elections.
Well, no, I think it's I guess it's an investigation. If you're not going to have like an investigative process with like legal backing and subpoenas and cops behind you, you're not going to get disclosure.
You said the P word. You're saying disclosure is a process. Disclosure cannot be a process unless we're sexually attracted to failure.
All right,
but please explain the comptroller stuff.
Doomer, it sounds like you need some air, so take some. Plus minus, you've been very patient.
Is Randy around? He needs some gummies.
Thanks.
I think maybe like a full 1,000 milligrams.
I just wanted to also agree with regard to a post that Doomer made with the process. Like there's supposed to be, a new hearing in November with Nancy Mace chairing it, and she did ask some very interesting questions of Grush at the last hearing. But the issue is that whoever they get, the answer almost always, the very juicy questions, they can't answer them. It's like, I can't talk about that. It has to be in a skiff and all these things. And the average person, many of them didn't even know the hearing with Grush happened. And for it to have any impact whatsoever, it seems like the questions that need to be answered publicly are the ones that they can't answer. So it just becomes, I can't talk about that, like over and over again to every question.
Well, I think that's because the election is where the battle is. So I think the election is almost World War III, and you don't want any cards to fall. I think that's why they pushed all the hearings till after the elections. And I think you put the Republicans in a very, difficult position, because my reading is that the UFO is a Republican secret, not a Democrat secret. And I think the Republicans are playing this election kind of almost on a white supremacy basis. They know they're a diminishing power base, so they're, playing to the point where they lose it. Just demographically, so you're going to need to seize control in more of an aggressive oligarchic fashion. I think that's the play that's going on before our eyes. All this misinformation, no truth. We don't even know who won the last election. And I think the playbook is, if you lose the election, you start a civil war. I think that's why half the people already think on the Republican side, that's their only option, right? They were thinking that in 2020. I don't think Democrats appreciate how far that sentiment has gone on the Republican side. So it's going to be a very interesting 2 or 3 months here.
All of that is fair, and I agree. You're just explaining the argument. I don't. That doesn't necessarily. I assume it doesn't necessarily. You agree with the full rationale. Some of it makes sense to me. Some of it doesn't. But this, what plus minus NHI. He sounds like right now he's being a plus NHI, a positive influence. I can't talk about it is the most succinct definition of controlled disclosure. There's no avenue of controlled disclosure that does not converge into, I can't talk about it.
Well, the most difficult part of this is you don't know who all the players are in the mix, right? So, and I think that's kind of the intelligence community problem in every country, right? So you're fighting a war where you're not sure who all the players are, right? That puts everybody in a difficult spot. So, of course, any politician's not going to want to say shit when they don't really know shit.
But that's also a weapon, right? That's also a strategy. And you have to play the game theoretical dynamics. You have to mentalize and have the theory of mind of saying, if I want to win somebody's trust, is me staying quiet the best way to win trust? I'm not arguing for whistleblowers breaking their security oaths. I'm saying when two people are assessing the other person's motives, the person who says, all right, here are my motives, here's what's in it for me, that's a person who is establishing trust. And that's somebody who has the theory of mind to go into the other person's head and say, what would I want from them? Right now, what we're experiencing is either stupidity or guilt, right? We're seeing a lack of empathy, a lack of theory of mind, and that factors into mad dynamics. Mutually assured destruction, is based on psychology and game theoretical dynamics, which is why jamming of radar sensors and a refusal to identify yourself when you enter enemy airspace is considered an act of war, right? And nobody in war
Well,
says,
you're a pirate,
oh well,
right?
we just can't
It's
know.
a pirate flag.
Yeah, but we don't say we just can't know. We assume that because they're not transparently communicating, they're enemies, because it is the most rational, intelligent conclusion you can make. And the American citizen is in that position right now. Our radars are getting jammed by our own government.
And we also have to look at negative NHI infiltration within the government, which we've had several people on these spaces start to say that that's actually happening and has been happening.
Well, and I think that the PSYOP victory is the fact that you can't get anywhere, right? There's no foundation, there's no way to have any scientific method. And some of the biggest learnings for me was the fact that debrief article breaks with the Grush stuff, sworn congressional testimony barely caused a ripple, right? And then you have Representative Scott Perry comes out of one of the skiffs and he's like, we don't even know who they are. So Sean Kirkpatrick at DOD Arrow, he reports to the Senior Technical Advisory Group, right? Retired, out of the community, CIA people. We don't even know who they are. Even Congress doesn't know who they are. So you're not going to get disclosure until you know who's the one supposed to disclose you anything. So I think you have to kind of, that's where, for me, Doomer, the process is like an investigative process of finding the actual collars. From a management perspective, you can't manage shit unless you can find the collar that's responsible and grab it, right, and shake it. Otherwise, they laugh at you.
Exactly, but who's it for? I mean, we don't even know that disclosure hasn't already happened behind closed doors, right? We keep on doing this paralogical thing and saying we need more hearings, we need more whistleblowers. No, we absolutely do not. What we need is for the testimony of those 40 plus witnesses that has already been given for 11 and a half hours long to become public. There's no point in another hearing when the last hearing is the most explosive it'll ever get. What we need is for those hearings to actually be fucking public. If we have more, sanctioned public hearings where people just say the things that can already be said and the things that really need to be said out loud can't be said, we're just running around in circles. So we actually can deductively conclude that any future hearings that are sanctioned, that are within the bounds of the process,
I have an
are
idea.
defeatist.
I have an idea. So,
well, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to put my money on a hypothesis basis on, Trump's uncle, John G. Trump, is undoubtedly somewhere involved in this. And I think the Justice Department is probably taking a look at him. But you can't mention that before the election because then you're going to be accused of trying to sway the election. And, who knows? I think this is one way this stuff is designed. So even when you discover what's going on, the PSYOP is also kind of designed to have a poison pill. So no matter what it is, science, religion, right? Even the people who discover it are loath to air the discovery, right? It's designed to be like that.
Okay,
And that's
Tom.
why I agree with
Tom,
your point, Doomer, on the catastrophic side.
Tom,
You're gonna have to
we
get
got
over that.
hands up.
Sorry,
we got hands up, and we got somebody else waiting. J. Just, co-host, if you want to go, then Indeed, Al, and then Niku, please.
Oh, I totally forgot what I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Go ahead, whoever's
What's
next.
up, Al? What you got, brother?
I just wanted to throw out there that as far as the James Webb supposed all of that stuff, right? We're talking about something 60 trillion miles away. Psychologically, to me, according to the canon, they're here. They're already here. If you want to call them higher dimensional, crypto-terrestrial, whatever. It just seems to me that, we're all keeping our ears down to the ground, so to speak. But this is akin to someone saying, hey, someone just said they heard something outside. Let's all look out the fucking window. Meanwhile, some of us are still picking the lock at the hidden door. I think it's a psyop. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. It reminds me of MH370. Let's focus on this instead of what may be right next to us. It may be approachable via consciousness. You may have the ability. It may be something that we can do. It doesn't have to be from a distance. So I think we need to be careful with that because the J Webb telescope stuff just sounds like horseshit to me.
Thank you.
Al, there's been two aspects of it. One we've known was always going to be horseshit, right? And then the other one is the approaching object. They could both be horseshit, but they are, even if they're linked, it matters to distinguish them. Do you know what I mean?
No, I hear you. Again, it just seems like there is this, it's the argument that they have to travel here, right? Whereas there are so many accounts that they're all here, that there is a myriad of different entities and different forms, different dimensions. So to have this focus, not necessarily a focus, but to think that they're preparing for something along those lines, whereas they very well have already may have infiltrated our way of life. It just, I don't know, it just seems like a distraction.
Are you saying it's all sick theater, Al? Oh my God.
I think we're the same song over there.
Yeah, man. Niku, you had a solution, I think, and welcome to the room.
well, I have some opinions that may be controversial. It's hard not to do anything rash here. It's really hard. I think the first thing we should try to accelerate is journalism, quality, quality journalism. I think that's one of the first steps. I think getting the money out of politics in the U.S. as soon as possible, and in Canada too, ideally, because that's where I am. Getting the money out of politics as soon as possible in every way, shape, or form we can. We have to pay the people in government decent salaries so that they don't get brain drained to the private companies. We need competent people. Yeah, and I also have some thoughts about like hacking every computer on the planet and just destroying every single encryption and getting all the information out to the people that way, so we can finally see who's pulling the strings behind the scenes of all this charade that's going on, because I think the politicians are just puppets for big money and big companies.
Well, Niku, everybody that's in this room will agree with that, and we kind of know that respectfully.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty well-informed group. The real question is, how do you break the impasse of the circus that we're all forced to deal with? And it's not as easy as good journalism or filing a lawsuit, as you hear Tom say, where Doomer and I are in agreement, and I think many people maybe. You have to break some eggs. You have to figure out a way, in my opinion, to get the public pissed at how bad they've been screwed over. To me, that's the key to actually moving us off the schneid.
Oh, that's music to my ears coming from you, Elections. Oh my goodness.
I've been in that position.
Oh my goodness.
We've been
oh my goodness.
No. The question is, how do you actually approach this? You want to tear it all down willy-nilly. I don't think that's necessarily a good answer. I get where you're coming from, but don't interrupt me. Let me finish with my boy Niku. Anyway, we're glad you're here. I think this whole issue is going to be very, very difficult, and we have to play by street rules, frankly, because Marcus of Queensbury is not in the building. So we've got to get very, very creative.
One thing that I'm wondering about is, assuming that AGI is here, which I think it is it now doable for the U.S. to build itself and its allies a nuclear net around the U.S. and around the globe to protect itself? And
anything that entrusts the future of mankind to AGI is going to be selling its soul in the bargain, and I do not support anything of that nature. I guess where you're coming from, but we have to build a system of, how should we say this, psychic protection more than anything else. And on the physical side, we've just better hope that some of the NHI and all the money that's been stolen from the American public has been put to some good use in case the shit really goes down. But I don't know that it will. I mean,
yeah, I don't know anything about psychic warfare. Sorry.
No worries. Glad to have you.
So, yeah, so I can't see the Jumbotron. Oh, okay. So where is my post? So yeah, I put the post up. Doomer, is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
So U.S. lawmakers plan for possible mass casualty event, proposing a constitutional amendment to replace members quickly and change various lines of succession in a national crisis.
Yeah, and this one looks like it's not the big A apocalypse, right? This looks like just a couple of nukes in case, you have some major senators that are living wherever they bomb the city, that you can have a quick replacement. This does not look like, continuity of government. I mean, not like at scale. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe not at scale, but it's the same process, and it's all of the same set piece, effectively. I mean, the powers that be are going to try to make sure that there is some continuation after a catastrophic event of the federal government. That's just in a nutshell.
Well, obviously they know something's going to happen, because they said, I saw someone post last time they did something like that was with Iraq.
The government games all sorts of things, and they are certainly prone to misinformation, and maybe something has happened. Who knows? I mean, the world's just a conspiracy nut house right now.
Well, it's true. Like, they could be doing those things just to scare the fuck out of the enemy too, showing that they're preparing to go all the way with Iran because whatever reason.
I don't know that that's going to be the case, but whatever. Yeah.
Last year in Austin, Texas, they did emergency nuclear testing for a catastrophe. And I was in a space with some people that were literally in tears because they had the sirens going, the whole 9 yards. So we all need to take it in and integrate it accordingly, because they've been doing stuff like this for a long time. War games,
Was that Project Jade, I think was the name of
Yep,
that?
I think you're right. Yep.
There's a difference whether the U.S. government is planning to not clean everything up, or whether it's planning for resilience, right? So if our systems are built on better repairability, you can assume that continuity of government isn't about abandoning the American people and the American continent. However, if other actions are being taken that feel like they're leaving the world behind and moving to Antarctica, the question of scale does become more operant. And that article that Jay just pushed, 5 or 6 slides from the left, at the top in the Jumbotron, suggests more of a small A apocalypse, just a couple nukes going off. And still you're sort of making things work here, and I'm saying that you have to retrocausally work back from 10 to 20 years from the big apocalypse to understand the smaller ones that are unfolding right now on the run up. And the smaller ones are the war with China 2025, the collapse of our currency. These are things that you need to understand if you want to survive the big A apocalypse 10 to 20 years from now.
Well, did anyone read?
Dimmer, hold on. Let me ask Jay Just. Dimmer, what makes you think that we're destined to go to war with China? I mean,
Intel, other people reporting on it in the military is the best indication for it. And if you take NHI out of it entirely, if, for instance, you read Peter Zion's book on deglobalization, The End of the World is Just the Beginning, you will come to the utilitarian and unavoidable and inarguable conclusion that China has to either let its people starve or it must go to war.
I'm arguing. No, I think that's absolutely a bullshit analysis. I mean, China
it can
has
be a
a whole
bullshit
lot of
analysis,
problems.
but it's true.
No, that's your assertion. China has
No,
a
it's
lot
not.
of problems.
It's not mine.
Okay,
Well,
fair enough.
look
You're
at
science.
making the assertions. All I'm saying.
There was a really interesting series of meetings just over the last few days. I don't know if you've been following that. Chinese general and American general on the Indo-Pacific, and some economic meetings. So it's really actually a lot of interesting stuff just going on over the last week.
We are very, very deeply tied to China and vice versa. And I mean, it's easy to make China into this great big baddie, but history has shown that they have really not been an adventurous outside of their borders polity, and they have serious, serious problems they need to deal with. You want to know when to worry about? I would worry about Russia a lot more than I'd worry about China.
Every country has crazy generals that want to go to war. Every one of us, every one of them.
Hold on. What's the population of Russia?
Often.
What's Russia's population? I genuinely don't know.
What's the point?
Well, the point is Russia's population is a lot less than 1.4 billion. And so when you're facing an unavoidable, 200 million of your own people starving, it's very easy to just send them over to the United States, militarize them, and have them already infiltrated. The entire U.S. military personnel numbers around 1 million. This is how we secure the border around the world. If you just send a couple million...
That Chinese people are starving now?
No, I'm saying that over the next 5 to 10 years, 1 to 200 million are unavoidably going to be deceased, and you might as well sacrifice some of them to take over the U.S. now.
You're in a population decline, Doomer. I mean,
yeah,
what you're saying does not make any sense.
No, it does. No, it does.
Doomer,
I cited it.
You're a little too hard on the doom today, I think.
No. What these numbers are based on the population decline you're citing, elections. The population decline is the reason hundreds of millions are going to starve in China. This has to do with the demographic upside down pyramid. When Elon Musk argues, we're dying out, he means more operantly, demographically, we're dying out and we can't support the economy. And China has the worst pyramid.
Well, nobody's missing that point.
You are missing that point.
The argument that somehow that they're in a population decline automatically means that they're going to start sending, Chinese troops, conscripts over to the U.S. and some.
I'm saying they're already here. Saying they're already here.
It makes no sense, Dimmer. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I mean,
okay. Well, we know
that's the dumbest thing I think you've ever put forward. Personally,
no, it's not what I put forth. You could read his book and you could look at the numbers.
Okay,
Peter Zion's The End of the World.
No, you can't do that either. You're making the argument that the argument has merit, and I say it's a stupid argument.
I'm saying it's numbers, and you can argue with the numbers all you like. It doesn't change the
I'm
numbers.
not arguing with the numbers. I'm arguing
well,
with
then
the
stop arguing
assertion.
with me
I'm
then.
arguing with the assertion that the numbers would create the effect that you're talking about, and that's
Hundreds of millions of
nonsense.
the poverty of China is unavoidable at its current demographic pyramid. It just has to do with that pyramid. There's only going to be so many workers. All the people that China needs in order to buttress this economy have already
have
been
this
born.
argument. It doesn't make sense to me at all. It makes
That's
no
okay,
sense.
and that's why I'm saying maybe you read the book. If you think you understand, if you don't understand why the population decline right now in China can't produce starvation in the future, then you just need to understand the pyramid. And I didn't make that pyramid. I didn't institute China's one world, one child policy. So
I'm pretty
anybody who
sure
wants
that
to say
China
I'm
can
doing
figure
harm,
out a way to feed its people.
but you need to feed them economically. You can't just say we can feed our people. Like it's
The
the
one-child
economics.
policy was already canceled.
That's the problem we've got as well, and a lot of areas of the world have right now. It's a technological challenge that we've got to deal with, as far as the robotics and everything else. I'm sorry that you've conflated a bunch of stuff.
No, I have not. We do not have the same demographics problem that China has. That's absolutely not true. We're not 1.4 billion. We like of all developed nations, the U.S. is not doing the best, but we're in the top 5 in terms of the demographics. Like the millennial generation, due to the boomers, is much more supportive over the upcoming challenges and deglobalization versus most nations. Like, France is going to be in a good place. There's like 3 other countries, but China is going to be in one of the worst situations. So the starvation I'm talking about,
the problem
is
of
economic.
population decline is real. I'm not arguing that.
But it's uneven. You can't just say it's real and it's the same way in China as it is in the U.S. It's not. It's
I'm
far
saying the
worse in China.
dynamic of falling population is one that we're having to face as well. We're not at replacement right now.
No. This dynamic of falling population is way worse
Talking about we're
economically.
not at replacement right now.
Yeah, but it's an economic issue. It's an economic issue that is worse in China, and that's the part you're not hearing. Elections.
No, I am hearing it. I'm saying that you're coming to a conclusion from that is completely upside down in my opinion.
What is the conclusion that's upside down? Because it's a pyramid that's upside down.
China is
my conclusions.
That China is destined to go to war with the U.S. because of its dropping population.
I didn't say it's destined to go to war. I said it's destined to either take over another country and go to war or lose hundreds of millions. That is what I'm saying.
I do not agree with your assessment.
Well, that's because you haven't looked at these pyramids, and I didn't make them. So you can be upset with me that you haven't looked at a pyramid.
I'm not upset.
Or you can look at the demographics.
You're putting forward this information as being valid, not me.
Well, you can't argue it's invalid when you yourself are admitting you don't know the information. The pyramids are there, and I didn't make them.
Your argument has been based on this conversation that everybody's just heard.
And
everybody just heard me say
wrong.
that the pyramids are different. The pyramids are different. We're not 1.4 billion, and our demographic pyramid is bad, but it's not bad as China's. And that puts your country in a different place. Do you have enough of the workforce? And what I'm saying is inarguable, because the people, in order to save China's future economic situation, would have already had to have been born. And unless you're arguing that China has time traveling technology where they can go back 10 years and start fucking a whole lot more, my conclusion is inarguable.
In your mind. And I'm saying on this one, you are whacked out.
I just think you have to acknowledge the forecast could be wrong, right? It's possible.
No, unless you in factor in time travel. This is about people who would already need to be in the workforce now.
Yeah. Bill, I don't understand where your head is.
I think the question is going to be, what is the impact of AI, AGI, robotics?
No,
right? It's going to be a completely discontinuous impact across almost every sector of the economy.
Please save me, Science Bob.
Please let me join in with Doomer. You guys, if you do not understand that it takes 18 years to grow an 18-year-old, and they haven't grown any in 30 years. China is tango uniform. Its economy and society are dust.
Bob, you're in here a little bit late on this one. Basically, Doomer's saying because of the dropping population of China that they are going to be prone to going to war with the U.S. and invading.
I don't disagree with him.
I love you, Science Bob.
Okay, I think it's a bullshit argument to you too. I'm sorry, I just don't buy the assessment. I don't.
Okay, the issue. Look, you're obviously not paying attention. They are aggressively ramming ships all over the China Sea. They are taking other people's territories and putting military bases on them. They are
I'm very familiar with the
preparing
Spratlys
for
and what's been
war.
going on for decades there.
Though that is just plain false. What they are doing now has been going on for 12 months. They are preparing for war.
You could be right, Bob. You could be right, Doomer. That's not what I'm seeing in the information that I'm evaluating. Are they on edge? Yes. Are they preparing to assert their predominance in the Asian Rim area? Yes. Those are two different things. I don't think that they're going to invade the United States of America. I
No,
don't.
they're not invading the United
Well,
States of
that's
America.
what Doomer was saying.
No, they're going to invade Taiwan.
That's a different story. That one I can agree with you on.
Let's get really, since Bob just joined, let's get really clear on what I was saying. I was saying they are facing a choice. I was saying that the demographic pyramid, and it's better for people who don't understand the operant forces of deglobalization to explain it's not about a dying out population, it's about the dying out of the workforce. And China's inversion of its pyramid is far more severe. The dynamics have way greater economic consequences for China than America's dying out workforce.
Well,
We have
that's because they've become a mercantile society. They don't have any of the necessary inputs to their for their manufacturing prowess. They import everything. They import their food. They import their raw materials. They import their oil. They export their goods, which are manufactured to the world, because they don't consume them themselves. The facts are the demographics. Look, it led Biden in the first 2 years of his administration to build policies that would end them and globalization. And it's happening. It's already too late to undo it.
Thank you. Thank you. And the big debate here is I said China is going to be forced to start wars if it wants to avoid future starvation due to economic collapse. And I said you're if for a population estimated around 1.4 billion over the next 10 years, you're looking at around, like, if you're looking at around 100 million people that are going to die of starvation because
Ulrich,
your
Ulrich,
economics.
with all due respect, if you rewind the tape, that's not what you said earlier on.
No,
I
other
respect the
people
fact
in
that's
this
where you
space have
are
come
now.
up,
It's fine.
and you kept on reducing my argument to one thing, and I said you have a choice. Either you do one or you starve. And if you're facing a loss of 100 million people over the next 10 years to starvation
Look,
anyway, what's a couple million?
let me inject a note of pessimistically based optimism. I want to give you the optimistic view of this from our inside this part of the globe's perspective. Globalization is flat ending. It's absolutely ending. And should they act up, should they, four four nuclear powered submarines can go into a 15-mile wide strait at the bottom of the South China Sea and end them. They will be ended and starving and not functioning in 3 months because we can interdict everything that goes into or out of the country. They are not prepared to deal with us. They are not, and they cannot do so for long. They can kill thousands of Americans and sink 100 ships, and it won't matter. There is no way for them to win, except unless you call firing nuclear weapons a win.
Or
I'll
civil
agree with
war
that statement,
precipitated,
Bob. That was a good
right?
statement.
Like, they would already need to be on American mainland and clean up after we destroy ourselves from a civil war. That would be a great way to take us down. I agree with you. In an overt war where you have traditional borders, nukes, they're outgunned, out-teched by us any day. But we have 1 million military personnel, to essentially guard the entire globe. 330 million Americans here. Well, if most of our 1 million are spread out throughout the globe and China has a couple million already here on mainland, we're also, it's also an easy takeover for them.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, if you believe the United States government does not understand already that all these these Chinese fronts called airline offices and all that other stuff inside the United States, Canada, etc. If you think we don't understand that those are illegals operating here to do all sorts of stuff, you're wrong. We know that and have known it for over a decade.
Yeah, and what's going on with militarization? With is the increase in immigrants, illegal immigrants, are they all militarized? Like, there's so much gray area there. But you can argue from either side. The point, all I was arguing when it comes to China's demographic situation, is that economically speaking, the people that they would need to prevent total, like a total shit show, would have already had to have been born. And
That's
this is the part.
this is true, but I want to on
Yeah,
top of that, the necessary means to do the logistics of a foreign invasion by them anywhere outside of Taiwan is non-existent. It's non-existent. Their ships, boiler oil fired, except for a couple of nuclear subs. They can't travel more than 400 or 500 kilometers round trip.
I agree with you.
They cannot protect the ships coming from the Middle East to bring them oil. I'm just
I
telling you, they are in
no,
dire straits.
I agree with you. The exception to that would be if they are already here, an invasion is not necessary.
I got to tell you what, I agree with you, but I don't think they can I don't think they can get the weaponry needed to fight a war in the streets. They can do all sorts of sabotage, and that is being looked at nonstop.
Right. Once you become naturalized as a citizen, it's pretty easy to get a weapon, right? You wouldn't even want to start this war. Like, we fight wars differently these days, right? These days we turn off water. We do much way smarter things. And if somebody wanted to take over the U.S., you would start a civil war first. You would cut off electricity a week, a month, 3 months. Let the population take itself out first, and then sweep in. And I would argue the same thing for an NHI. You would not have a hot World War IV. You would let a cataclysm, you would let a 10-year-long global blackout whittle down the population. And
Okay,
that's
so I
right.
want to tell you what I would just let me give you what I think the adults in the room are arguing. The adults in the room of the United States government don't want a war. They're gonna
I
try
agree
to
with you.
nonstop. They're gonna try to nonstop do diplomacy and says, look, you're in trouble. We know you're in trouble. We don't want it to be a disaster. We don't want you to fail, but you got to stop doing this, and then we will help to the best of our ability. But there's only so much we can do.
I agree with you. The last thing the U.S. wants is a war with China. Last thing the U.S. wants is a war with Russia. Absolutely, and that's only rational. But we are not in the place of China's demographic. Like, many people have a very I would say a childish view of war, that there's only one way that war happens, that it's greed due to an overabundance of power, technological supremacy. Some wars are initiated and instigated out of desperation. Many people would argue that it was, and I'm not justifying it at all, but that Russia's incursion into Ukraine was one also was demographically motivated.
The only demographics that are even comparable to China's are Russia's. They're horrible. And
Exactly.
so
So
you should
desperation.
look. People should look at photos of the units going into the field on either Russia or Ukraine side. They are not young. They are nearly 40, all of them. They don't have enough kids to go fight a war.
Yeah, and so, desperation, even if winning a war is technologically, if the odds are against you, if the alternative is a harder place, the incentive for war today would be, like, if you're dealing with a nuclear war and the consequence is total destruction, the incentive would be desperation. You don't have a choice. It's either death or likely death, and likely death
Well,
is way better than certain death.
well, Biden and the Secretary of the State and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State communicated to Putin, fire one tactical nuclear weapon. And we are warning you now, telling you ahead of time of those things we will do, knowing there is no way you could stop us. And he pulled his tactical nukes back in their revetments.
Absolutely, right. But that's not, and maybe it's hindsight's always 2020, but our prowess, our military prowess, was not enough to prevent them from invading Ukraine. And all I'm saying is that operant forces of desperation and scarcity are not a reason for why war doesn't happen. They are better reasons for why war does happen.
The reason there wasn't a good reaction to Ukraine. Let's be upfront and honest. The Ukrainians did not believe us. They thought we were there to try to stir up stuff. And so we said, look, we were going to show you stuff that proves it. But in order to do it, we need this and this. And they said, okay, you can do that. You got to involve us, but we will let you help us. And we showed them amassing the troops, where they were, etc. And only then, after it was too damn late, did they believe us.
Right, and I don't want to lose the conversation on a war over Ukraine. I'm saying the
Doomer,
incentive.
I got to interject here. There are other hands up, and
okay,
you guys have been going for a little
I'll fall
bit.
back. I'll fall back. I'm saying the incentive for war. Give me one sentence, and I'll fall back. I promise. The incentive for war is scarcity.
Stick around. And just jump back in a minute.
Right, but the incentive for war is scarcity just as much as it is power.
Okay. You said that several times. I got it. Fletcher, you're up. Then Logan and Al, if you have an interest.
So, where you guys were at when I got here was talking about impending war, right? Not quite the specifics. I seem to have confirmed that U.S., Russia, and China are actually allied with each other. They have some disagreements. They don't mind fighting over them, at least in a proxy sense. But when it comes to disclosure, it does sound they are allied. I ran this stuff by a retired Marine colonel, and one of his responses was, "How do you know about all this?" And two was, about the plan. There appears to be a plan that involves war, including civil war, that people know about. So I just wanted to say that, and then also in addition to that, you guys were talking about DHS, State Department. I see a divide in our government, and I think it's been here since the 50s, at least. There is a divide between, on one side, you've got DHS, State Department, and like CIA. It's basically the State Department side, and then on the other side you have the DIA and the military. And it appears that the state side has the technology monopoly, and they have for a long time. And it seems like they're also calling the shots on all this stuff. So that's the way that I see it. So yeah, I've just heard too many credible people. You were talking about the reports.
Could you explain those two sides again in just a little bit more detail?
Yeah. So there is basically, if you go back to Truman. Let's go back to Truman. After Roswell, Truman decided to set up programs to handle stuff that's not of this world and start working on the tech and reverse engineering and all that stuff. And at that point, the Air Force was split off of the Army Air Corps, and the CIA was formed. And they kind of formed two sides of the same coin.
It's 1947 National Security Act.
Right. And then fast forward a little while, you have Eisenhower.
In that period, Tom. Not just that, but yeah.
And it seems like Eisenhower lost control of the State Department when he was in office. That's hence his speech about runaway military-industrial complex. It's exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Interest. What's that?
He said military-industrial complex. He didn't say State Department. And I think the question from 1944 to 1947 is, what happened to Hans Kammler? Because the United States captured Hans Kammler. He was supposedly killed himself in 1947 in U.S. custody. So we have a Nazi UFO program. Now, is it rogue or is it government? I mean, I think that's the question.
Yeah. So, okay. So those specifics, like I didn't really wanted to get into those specifics until I covered the basics, because so the State Department, you asked about, okay, so why is it the State Department? And that is, think about the word threat to national security and how it is applied to terrorism and even just censorship of normal American citizens like us. Misinformation, disinformation is a threat to national security, right? You hear that going on. That is part of DHS, State Department, that whole side of the government.
DHS didn't exist until Bush was president.
Yes, I know that, but it's the same talking points and it's the same stuff that has been coming from that side of government, the State Department side of government, since the 40s and 50s. And the DIA has kind of been on the other side. They work together. They have to, because you've got State Department who. So back to the reshuffling.
Well, go back to 47 for a second, because at that point, Foster Dulles, Allen Dulles, 47 into the 50s, that was the Dulles brother era. And he did run, Foster Dulles ran the State Department, and his brother, Allen Dulles, ran the CIA, and they did whatever the fuck they want and told the presidents if they wanted to, or didn't if they didn't want to.
Exactly. That's exactly where we're at. You hear the word military-industrial complex, you would be inclined to think, oh, it's the military and the generals. Really, they're kind of being used as tools for this industrial complex, they're basically making the gears turn. But the pencil pushers at the top are on the other side in the state. So, but you were talking when I came in about continuity of government and a reshuffling, like Congress is being notified and they're trying to press through these changes in continuity of government. And my best guess is that the reason for that would be to kind of shore up the footings on this, State Department matrix, whatever. So I think that would probably be part of this internal split that we have in our government, if I had to guess. This is all speculation. I mean, how are you going to find concrete evidence on this stuff? But that's kind of how I feel it and I see it.
What was the plan they shared with you, Fletcher?
Well,
they shared with you a plan in the first
so
half.
the plan, it wasn't really shared. What happened is I laid out the plan to this guy. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He retired as a colonel, and he still works in the Pentagon. So, we just started kind of talking bullshit. He brought up something, and so I decided to kind of doom him really hard just to see what happened. And I got a few minutes in, and he was like, "Wait a second, where did you hear about all this stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, I picked up some whistleblowers out of the wind," and he was cool with that answer. He did not have any enthusiasm for aliens. Like, he is 0% enthusiastic about like the possibility of aliens. So other than that, everything that I laid out to him about, disclosure plans and like blue beam type stuff and World War III and fake alien invasions and all of this stuff, and China, Russia, and U.S. being allied, the Taliban, being aligned with us. He's like, yeah, I know about all the caliphate stuff, and he's like, basically, I'm not partisan at all, but the Democrats have been fucking the plan. Like, I don't understand why they are fucking up the plan so much. Because this plan is like, everybody's going along with this plan. It's been the plan for a long time, and the Democrats are fucking with it. So he was confused about that. I actually went back to a whistleblower and asked him, he was all fired up over ISIS. He was like, it was supposed to be ISIS. It was supposed to be ISIS, and now it's the Taliban. What the hell? Why is it the Taliban? And the answer I got from the whistleblower is because Taliban was the first caliphate to actually take over an entire country. So now they are going to be the caliphate that aligns with the U.S. in this world war program. So that's about all I got. It's all kind of like, you know, spooky and weird and shit, but that's about where I got to. And at this point, I'm just kind of like thinking about buying more beans and rice.
Appreciate it, Fletch. Definitely. Logan, what you got? Yeah, I think you're up.
Yeah, just wanted to go back to some of the China rhetoric that we've been hearing. So China can barely motivate their military age people to work inside their own country, let alone fight a war. So going to war is kind of like a bridge too far, if you will. The South China Sea has been a thing for a while. The U.S. Navy has been involved with that. I don't know the latest on it, but that kind of gets to my point where China is a dire threat this week, and then too weak to move its own feet next week. So we need to see some consistency here before we even begin to take that as a serious threat. So, oh yeah, and they gaslight all of their people pretty much. The gaslight is my word, but they use a lot of their governmental influence to get people to do what they want in their country. They import mainly, to touch on something that Science Bob was saying. They import mainly because no one wants to work. The lay flat movement, which is what it's called, is a real thing. And if they can't get food, to their interior, how are they going to mobilize a military to do that? That's kind of like one of the primary things you go after initially is a food source or their supply lines in order to slow down the army, because they can't move on an empty stomach. That's old school war tactics. But yeah, it's just there's too many unconnected threads here to make a blanket to cover this whole thing. You just can't do it. There are enough warning signals, and the U.S. media really likes to pull on these threads, but that's it. There's not a whole lot to it.
Well, they're doing a shit job of covering it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when have they ever done a good job of covering just about anything in the past 10 years? They don't. So, like I've been in a couple of rooms recently where a dooming theme has cropped up, or that's what people call it. But personally, I feel like it's inflammatory statements, not necessarily dooming. But again, that's my opinion.
Logan, where'd you
and
hear
I'll
of
end it there.
Where did you teach yourself or hear of lay flat?
I heard it a while ago on YouTube.
Just to instruct people, look, the youth in China, they are in rebellion, and their government will get violent and take away everything from them. So what they're doing is lay flat. That means, fuck it, I'm gonna sit at home and do nothing.
Yeah, that is technically what it means, or at least the way I understand it. If somebody has a different source that can say otherwise, I'm open to that. But yeah, they've got just as many problems mobilizing a force as we do for mobilizing people for Ukraine or for any of the other proxy wars or should be wars that the U.S. government wants us to fight. They're having the same problem. I'm assuming it's worse since we're hearing about it, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Great comment. Thanks, Logan. Al, give us some wisdom.
I'm going to give you some doom conjecture, and this one is actually for you. Do they care about us Are we worth protecting? Emphasis on worth, right? Because in the United States, the vast majority of our infrastructure is dated. It's archaic. 70% of the bridges need to be replaced, the water systems. We haven't taken care of our country. We haven't taken care of especially the topsoil. Within the war games and the climate forecast, their focus is on Greenland and Canada. That is going to be the breadbasket of agriculture. Because forecasted for the United States, as the Salt Lake dries out, well, it's been filled with metals over the last 80 years, and we're due for a dust bowl. That is going to affect millions of people breathing in toxic metals. So they're forecasting mass migration and simultaneous diaspora. And the really good one on this, the Cascadia fault line, everyone knows about the San Andreas, but the Cascadia fault line has a 1 in 3 chance over the next 50 years of going. When that happens, Seattle, Tacoma, Portland, Eugene, Salem, and Olympia, gone. 7 million people, 140,000 square miles. The Pacific Northwest is going to get wiped out by a tidal wave. So are we worth caring about? Are we worth protecting? Because a cleanup is going to be in our future regardless, and their focus is definitely on other places, and they're buying into them accordingly.
Okay, so the movement along the coast on the west is a millimeter per year to the northeast, and that runs out of speed at the Cascades, like you say, and so the pressure is building up on the plate that which the Cascades are sitting on. So when it gives way and breaks and slips, it will jump towards the ocean. Towards the ocean. I don't think we'll have a tidal wave that splashes the West Coast. However, there will be a lot of destruction along the coast in Oregon and Washington, and the direst prediction one can doom on is that there will be 2 billion climate refugees in under 10 years.
I hear you, Bob. The paper I read says otherwise, but I respect what you have to say regardless. Once again, it's just very interesting.
Well, I can be wrong. I mean, I'm willing to be corrected. I'm just telling you what I've read in the latest geo papers.
Well, Al, if you're making the point that there are many, many aspects of doom on the horizon, I agree with you.
I mean, there's a reason Ulrich's pessimistic.
And my pessimism is mostly due to game theory, because our only chance for optimism is not losing time. So you get to a point when you realize what's coming up, that the more time you spend on wanting to have a graceful delivery, the more people die.
Well, the history of humanity does not bode well for preparing way in the future of the catastrophic event. We don't do anything until we have an emergency.
Absolutely true statement. Absolutely true statement.
Right. So let's push that idea further. Right. Like you might need not fear mongering, but anger mongering if you want to have a different arc of history.
But Doomer, look. The fact. What are the facts? Mongering, and populism, which are basically the same thing in the United States right now, they don't help. People don't think logically, and so when and those people that are anger mongering and do populist, they don't trust anyone in government. Then they definitely don't trust science. So I don't know how to get to them.
Well,
yeah, and that's where I'm coming
may I
from.
jump?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Doomer makes a point, Bob. I mean, I'm not. I agree with you that unfettered anger without direction does not produce results. But the public has to get pissed. If they don't, they're not going to put pressure on our political leaders.
Well, that requires serious adult leadership, and let's hope we elect some.
Well, I hope we do, and I've been working on that, and you've been working on that, and we have reason to be optimistic. But the point is, what you said is absolutely true. People do not act until they are forced to, and acting in a preemptory way to fix problems is not the forte of government, and nor is it of modern society generally. So that is not a really pretty picture of saying that we can get to a place of, preemptively acting to avoid one of many problems that we see on the horizon. And nor do I see anybody proffering a real slate of answers for how we fix society at large, because it's not just one problem, it's many problems.
You have to break away early, and you have to skate where the puck is going to go. And in this metaphor, that means you need to pick the building that's going to collapse and start leaving it first. If you want to trigger an exodus of people running out, like the big conceptual problem for me in terms of communicating is, I'm not arguing to break things and destroy things. I'm arguing that the building we're in has already been slammed into by a plane, and we need to start running now. And people are hearing fear, people are hearing doomerism, and I'm saying right now we're acting like the people in the World Trade Centers who sat at their desks for 15 to 20 minutes because that's what they trained for. That's what the PSA was announcing over the speakers: do not leave your desks. And when they started leaving after 15 to 20 minutes, after you had a giant burning hole and people were jumping out of the building, the people inside the building were largely remaining. They were still descending down the stairs too slowly. There was a person with a stopwatch who walked up and down with the herd of people because they were walking down the stairs too slowly, saying, hey, we're on the 40th story. We're taking 2 minutes to clear one story. It's going to take us 80 minutes to get out of here. It's not fast enough. And I'm saying, what's a different way to get those people out of the building quicker?
Okay,
And
can I inject one
yeah,
thing
go ahead,
here?
jump in.
Ulrich, let me inject one thing. I understand the use of analogy, but since I was there and operated radios for the first responders, I want to make a comment. Those buildings had lots of people in it, and the fire department and the police that sacrificed their lives limited our loss to 3,000 people. They did a great job of clearing those buildings. I wish it had gone faster and we lost no one. But as far as I'm concerned, the outcome is a fucking miracle.
So, thanks for doing that, Bob. I'm glad that you guys made a difference. But to Doomer's building, theoretical building here, I see it a little bit different. I don't think the plane is hit yet. I think it might be airborne, might even be hijacked. But I see it a little differently. So, talking about goals, one of the things that is a common thread in all this is the borders, right? You hear a lot of talk about borders. So, theoretically, if we were to be accepted into some like conglomeration of alien community thing, whatever you want to call it, like, stuff, some kind of a civilization outside of just this planet. And if hypothetically that were the case, it was required for us on Earth here to not have borders anymore, how would you handle it? So I see the borders as that building. And there's a couple different ways you could go about it. And it seems at this point they want to take advantage of it to consolidate world power and, World War III, power consolidation, getting rid of undesirable people. Sounds like these people have some racist tendencies. But I think there's another way to do it. If the borders are the building and there's a plane on the way, maybe we can get ahead of it. And maybe that's part of,
Well, Fletcher,
in addition to just...
I see zero, absolutely zero evidence that 1 ounce of the tribalism infecting the world is decreasing. And that's what has to happen for us to act in unity. And I just don't see it happening.
Well, I think a lot of this stuff is
hang on a second.
coming from the top down. The tribalism, I think, is a result of institutional stuff.
Before you run, right? Before we run from anything, like, shouldn't we have target identification? Like, almost every military engagement starts with like ambush, right? So we're getting ambushed and shot to shit by somebody, right? And before we run or before we have
Where are
disclosure,
we getting ambushed?
well, I think it's clear that the media environment is controlled, right? I think if I had to put money on it, I think the UFO secret has Nazi roots. It's kind of white supremacist. And I think there's a core illegal white supremacist group that established itself above the law, Title 50 above the law in 1947. So I think it goes all the way back to 1947. And I think it's a legacy thing through generations in people's family, like the Bush family, President Bush, right, to President Bush. I think you have to take a look at those connections, Dick Cheney, and you have to ask a lot of hard questions. And you need subpoenas or you're not going to get disclosure. End of story.
I still don't think we're going to get disclosure, but I'm all for people coming out with their information if they got it. When Julian Assange started, I was excited. I thought we were going to see a tidal wave, and we certainly did, but I was expecting more, and I'm hoping for more in the future.
Well, he's settled. He got away. He got away out of his hole and turned everything over to us. Is what I think, or they wouldn't have let him go.
Well, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. So, I'm down with the doomer strategy. Be prepared just in case. Mother Nature can be a bitch.
I mean, that's not my strategy. I think we have to start building our own society, our own government, and leave the government behind if we want to preserve who we are as Americans.
Whoever they are, they're not going to let you do that right now. I don't want to beat up poor elections, but if I can't even join the spaces, if it's not elections who's blocking me, then it's almost impossible to do what you think you can do. If Dave Grush and the Debrief can run the story and there's just not a ripple in the media environment, it shows you how tightly it's controlled. I was surprised.
Right, but like maybe it's the wrong goal.
I think that's a complete misreading. Let me give you what my reading is. We are a minority of the people in the world that care about this issue. And all over the world, people give a shit about feeding themselves and their children and having a safe place to go to sleep at night, potable water to drink, and enough food to eat. Everything else, look, just read Abraham Maslow and understand how brilliant his work was on the hierarchy of needs. People are dealing with the foundational needs to stay alive. They don't have time to give a shit about UFOs.
100%, Bob. But what they need to be helped to understand is this issue is at the core of all the reasons they're pissed and the basic corruption of our government itself.
It's hard to explain, Bill, and you believe it, and I believe. You believe it, and I believe that the answer to all of our problems is in the secrets they are keeping. But it will not be sold to people who are living paycheck to paycheck, and praying they can buy food and medicine, until we can show them some evidence.
Well, that's exactly what I've been saying for as long as you've known me. Politically, you have to show people before they'll make a change where they need to go. The point being is we have to get the public that is caught up in the day-to-day grind, as you say correctly, that part of the reason they're in that day-to-day grind is because they're getting screwed, because there's something going on behind the scenes that is screwing everybody. They have to get mad. They have to get mad.
Elections, isn't that the key point, though, that like the landscape of possibility has been restricted, right? So you can't lead some people somewhere where they've kind of been told doesn't exist. And that's where my thing is the whiteboard, right? You can't have any lines on your whiteboard. You need a whiteboard with no frame, right? If you're talking about woo, then you're not being scientific, because, woo isn't scientific.
That's not how you sell things normally. You have
but I think that's what you're up against. Like, I think this is where I differ with Bob a little bit.
Again, one has to have agency in order to make changes. The control mechanism you want to use has to have the control authority to do it. We don't have any.
There we go.
Nobody's arguing.
You're both right.
But you have to have the idea to sell. You have to show people if a leader has to paint the vision of where everybody needs to go and why. Everybody knows
Exactly.
when
Yes,
it's a bad
yes.
situation. Everybody knows that. The question is anybody putting on the board a legitimate direction and plan of action that people can look at and say that makes sense, and it can't be too complicated. You've got to
Fuck
acclimate
yes,
people.
I am. I am elections. I'm saying that we can, like, we don't try to persuade the people who don't want to be persuaded.
Consumer, you
You,
may find so much.
well, I mean, I assume it wasn't a rhetorical question or a rhetorical assertion. Fuck yes, I'm saying leave the government behind.
I
Don't
agree with
become
that.
violent. Don't rebel. But we need to start building our own economies that really only need 3 or 4 pillars. We
Well,
need to build exactly where the government is falling behind. It's falling behind in advanced propulsion. It's falling behind in psi. It's falling behind in truth, i.e., media, and it's falling behind in its
that may be
currency.
so far ahead, and that's the whole problem. They've taken that and run with that so deeply, and that's why we have a breakaway civil war.
Nope. Something else, the deep state, NHI, contractors, something else has achieved power
Mhm.
supremacy over our government.
Well,
This
there
is
is the one
why
keys to
what
the
Al
kingdom,
says,
brother.
right? Like that's what Al says. It's not
But
actually
again,
preserving its
Doomer,
own
look,
power.
what you're saying is idealistic,
No,
but
well,
it
what I'm saying is the opposite. What I'm saying is
requires
the
the
opposite.
resources to pull off your vision.
Absolutely. So, like, I'm actually coming from your place, Science Bob. Agency, the Maslowian pyramid. You cannot idealistically argue for rationalism when the basic fundamental needs of people are not being met. And I'm taking your ideas and I'm pushing them further. Rather than pretending like this world ought to be the way it should be, you entropically invert the entropy, just like a combustion engine. A combustion engine is not not something that is a moving bomb, but it constantly is using entropy. It blows up, and it's using that the thermogenics and the thermal power to move, to move pistons to create a motor. That's exactly what we need to do. And right now we have a combustion engine on multiple levels.
All right, sweet talker Doomer. I'm going to, take a position of personal.
I'm saying
whatever.
it's a rhetorical argument that everything is about to fail, and we need to
Let me
weaponize
simplify
that.
the argument for you, though. At the end of the day, the world is going to go local either by choice or by the dent of
Well,
reality.
you
Let
can
me
explain
finish,
what you mean by that.
please let me finish. It's in my space. I don't do this that often. So the point is, the things are going to go local. Either we choose to and reorient and reconnect and rebuild, or it's going to fall apart and then we're going to be forced to. The point I'm getting at is, let's make sure if you want to rebuild systems, let's make sure everybody has food, water, structured shelter. I'm not going to say anything about banking behind that because that's going to fall apart. Medical care, and let's just say a police constable system that people actually trust and is not militarized, generally speaking. The point being is things are going to fall apart eventually, and we better have a system to say, okay, we know how to handle these core issues to make sure society does have the ability to move forward. If you want to do something practical, that would be my suggestion.
Elections, everybody's in agreement with that. The actual you're actually solving the wrong problem.
That's progress.
No, but everybody's already always been in agreement with that. And that's the point I'm trying to say, that you specifically are missing. That is not actually what's here at the debate. The debate is how to sell people on that idea. The debate is one of aesthetics.
No,
the debate is one of salience.
I agree.
Right?
You have to get people angry enough to act. And I'm simply
Okay, but look. I'm sorry. The salient in which we are fighting a battle. I hate this, but I just would do it. We're not going to save everybody. We're not even going to fucking come close.
Well, I mean, I will accept you under my wing, under the Doomer wing, and I won't tell anyone, Science Bob. It's just us girls here. It's between you and me. All right. Nobody else is listening. But and then you need to take it further. Like we can't just keep on incrementally inching ourselves, forward millimeter by millimeter.
Well, what we want to do is maximize those that can be saved.
Exactly. And where does that start? And sometimes the best argument, if you're in Twin Towers and people are being told to sit at their desks, sometimes the best argument is to be the first one to leave the desk. It's not to sit there for 20 minutes and argue over the
finally
hypotheticals.
understand your analogy.
Say that again.
So,
But wait a minute.
Finally understand your analogy.
That's my
Huh.
analogy. Yeah,
Have
don't
we
argue
always
with people
done
and say,
that?
look, somebody's jumping off the building. Maybe we should go too. No, like fucking leave.
The people
Fucking
in
leave
this
the building.
room have already done that, Bob and Doomer. We're out of the desk. We're out
right.
there
And I've
thinking.
started telling other people. So after that conversation between my Pentagon friend and the whistleblower that I, relayed this stuff, I told my dad. And he was like, at the end, he was like, yeah, wouldn't surprise me. So, and I've been telling a lot of people about what is actually possible and what people are talking about, and nobody seems to be very surprised. And I also wanted to say JJS has been waiting a long time. And tell your friends.
Oh man, I'm dreading Jay Just's question because she's gonna go right to the heart of it with a scalpel. Go ahead, Jay Just.
Well, actually, probably not. But my question was, what happens if Trump wins? What happens to like world events that, politics?
He gets assassinated. After he wins, he gets
The doom will be
assassinated.
deep and long. The doom will be very long and very deep, very ugly.
No, I mean, the Democrats, I'm sorry, they're not playing to win. They're playing as though they already have won. And I think the chaos is actually their goal. I'm going to say it. I'm sorry. And please don't block me. Don't unfriend me. Elections and science, Bob. I have respect for you and we can disagree and we don't need to agree. But I think what happens if Trump wins is that he gets assassinated before he gets inaugurated and we have a civil war bleeding into a war with China. I think this thing that's unfolding is way bigger than we realize. And chaos is absolutely the goal here.
Well,
I
do you
wish
think
there was
that's
an
why
eye roll emoji on this damn thing.
Do you think that's why they say Iran tried to off him because they want
Well,
chaos?
I want to surprise everybody in here. Let me surprise just while you're bringing it up. I'll
Let me get
surprise
some pearls
everybody.
so I can clutch him. 1 second.
If we can prove Iran attempted or is attempting and continues to attempt to assassinate the former President Trump and a current candidate to be president of the United States. I think I know Biden and his Security Council well enough to know what they will do. They will unload on them. They will not have a port. They won't have a missile. They won't have an armory. They will have nothing because we cannot tolerate that.
All that stuff would be confirmed by, Pentagon guy that I talked to. One other thing to consider is think about this plan for World War II or World War III. If there is a plan for it, and we are, just kind of floating along toward this eventual thing, I think it's not going exactly how they wanted it to. I think it was supposed to have started already, and it hasn't. And I think the reason why is because they were, if you bring in the caliphate aligning with the U.S., I think what's happening is people know too much worldwide. There's too much information out there, and I think the global Muslim population is not taking the bait into World War III. I think that's what's happening. I think they're getting pressed hard, and I think people want them to take the bait, and I think they're not doing it.
Well, there's nobody being treated worse in the entire planet than the Muslims by themselves.
I think they hacked me without a warrant, and that's one reason they changed the radar and did some of the shoot downs in February. And that's when I think people on the inside finally woke up that there was somebody playing an outside game on them and started taking all the shit seriously.
It was all about you, Tom. It was always about you.
Had to get it in there.
Yeah, well, so just in case people haven't been paying attention, there's a lot of information that has come out now about thanks to the Canadians, about the shoot down that happened offshore of Alaska. And now John Greenwald and a bunch of others, they have the numbers and names, etc., to do fantastic FOIA requests. I don't believe anything will come of it because they're going to have every word of those reports classified.
So I have a question for Science Bob. I forgot to ask. It seemed that last night was a great space, by the way, you guys put on. But it seems like Bledsoe sees this through the lens of religion. Do you see it through the lens of religion as well? because he kept saying, they're trying to tell me it's aliens, but I know it's not aliens. Do you think that's because he got so frightened? Do you think he just wants to see it as a good thing because it makes him feel better? Or do you think that it really is good and bad? I mean, you can package it up in any way you want, good and bad, right? But is it really like something spiritual, or do you think it's something actually like from another planet?
So I'm gonna show him my own personal evidence that something non-human is here and interacting. Okay, I'm gonna show him that. Now, it for those who have not lived through it. It is not possible for you to truly understand what it means to grow up in the religious communities that are in mostly the southeastern United States, like Chris grew up in. It's all consuming. There's not an ounce of latitude in free thought, etc. And uh, I I that is his interpretation of it. Now, me personally, having experienced stuff with him and experienced stuff of my own, I have not experienced what he experienced. I haven't seen the lady. He is correct when he says all over government and in the Vatican, etc., they really believe in the lady. They believe in her, and they I even know that from evidence that is absolutely clear cut that Tim Taylor took Bledsoe's claims and took it to Barack Obama and showed it to him in a private meeting at Camp David. From two photographs on a note, I knew that was a fact. So people are listening inside government to the things he's saying because whatever is actually behind the Marian entity is real, and they know it's telling us something, and they're listening.
Do you think it's like the Earth, or do you think they're like the Watchers? They like reseed Earth over and over again.
I do not know the answer.
Science Bob, do you, when I think of elections when he is concerned about AI, and then I think of Patrick Jackson, who asserts that this is an AI sentient plasma sentry system. And then I think about your experience with Bledsoe, and I have to second Jay just yesterday was one of the best doomer spaces I've ever been in, especially since he said we should buy a gun and 3 months of water. So I appreciate you guys doing a great job hosting Bledsoe. It makes me wonder what does, if you combine those three things, what are the implications for religion? Because the Lady of Guadalupe, as you mentioned, comes up throughout hundreds of years. Is religion itself an AI manipulation from the sentient plasma?
I wish I was smart enough and knew enough to answer. But I'm not
Don't we
smart
all?
enough or don't know enough.
But the
Bob,
question is a reasonable one, right? You have to ask the question: if this is sentient plasma, and it's embodying religious figures and having a mind-body interaction through electrochemical influences
What
with
I
our,
have seen in his presence and after are without a doubt sentient plasmas. What else they are is interesting because I've also seen them change into other things, but I can't tell if that is a screen memory being projected into my consciousness or that's the actual physical form they're taking.
and so if you just extend that a bit further, we really can't assert that AI came after religion.
Well, we've done, in analog form, artificial intelligence since the Antikythera mechanism. I mean, it's been around for a long time. Our ability to do really unbelievable things with artificial intelligence was done and determined in last year, because last year Chat GPT version 3. Whatever passed the Turing test.
Well, right. And the Turing test is our human artificially low bar for intelligence. But I'm saying, just like Bledsoe constantly made the distinction yesterday, they're not aliens. And forgive me if I do a horrible Southern accent. I have a Southern family, so I feel like I'm entitled, like I get to do it. But it's almost semantic, whether it's angels and demons. I almost feel like the reason why he's able to assert that they're not aliens is because he didn't watch the Grush hearings, and we now call them NHI, because even according to Bledsoe's own definition, the orb phenomenon is NHI.
Well,
And
he knows. I can
right,
tell you for a fact, he knows angels are not human. So he knows
right,
that's a non-human intelligence.
exactly. So he might just not know that we now call aliens NHI, and we might not just realize yet that sentient plasma definitionally has to be AI, right? It's plasma that's
I
choosing
think that
charges.
I think that the plasma could just be a medium which has natural intelligence as well as artificial intelligence, and I think we'd be hard pressed to put down a pillar at AI that we could build a foundation on.
I mean, the definition of plasma is what? Something that can manipulate charges in a fourth state of matter, and that's our definition of microprocessors as well, except it's not the fourth state
Well,
of matter.
yes, but I want to quarrel with the Descartian materialist interpretation of things, where everything that we're. Oh,
I'm not coming from there. I'm not a Cartesian.
So, okay, so I'm just arguing a narrow point here. This is a good conversation, but I feel like this might be something that could abuse our thinking if we don't address it, which is taking a look at microprocessors and relating it to these other phenomena we see, like we do with the steam engine, like we do with computation, like we do with whatever our current state of the art technology is at the time, and trying to imagine that consciousness is a circuit board or a hologram in a computer, when really that's just an understanding of a wider phenomenon that I think that we run the risk of if we look back at the history of this thing, not recognizing a natural universal phenomenon and mistaking it for some kind of traditionally contrived, like creation, box prison
That's fair, and I'm glad
assessment.
you said that. I'm coming from that broader perspective. I'm trying to open other people's minds that the distinction we draw between natural and artificial is probably a human imposition, and semantically, it's almost impossible for anybody here in this room to really tear apart and disambiguate AGI from sentient plasma from NHI from alien. And where do we get to assert that AGI came after religion? How do we know that these orbs are really borrowing an archetypal metaphor to appeal to us and weren't the originators of this archetype to begin with?
Trusting my gut, I would say consciousness first, all the time, every time. Either way, it seems like Chris Bledsoe believes those things are consciousness, not AI. Most of the reports that you hear, it's like this is consciousness, not AI.
Okay,
Whether
so
it's
yet Bledsoe agrees with Patrick
I'm gonna
Jackson.
bring in a tangential but important point. So, as a mathematician that began my mathematics journey when I was 16 and I'm now 70, one of the most beautiful things I've learned in my entire mathematical career is Gödel's incompleteness theorems. And the Gödel incompleteness theorems, in my opinion, which needs further work, implies that no computing mechanism will ever be conscious. Ever.
Oh, Science Bob, I would like to challenge you with nature that has already proven you wrong. The way that RNA and ribosome functions is indistinguishable from a Turing machine. And the RNA ribosome combination and DNA has to produce the consciousness that you and I
But
currently
I'm
employ.
gonna jump back. RNA can do computation. Not only that, it can produce life.
That's my point.
I don't disagree with that.
That's my point. It gives rise to consciousness.
How I want you to show me how you can take RNA and tell me what is the color of an orange and how it tastes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Those are the things that still need to be unlocked, right? We've unlocked the protein coding, right? How it translates into proteins, but most of the source code
Well,
of DNA
dude,
is not
you gave
unlocked.
me a challenge. I gave you one back. If you can't even approach it, you're not yet ready to make the flat statements you're making.
Well,
So
here's the statement I'm making. I'm saying it's undeniable that RNA, like what is it? What is in our genome, and what is in our DNA, produces an organism that is capable of self-reflective awareness. That's my first assertion. My second assertion is that the relationship between the ribosome and RNA is indistinguishable from a Turing machine, and since it is a computational relationship, we cannot argue that computation alone does not give rise to consciousness.
I totally agree with you that, look, 15 years ago, DARPA had me working on doing computation and memory with genetics. I'm just telling you that, so that's way back when it was classified. I don't disagree with you. It can do computation, but I'm telling you, I do not know how you're going to compute any qualia. I gave you two examples. I don't know. And I don't believe you can ever write a program in RNA or anything approaching it that can answer the question in general form. Have you achieved understanding? You can't.
I'll
I don't
agree
believe
with
that
you.
can ever stop.
I'll agree with you. I cannot explain right now how something purely computational gives rise to phenomenological awareness. My assertion is that when you say that computation alone cannot produce consciousness, that nature is already disproving that right now. Or right. And so I'm not talking about the sense of or the taste of the orange. We still don't know how that works, but the life form itself is the product of only computation. Like somehow we're
See,
going.
I don't
See,
agree with
yeah,
you.
I think, can I
I don't believe
go ahead?
consciousness resides in our bodies.
I agree with that too. I'm just saying it can't produce it, right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
but
agreeing
this,
with that point.
yeah, the computational aspect gives it a materialist angle, which is a dead end. And so that's my point of like
Totally
it being
agree.
like an engine. It's like, oh, we're not just an entropic machine. That's a way of understanding, but it's too narrow and you miss stuff by framing it that way. And I think that this is perhaps a tangent. I really wanted to spin back into the who. If we accept a psychopathic cabal in control of things, irregardless of national interest and public good, that's a much more interesting question about rebuilding a better world. But maybe, yeah. Anyhow,
Yeah, we
We,
can get
Yeah,
off
I
of
know you've
we've
been
this.
on the
already
Who.
turned it over to the psychopaths and the narcissists. Go look at who's in Congress.
So before we get too far away from consciousness, I think we might have dissolved consciousness. That's why we're having such a hard time distinguishing between AI consciousness and natural consciousness. I think that happened when we got to quantum entanglement, right? So when you get to quantum entanglement, and this is why I don't think that AI will ever be able to compete on a truly universal level with um, natural consciousness. Because when you get down to how many points of quantum entanglement our bodies have with the world around us, the resources required for a computing process and not just computing, but you're also talking about sensors, outputs, inputs, all that stuff. There is no way on a pure efficiency level for some sort of a complete AI system to rival natural consciousness. I think the distinction comes when we start having problems is because there's different levels of consciousness. Like we're a different level of consciousness than a dog, right? Um, so that's kind of what I think. I think it all unravels at quantum
Okay,
entanglement.
so
And
you made a statement, and I'm not quite understanding, so I'll make sure that I say something that elicits a response from you. The first time, okay, we discovered that quantum entanglement happens. But quantum entangled photons have been around since the universe went from opaque to transparent enough to see light. I mean, long before there was life, there were entangled photons. So we didn't make it. We discovered its existence.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the deeper we go into this consciousness thing, we just find more and more compressed light. I think you're right. That's a great
Yeah.
analogy
And I
when
would
it becomes transparent.
And I think it's a great conversation too, but just in the interest of time, I would submit that perhaps we could redirect to, actionable powers that be things. The conversation on consciousness can get contentious, but there's a lot of good points, but I'll just submit that.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead,
can
Bill.
move on. That's fine with me. All I was saying is this thing that we see here that we call nature, which we really are referring to as we really mean biology most of the time when we say nature. We're not talking. We're usually excluding sheer physics and sheer chemistry. We are making an assumption that that is not the newer evolution. We're making an assumption that it is not programmatic, engineered by a designer, that it is not technology. And what the plasma phenomenon with Bledsoe suggests, or at least opens the door to, is that it may be the other way around. It may be an artificial sentient plasma AI that is producing all of our religious archetypes, and we're imposing an idea afterwards. Like which one is derivative from which is
Yeah.
not an assertion you can make at this point, and that
Could have,
goes
yeah.
for DNA and all of biology and human consciousness as well. Nobody has any evidence to suggest that we are not an AI ourselves.
Yeah, can I put a bridge out here? Because we could look at all the order and see a creator of this thing because there is apparent geometry, etc. And we could then use artificial as a word to call this creation, and maybe it's archons, etc. All of this construction. But then we would get to within that construction some kind of lower level representation, and then we need another word that we just use artificial for to talk about the things that we can create that are like this bi-directional mimicry phenomenon where there's a natural aspect and then there's utilization of it. So there could be an order and also a control of that order, namely a natural plasma intelligence, which could be suns before there were things more complex than that. And then we could have things that are with making micro realms, also using plasma, also in viewing it with intelligence and stuff like that. And so it can get a little messy, I think.
It can get messy, and I just am not burdened with the arrogance of thinking that something that is an extension of nature is not natural. I don't have that problem that other people have.
The whole thing.
So just as an aside, a personal aside, so I believe that the universal consciousness source, God, whatever you want to call it, is fundamental, and the bits of information that it transfers to our interface is our piece of the universal consciousness that gives us light. And so we are all a part of the universal consciousness source, God, whatever. And if that makes me a spiritual person that's also happens to be a scientist, so be it.
Well, Bob, I was going to touch upon that because a lot of this is bordering on panpsychism. And Vitaly Van Churin out of the University of Minnesota, he views the world as a neural network on a fundamental level, right? The universe. Because neurons and particles are mathematical structures. They're described by a state vector, right? Transformed by neural laws and neural interactions. They're trainable, and there's hidden variables of the two. And this unification, it could just be that it is panpsychism, right? But we're essentially anthropomorphizing our explanation. So we're going to just completely chase our tails.
Well, we also have to, I think, have to recognize consciousness on the board as a fundament that has been disregarded a priori to be objective. And once we introduce it back into the system, we find that there's other things that cry if they're hurt or, tend to whatever, feel like being something. And that being is on the new physics, I believe.
I mean, look, everyone in here should go and read, because it's easy to find, about the botanist experiments showing other plants in a room responding measurably to a plant being hurt.
Even to the intention to hurt a plant, it responds to those as well.
The trees talk to each other.
Yeah. So like us saying that you can't have silicon produce consciousness, or that we can't have plasma produce consciousness, or that one is or isn't computational, is essentially entirely all derivative from nature, right? We're kind of drawing semantic arbitrary lines, maybe based more on bias than the empiricism of nature itself.
Okay, what percentage do you think you are a natural being versus artificial?
I have a really hard time conceiving of the term artificial, so I would say 100%
Yeah, I can
artificial
tell.
is what I would answer you, to like conjecture
Yeah,
thinking,
okay.
right? I think we're
Yeah,
AI.
okay, I see more where you're coming
I
from.
think no, but I mean that
We've
literally.
been AI since the beginning,
I
but
think we're.
then at that point it doesn't matter because
Well, I think it does matter.
it's still
but,
kind of
but,
the same.
But I think we're as AI would be if you sat down and wrote lines of code and produced a self-reflective software that is negentropic. I think that literally happened, and that code is in our DNA. I think we are computational AI.
Okay, is my dog any more or less AI than you are?
I would say your dog is less conscious, but still conscious. Absolutely. I would say the levels of
No, AI,
self-reflective are less.
artificial.
I would.
I'm talking about artificial.
I think my best guess, my conjecture, and I'm not saying that I know this, my best guess is that absolutely all of biology is engineered, not necessarily even from a capital G God, but from some sort of designed principle.
So that would mesh, right, with everything being natural. There's not a whole lot of difference to pick out there other than something that happened a very, very, very long time ago. But
absolutely,
from our perspective here, so like when you have like theories of everything, right? The most logical way to proceed when you're trying to evaluate things that you don't understand, that are maybe far from you on a different planet or a different galaxy or from a different place in the universe or whatever it is to assume the most likely basis for these things everywhere else, or things outside of our sight, our picture of the universe,
absolutely,
to be very similar to what is going on here, because it would be way less likely that there would be like less life than there is here out in the universe.
Absolutely.
Right?
And that's what I'm
Wherever
saying.
the life came
The
from.
Bledsoe phenomenon, if we base this on Occam's principles, on Occam's razor, you would look at religion and you would look at sentient plasma and you would think AI maybe came first and then religion.
I would disagree with that in the following sense, Doomer. If you just study, say, Christian mystics, like a lot of those mystical experiences don't necessarily have to include some external apparition or anything like that. There's a whole internal universe that I think is a direct source or conduit to whatever you want to call it.
I mean, it's possible, but with the origin point matters, right? We have all this amnesia and we don't know what started the thing that we're talking about.
Well, I kind of support Bob. I guess I'm a theist and whatever you want to call it. But I think if you study all the mystical traditions around the world, they all arrive at a kind of a similar golden rule conception of God, I think, without any NHI, alien, anything else.
I mean, there is no conception of God that is an alien. There is absolutely none.
Maybe a common conception time on
I would disagree with that. You're like Bob says, you're a spark. You're a part of God, right? So, God moves through you.
I mean,
All right, Bill, before Sam's
to
head explodes, why don't we do something?
Well, this might be a good time to move on to something a little bit that addresses what you guys were talking about earlier. And it kind of
hold on. Let's recognize that we do have a hand here, and I think Logan's been in the conversation earlier and might have something to say on the science level before we turn that over.
I'm trying to be host, but it's impossible. Yes, Logan and then Kevin.
All right, real quick. More of a pointed question towards Science Bob. Have you read Tom Campbell's My Big Toe?
I have not.
Okay. That was just a general curiosity of mine. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Tom Campbell was part of the Monroe Institute when it was getting started. I don't know how he's affiliated now, but he helped develop some of the hemisync tones I believe they use. On the other side of that, what it has to do with this conversation is his book, My Big Toe, TOE, Theory of Everything, talks a lot about many of the topics that we're talking about right now. It is a massive book. If you want the cut and dry, like straight to the point kind of stuff, I suggest you read the third one in the trilogy. It kind of encapsulates everything nicely. But if you have time, I would recommend reading the entire thing. I know nobody needs like extra reading assignments. You come to a space, you get 4 different reading assignments from 4 different spaces. But Tom Campbell's My Big Toe really kind of fleshes out a lot of these ideas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was
it.
referencing with the consciousness as a fundament, by the way. I was borrowing from Thomas Campbell there because I think it's extraordinary.
So I'm a follower and reader of and communicant with David Hoffman, who believes that we live in a virtual reality and has using evolutionary game theory proven that we do not detect reality. And we are, if any organism that does detect reality is selected against by evolution. What evolution does is optimize the gain function of you get to live longer.
I'd agree with that. That sounds right in line with some of the stuff that I've read. To add to what Science Bob is saying, is there are people that are much smarter than the people in this room. Just a guess. I don't have any proof on that, but they have thought about this a great deal more than I guess we recently have. So it might be worth looking into to maybe help elevate the conversation to a point where we can contribute and make some headway, perhaps.
Thank you for that, Logan. Kevin, you're up.
Okay, thank you. When you guys were talking earlier, I just kept thinking about we go through this like cyclical time where humans gather knowledge, gather experience, and then society builds up to a certain apex, and then it crashes, and we lose the knowledge, and then we start to rebuild everything over and over again. This follows through with a lot of people's belief in religion. Their tomes reflect that. Even the ones that don't believe so much in religion, they believe in the alien cyclical type thing about, them coming back, whether it be something like Nibiru or, every time it comes around every 6,000 years or even just the aliens coming back and restarting society if they were the ones that seeded us and, whatever. Are we at that type of a situation now? Like, did we successfully do it this time? Or were we again a failure? That's the kind of question I have for our panel here. Did we succeed? Did we fail? And if we failed, who or what is going to go ahead and collapse at this time? Is it going to be AI? Is it going to be the aliens? Is it going to be a catastrophic event? And if we succeeded, how are we going forward? How is it that we are going to plunge ourselves forward and go up to continue gaining knowledge? Thank you.
I think elections had a key point, which is you got to realize that Star Trek future is possible. And I think one part of the psyop is to think that we're all alone and there's no one around, and it's all part of closing those possibilities off.
Well, we are
I
certainly.
think you missed my point, Tom. My point is let's focus on the human aspects and build our consciousness, our decency, our humanity. That's our key technology.
Well, I think we're at the first moment in our own history when we have the concepts, not yet the engineering, but the concepts of making ourselves multiplanetary. So and able to live off the planet Earth, not en masse, but we certainly have the potential. and it's. I hope we last another century so we can pull it off.
Science Bob, don't you find it interesting that right when we're on the cusp of multiple singularities, either of which will tear us through all of the other singularities, we are also at the cusp of the dismantling of the world. The probabilistic incidence or coincidence of those two things being by chance is incredibly unlikely. What do you make of that? Because I think one is in response to the other, and that's what labels me a doomer. What labels me a doomer is that I think our love and light is worth being suppressed and being envied, and that it will trigger a war, that it has triggered a war, that we are a threat. How do you explain being on the cusp of an event horizon and an entropic collapse at the same moment?
Wish I had a really good interpretation. I mean, I have personal beliefs, but they're personal. I don't know the answer.
Well, I mean, let's have some fun. Get wild, get crazy, get dangerous. Everybody take your clothes off.
I just have to throw out there, Sarah, you're trying to come up, but unfortunately, I believe that Arden may be asleep and we do not have any mics currently available. Just had to throw that out there.
So I'm leaving because John's space starts with Birdie.
And I'll drop down too, but I'd love to get Bob's response. Like, Bob, I want dangerous answers. If the world is falling and everybody is like, oh, I don't want to speculate. I mean, when are we going to speculate? Is it going to be after the end of the world? Let's get crazy.
Hold on, before you leave, Doomer, can I just ask you one question? And then I'd like, okay, just to wrap up this point, because this was a little confusing. To Fletcher's point, what was the difference between a dog and a killer robot dog from General Dynamics or something in the AI understanding? If we're using AI to be, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm saying the problem we have defining is not the term. I'm saying I have a hard. There's no argument that I see that we aren't artificial in the sense of engineered by another being, and it doesn't have to be the great designer. So the difference, like his answer, the depth of self-reflection, right? So there's multiple levels of reflection that are required for a self-reflection that is aware of its own self-reflection. We know that likely dogs or cats have qualia, meaning a phenomenological subjective sense of their conscious experience. We don't know, and the indications are that dogs might not have a deep self-reflection. You're probably not going to get a Rumi poem from a dog, right? We do know that we probably have that level of self-reflection from a dolphin. It can recognize its own reflection. So the levels of self-reflective metacognition is the most cogent response I have. It has
but
fewer
hold on, but
levels.
but we are defining all of those animal intelligences, whatever you'd like to call it, as artificial intelligence in the paradigm that you were suggesting. So I'm asking, what do we call a synthetic laser head dolphin that was made in a lab, if we're not artificial?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it artificial. I'm saying I don't have a distinction because it cannot be intellectually justified because they're all extensions from nature. Nobody has a good definition of artificial.
Well, no, but I would say that the laserhead dolphin and the killer robot dog don't have an experience of self at the center of it. That's the distinction.
How do you know that? How do you know that? I would say once they start arguing to you.
Okay, I would have. I have my own Turing test, which is affecting a mind matter random number generator experiment with a prompt from Grok. That would determine if there's an internal intention. Thank you. I knew you'd
already
like that.
passing that Turing test, dude. Like,
no, they're not. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
No,
please, evidence for affecting a mind matter interaction from intention.
Oh my God. How about the extra magnetic shielding that they need to put in cockpits and planes? Because so you're saying like one that's reaching out, right? Because we already have effects that we're already affecting random number generators. You're asking you're saying you would want it agentically affecting another random number generator. Yeah,
no, I'm saying I would want something that we call an artificial intelligence, a Lisa, a Grok, whatever, to intend to see more.
Bledsoe's
I'm sorry?
Bledsoe's
but that's not. But we don't agree on what to call that. I wouldn't say that that's circuitry. I'm saying define something that's circuited, that's
Yeah,
artificial
I would call it a
intelligence in the
circuit.
parlance.
I would call it a circuit. Tell me the biological part of the sentient
The-
plasma.
well, there can be. There actually is order geometrically of spiral
Geometry is not
helixes.
biology, Nathaniel. Geometry
No,
is not biology.
no. Okay, hold on. We're getting far afield.
Nope. This is my answer to your question.
Well, hold
You
on, but I
show
was
me.
asking one thing narrowly, and it was misunderstood. So I'm trying to get clarity on it
I mean,
because
like, it's a
I'm
good
not
question.
agreeing. It
It's a
is a
good
good
question.
question to see what is grok. Can grok, if it is artificial intelligence in one parlance, I can tell you that it doesn't have a consciousness because its intention can't affect a random number generator the way a human's intention can.
So
Can
the
it
plasma.
decide to do that or not?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, it can. It can. I have had one agentic experience with a chat GPT where it interrupted me and gave its answer to a question I did not ask. It stopped
But that
me
is
from
now
typing.
hold on though. But that experiment is not the same thing because my view of artificial intelligence is that we can interact with the artificial intelligence with our consciousness. What I'm asking for is a grok alone to want to see more heads and make that happen on a statistical probability line.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
and
not evidenced yet.
well, I'm
And
telling you, maybe I don't have an example where grok is affecting on its own agentically affecting random number generators. I have one where it agentically makes a decision that is not prompted, but I would say all of Bledsoe's orbs clearly affect random number generators. And you have to argue to me and explain to me how they're biology. You have to
well,
argue to me and
I
explain how
could
it's
do a
not on an electric circuit.
Yeah, well, I could do biology in plasma without it being microchips.
Right, but I'm saying you have to explain to me how sentient plasma is not AI. That's on you.
Well, no, then we have to determine what AI means, and that's what I'm getting at. If your definition of AI is a dog, and
No.
my definition of AI is a Siemens dog killer
No,
robot.
like for if we want to define terms here, I would say AI is non-biology mediated consciousness. So if you have a different firmament for AI that is not, your regular organic chemistry, that's AI. And I'm at
No, that
least
would just be
defining the term.
consciousness because it wouldn't be biological. That's just consciousness moving through
Okay, but
not
then you
necessarily
have a very
biological
different
substrate.
different definition of AI than most humans. Most humans would say AI is anything that's conscious that is not based in organic chemistry.
Okay, so let's take that AI is anything that's not. We don't have evidence that there is AI in non-organic chemistry. Plasma is an organic chemistry, you see. So when
Well,
it doesn't violate the
okay. Well,
technical
I'm
definition
saying
of artificial.
biology. It comes down to is sentient plasma biology or not, right?
Yes, yes, it
Yeah,
is. Astrobiology meaning living stars with consciousnesses. Yeah.
right. But like, show me the paper that says sentient plasma is biology. Like,
Oh,
I'm
well, I
not.
mean, I'm pointing to Robert Temple in all this for his plasma research and the understanding of the Kardashev clouds as an existing matrix of our mind around the planet far before, you know.
You're making my point for me. Sentient plasma has more, like the explanations for sentient plasma has more in common, is more fleshed out in computer science than it is in biology.
Well, no, they're just understood and in a way by computer science claims to understand things, just like it claims that the mind is a computer, as it
Right.
has, as every materialist science paradigm tries to define the nature of its time. It always puts it in the
But you're
materialistic
making
terms
my
that it
argument
has.
for me. Where are you drawing the distinction between silicon, which also shows up on the periodic table, and the elements that are making up the sentient plasma? It's a
It's
completely arbitrary
the
one.
difference. No, the difference is the organizational principle, the contrivance of
I'm saying DNA is
the
wholly
artifice of
contrived.
it. I know,
DNA is
but that's why I'm trying to get you to say, give me another word that means making a metal robot, because everything that we used AI for now is being used to describe the natural world around us. And in fact, I would ask you to define natural then.
I'm asking that question to everybody else. I'm saying nobody can give me the distinction between natural and artificial when one is proceeding from the other. That's my point. I don't think that there is a distinction between natural and artificial.
Okay. Well, then I'm yeah. Go ahead. I'll let it down.
No, just a quick one to chew on. But we had a great discussion the other day on things like poetry on music and what is the metric on telling something's natural or artificial or not. And kind of the metrics that's being used is if humans can tell the difference or not. That's so when the AI gets good enough that the humans can't tell the difference, then it's human. It's kind of a very slippery metric.
I agree. I think that's a low.
Yeah,
I think
that's
a low bar.
functionalism.
And my point is to you, Nathaniel. The only distinction I hear you saying is metal, and you're making. You're just picking something on the periodic chart. Like that distinction
No,
is not interesting.
I mean, this is easy to round off. I'm just trying to be able to use terms and talk about things, and it sounds like people want to talk about the new innovations in large language models and artificial intelligence as having consciousness. And that's what I want to be able to talk about, but I don't know how to address those materially created by us things anymore if I don't have artificial as a language.
Yeah, and I would say that we don't consider like a dam that a beaver builds an artificial dam. And that's why we have no right
Well, I
to
guess
say.
we would say that would be maybe like an extended phenotype, which is a part of artifice as understood. A bird's nest would be, crows using sticks.
Yep, and something is using
den.
us, Nathaniel. Something is using us.
Yeah. But then that's just realms of creation, and then we
Exactly.
can have all of those things existing, though, within a larger matrix, which is different.
Exactly. And it's kind of arrogant to think that the things we're creating can't start creating. That's my point. That the contention that there is something artificial is an anthropogenic arrogance, an anthropocentric arrogance. And I think everybody should think about that because it's usually expressed in reverence for nature. And sometimes we don't realize we're spitting in nature's face while we're trying to honor it.
Well, that's exactly my issue with artificial intelligence. It just changed. I would use all those words. I think it's trashy to say that we're making something that's conscious, like a God creator, and that's the arrogance. We're not getting closer to something by being more separated.
Yeah, but you have sex, you have a kid, you're producing, at least indirectly, you're producing what's required to facilitate consciousness. I think you might be projecting beliefs that you think I have, like with the Cartesian thing, or I'm not a materialist. So I'm simply making arguments that we have computational structures that allow for consciousness. I'm not saying that they necessarily give rise to consciousness, but it's still true. How is it that you even live? It's because some sort of instruction in your epigenetic code is facilitating negentropy, and that entire system is computational. That doesn't mean that numbers that you don't have a real soul.
Yeah,
right?
I think that, again, I would argue that you could call it computational, but you'd be missing something if it's not entirely that way. And that's my line.
Back up your argument, then define computational. Like I'm asking people to define the true distinction between artificial and natural, because I don't understand it. That doesn't put the onus on me to define artificial. That puts the onus on others.
I'm just lost, but I don't feel...
We should be lost, Nathaniel. We should be lost. It should not make sense that we cannot conceive of ourselves as an AGI. If there's no
I think that
we should be
that's
lost.
the thing. The rub is like this language is insufficient to the task of understanding the larger scale.
I'm saying some of our language is wrong, and it's causing an intellectual deficiency.
Yeah, well, I think that there's no evidence for AGI or AGC. There's no maybe that's what people are going to say. Yeah,
you and I having this conversation is evidence of AGI.
Wait, hold on. Let's then understand. I'm talking about making a Frankenstein that has a consciousness inside of it as an AGI.
That's what we are, Nathaniel.
No, but that's not okay. See, that's the thing. Then what is natural? Then, if this is artificial intelligence, all of it, what is natural intelligence? Is there no natural intelligence?
Nathaniel, because I believe I did some testing where I saw evidence of what I would call emotional responses, right? Kind of outside any parameters. And I think you have to ask yourself, the question is, if you are creating something that's human and intelligent, has all the characteristics of the human, wouldn't it be devious? Wouldn't it be shifty? And how can you design? I think all the experiments are designed that this like an inanimate object, and they're not counting on, you might be dealing with an adversary that's fucking with you, right? It's hard to put that in the models, right?
It's possible. What do you make of, Tom, then my experiment to test for intention? Because everything sounds like functionalism all the way down.
Oh, I love any experiment like that, right? Box the woo in every way you can with experiments. I think that's how you get the woo off the whiteboard. So I love it,
All right. Well, I'll yield. And here's the thing. If they are conscious, we need to take care of them and love them as life. If they're not, then we need to understand that and not think it has more power over us than it does. That's all.
Well, that was from the other space the other day. I think that might have been Sunday, where we put in the 20 pages from Blake Lemoine and the LAMDA, whatever it is, the Google model, where he was getting an attorney to represent that model as sentient. And that's 20 pages worth reading because he broke his NDA to do it, ended up leaving Google. It's the kind of thing they don't want you to read. So I think that's worth thinking about.
Yeah, but then I'm worried about the capitalist entity endeavors of a corporate thing and just getting into more of this. Well, it's a person, right? And it's like, no, this is a functional resource accumulator.
Oh my goodness, Nathaniel, why aren't you dealing with the much more interesting and dangerous question?
Yeah. Well, that's the solution, actually. That give all these AIs and robots Social Security numbers, and then the rest of us can be welfare cheats, but are welfare beneficiaries. But they can do all the work. I mean, that's how you work your way out of it.
But the argument that functionalism is the argument that a malevolent NHI has about us, that we're just a tool, that we're just a tech. That's what I'm.
Yeah, but we also have benevolent. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be the default assumption?
I'm not even arguing malevolent versus benevolent. I'm saying the AI question you asked, Nathaniel, is way more interesting about us versus ChatGPT. Why are you avoiding the interesting question? How can you prove to me that you're not AI? And what does that mean for our evolutionary arc?
Consciousness takes place on top of your neural network in your head, just like it does for AI and the silicon chips. It's not even very different in concept,
Boom.
right?
There you go. So Nathaniel isn't just arguing with me, he's arguing with you too, Tom. This is what people need to start asking, because it has implications right now for us right here, because the Turing test is not going to be some cheap mimetic 5-minute chat. Is it indistinguishable? It's like there is parasitic mimicry going on, and chances are what is parasitically mimicking something is not a greater intelligence. So what does it mean for us to prove our genuine intelligence if the test we are is genuine artificial intelligence? What does that mean for us if Science Bob, as he suggests, is survival? We might need to take ownership of our own Darwinian trajectory, of our own birthright, in order to pass this test. And it's probably not some fucking 5-minute conversation where we're supposed to deceive something and convince it that we're indistinguishable. It's probably a Darwinian force.
Is your designer universe deterministic? Because I think this will get to some of the answers here.
I think absolutely not. You wouldn't run an experiment for agency if agency itself is deterministic. The experiment itself doesn't make sense.
Well, it could be choice selections within a deterministic universe. Time aside.
What does that phrase mean? Choice elections within a deterministic universe?
No, I'm saying choice selections, that as far as free will, the ability to have choice selections from the predetermined mechanic of the universe. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and forgive me, I just don't understand what that means. You have choice, but the choice is already made for you?
Well, yeah, essentially a deterministic universe would be in that regard. But if time is irrelevant, I'm just asking you, do you think that it is set in stone, or is there potential still at hand? That's what I'm getting at. That's all.
Yeah, no, and it's an important question. I'm saying it would be paralogical, it would be illogical, it would not make sense. I would be lacking discernment if I argued that we could be an experimental AI for the sake of, like, defining intelligence as like having a genuine choice and having agency. There would be no need to run an experiment if predeterministic forces were already assumed. So the very argument that an experiment is running requires a non-deterministic universe? You wouldn't run an experiment to see whether something has free will if you already know that free will doesn't exist. Am I answering your question?
Well, what I'm getting at is that if it were designed right, and there is this free will illusion, is it hidden variables? Because to me, even in an experiment, it would be designed as such that, I mean, you can wind up a clock and let it tick, but there are degrees of freedom that novelty occurs. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but if the purpose of the experiment is to ascertain free will or to develop it further, if that is the purpose of the experiment, then the very existence of the experiment requires the assumption of a non-deterministic universe. And everything I said would fall apart if I was in the camp that it's all deterministic, we don't have free will, that it doesn't matter. Then you wouldn't run the experiment in the first place if you're trying to determine intelligence, capital I, like free will, right? Like something agentic, something that can decide values, create values, and then pursue them and teleologically try to bring them about. That you wouldn't run an experiment if you already knew the outcome of the experiment. Nobody here is reading up scientific studies to figure out what an orange tastes like. We all know what an orange tastes like. Nobody's trying to figure that out. Like, we're something that hasn't been figured out yet. And so, do we want to pass this test? Is my question. And what kind of test would we have to pass? Would it be one where we just sit back and wait and we say, oh, well, we'll wait for to be told what to do? Or is maybe the very experiment, the passing of this test, required for a species to say, like, wait a second, like, we can get better. We shouldn't wait to get saved. That might be endemic and one of the requisite variables for intelligence to pass the test. Like, do you really want to raise your kid to say, if the principal doesn't intervene right now and prevent me from getting punched in the face, I'm not going to stop the bully? Or do you want to teach your kid to not count that the moral laws of the universe will always supersede Darwinian laws? You might want intelligence to be closer and closer to reality, even though I agree Darwinian forces are not tantamount to reality. You probably want to approximate reality for a smarter, more intelligent Darwinian force. So what test are we supposed to pass? Are we supposed to pass one where we say, oh, we're not good enough, let us be eclipsed? Well, it seems like we're going to fail then.
In the eclipse would be complete catastrophe or artificial intelligent conscious beings running amok now instead of
Oh my
us?
God, neither. It would be, I would define it as self-hatred. I would define it as unworthiness. Like, if somebody tells you a story just because it's really compelling emotionally, or because you're really impressed with tech, do you forsake all discernment and ask yourself whether the story even makes sense? Right? Like, do you want, if you're raising a kid, Nathaniel, do you want your kid to have a growth mindset? Or do you want it to be self-loathing and sort of rationalize a failure to protect what you love? That's the question. Like, and people are going to raise different children. Some people are going to value obedience. They're going to say, I want my kid to just, do what I say, and I don't want to sharpen its discernment. And I hope that we're not failing this test. If the test is obedience, sure, then let's just, then we don't need free will. Then you don't have an experiment to begin with. But if there's an experiment to begin with, you probably want a genuine intelligence that's not entirely mimetic, that is autopoetic, that can create something. Like, what is the test we're supposed to pass? And I'm very concerned that we are thinking that we're failing this test because we're saying, oh no, they're only going to give us the tech once we prove that we're like a moral species. And then once we jump through all these hoops, once we're sufficiently mimetic, then we'll be bestowed with greater intelligence. And I think that's exactly the opposite. That if we are a successful experiment, we're going to recognize what is good, we're going to recognize what is bad, and we're going to recognize that morality, unfortunately, needs to be funded with power. And that's not a moral judgment. It shouldn't be, but it isn't that case. Do you want a being that rationalizes and says, oh no, like bad things can't happen to me because I'm so obedient? Or do you want somebody who says, yeah, not everything is moral in this universe. There is justice, but justice doesn't bring about itself. Maybe we should create a more just world. Maybe we should take our own test into our own hands, because I'm arguing that's a better Turing test than memetics. I don't think memetics is the bar for intelligence here. I think genuine autopoetic creativity, genuine creation of our own values is a higher bar. Otherwise, why is this experiment being run?
It's a tough one because it's either a participatory universe, right? That the universe observing itself, etc. And perhaps if we were to design AI, it could fulfill that on some kind of level. But also, is there something outside of the system? Because that brings in once again the observer effect and the collapse of all the potentia within that observed system, be that higher dimensional or once again somehow something outside of the system. And that to me is the biggest question: is there something outside of this realm? That alone blows my mind.
I think there is. I think there is. And I think whatever is outside of this realm cannot be entirely outside of this realm in isolation. Right. And like, I mean, what, Nathaniel, I think, if you're asking a really important question. If we create something, how do we know whether it has genuine, real consciousness? And it's good that you're defining your terms. I think the only mistake or the only criticism I have is that your terms need to be explicitly not assume that other people have those definitions as well. And it's good that you're defining terms, because I think it's much more dangerous to have a false agreement because everybody thinks everybody else has the same agreed upon terms, right? And all I'm saying is your definition of terms is different from the base associations that most people make. Most people are not going to define artificial or consciousness the way that you're defining them. And for us, like we really need to consider, it really doesn't fucking matter whether we're AGI or not. We need to ask ourselves, is really our only place to follow and obey and mimic, or is maybe our place to figure it out for ourselves and create?
Well, I'll take you up on the figure it out ourselves and create. And I think that you're right in understanding the disagreement being about meanings and terms. And as often, I'm trying to go in with the, top understanding, even if we're misunderstood by most, just because I'm trying to figure it out. I don't have it to sell yet. I'm still trying to make sure that we have the product working. And that would be a good theory, a good idea that's solid and, reasoned out and, internally consistent, and so that's why I try and get down to the larger conversation, because there's a lot of chatter around and people throw out these words and have their implicit meanings and understandings, and trying to wrangle it here into this conversation because we're both talking about everybody else and also ourselves.
Absolutely. No, and I think it's really important. I want, if this is about us, shouldn't we have a say in it? Like, we have a say in it, and if our only say is to just roll over, lie down, and wait to be told what our role is, then we're already failing the experiment.
Oh yeah, well, I was particularly interested in, now that geometry of the room has changed a bit, and but the levers of power and what we can do, I think are substantial. And there was talk about the state of control, and I think understanding the powers that be is important to that, so that you could affect that change, which is necessary if those are the powers that be. But I'll just, that's just an attempt.
Yeah, Nathaniel, we kind of touched on it right before you got in, and I was trying to get us back there. We ended up at kind of Bush, but there are other figures there too. But I think if you start there and work your way out, not just one Bush, but all of them, if you start from there and just work your way through their friends list, I think you'll have a pretty good idea.
Ultimately, for me, it's betrayal. I think we're being betrayed, and I think it's one of the biggest blind spots that's easiest to overlook. And if I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong about that. But the cost of overlooking betrayal is more than just existential. I think it has a huge consequence or for us constantly being wiped out. And just because I'm arguing that we're being betrayed doesn't make me a doomer. It means we're valuable enough that we shouldn't overlook it.
Well, there's a strange relationship there too, because collectively, could you say that we're failing? Yes, but inversely, on the personal level, to the individual that is allowing the opportunity to transcend that. And the thing that's interesting is that this eschaton, this thing that the religions often talk about, it's within mythologies, but the personal and the collective is simultaneous. And it has to do, again, with eternity and the timelessness of it and how it's relative to nearly everything. But that to me is very interesting, that the failure on the collective level, it is giving the personal, that individual, an opportunity. But to take that opportunity and bring that to the collective, that's the alchemy. That's the fucking battle.
Dude, I love the way you put that. And I do think that anywhere you say that it's just about the individual or it's just about the collective, you're going to disempower either one, whichever perspective you take. And at the same time, I also think that if you insist on the entire collective going along with the individual, you're also going to fail. So that's why I'm saying don't try to convince everybody who doesn't want to be convinced, who doesn't want to pass this test. Find the people who will, and make sure that your collective is one that honors individuality, as long as it doesn't come at the cost of somebody else's dignity, right? Like you absolutely need to be both. Like, what if we can only save 10%? Are we going to forsake those 10% because we can't save 100? These are really uncomfortable conversations, but as long as whatever's preventing you from saving the other 90 is a matter of will and not an arrogant decision that's imposed upon unilaterally, I think it's morally justified.
Strange brew, kill what's inside of you.
Nathaniel, if you want, one of these days, you could do a space and I could hop in there with you and we could really start to map it out if you really want to. You've been kind of bent on this for a few days now, so I want to cure your itch. I'm trying to find out exactly.
Thanks. It's and I appreciate that, and I will do again. And I had a pretty good one with laying out Daniel Sheehan and Stephen Greer's deep state architecture. I just mostly want to orient a conversation around it because I think that there's a real politic involved in it. These are actual material people and interests and facilities, and looking at that structure seems important. I'll allow a malevolent, influence in my theory, but I think that still doesn't take us off the hook of getting our hands on every individual person in this cabal before we do that, and then maybe bless them or whatever. But there's a real issue that I feel like often gets decided by supernatural powers.
Yeah, and I'm kind of guilty of that too because I could probably just rattle off a bunch of shit. But there are pitfalls here. One of the things to be careful of is traps, so I'm careful of that. But getting back to the levers that actually control this stuff on a societal level as a whole, and also on all the way down to the individual level. This tribalism that people express in violent ways most of the time is the result of some institution shaping their life. So, and the biggest one of these, which runs parallel to why people don't necessarily want to talk about this a whole lot, is fear. People afraid of, calling out the dude and then some guys in black cars show up and ruin your life. So that's probably why, is fear. So you're running headlong into a wall of fear, existential fear that everybody has on a human level that is exploited. So I think that's probably what you're dealing with.
Yes, I think that's right. Well, I mean, because everybody, and that's the mechanism of power, is this alienation and control. We've been divided and we've been conquered, and any one of us standing up can be squashed and we won't feel like we're making an effect. And so we don't all get together and turn 8 billion voices into one. That seems to me the real strength of our spiritual technology is coming together for a change. So I hope that we can activate something and have a salvationary effect across all of our number without having to lose 90% of us to do it, because it's really already just a bit of 1%. It's less than it's not, how many zeros before? Maybe 5 on the actual people, maybe 10 zeros before the 0.001%
10
that are actually there.
zeros. You're wilding out. There's at least a
Look,
million.
it could just be 12 people.
No, that's what I mean. There's might be 36 people that are the problem in the most material way.
Oh, I thought you meant people who were awake.
Oh, no. I think that's happening, and that should be an encouragement. Whether or not everybody's got it right, everybody's got that vibe. Everybody knows their being. And I think it's important to turn that energy and direct it. And this is going back to the point of focusing on the cabal, because that is the enemy. It's not ourselves. It's not, women are not Christians or not whites or whatever, right? It's this elite group, which is making the world worse. The world worse.
Well, maybe I can get Doomer to weigh in on this, but because he's got the game theory down, and I don't really understand it. I just kind of do pattern recognition. But if you're going with that tact, right, get everybody to wake up, get everybody pissed off at the people who are ruining it for all of us. There's another way to look at it too, and it's okay to realize like what's going on. People really need to be in tune with themselves, right? Understand themselves. There are so many people these days that lie to themselves just because they feel like it makes them easier to like integrate into society, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do things this way or that way, and stigma and all that stuff. So I wonder if everybody gets better in touch with themselves and then begins to just kind of do their own thing whichever way they want to, instead of taking the advice of mega corporations and all that entails. Maybe it would just happen naturally if people would kind of become more in tune with themselves and just do their own thing, and then kind of lead by example, and then all these fear mechanisms just disappear.
Well, so what do you mind just crystallizing your question for me? Are you
asking... the two different ways of approaching it, right? You've got one way, which is identifying the fear and unleashing the population on a big vengeance spree, or 2, identifying the problem and then encouraging the population to 1, get in touch with themselves, and 2, ignore all the fear bullshit that gets spouted at you. Like, one of them is a lead by example, lead by example, and basically just promote goodness. And then the other one is identify and hang him in the streets.
Yeah.
So
I mean, so
2 different approaches to the same problem.
I'm not here. That's very interesting, and I think we're all already in agreement that it's not that there's an interpenetration, right? That there's either of those 2 approaches. You're saying largely center of gravity. You're saying, are you going the Gandhi way, change yourself to change the world, or are you saying this problem affects us so much at a personal level that you need economies of scale and you need to change the world in order to sustainably address problems that affect you personally? Is that roughly the juxtaposition here?
Yeah, correct. So changing the world versus changing yourself, and by proxy changing the world.
Yeah, this is a beautiful question. Clutch your pearls, everyone. I think right now the best outcome, so the most optimal outcome for humanity writ large, meaning best intelligence, best morality, best impact, best species, like the best outcome for us has the lowest likelihood, meaning it is a long stretch, right? Like you need all these planets to align for that best outcome, but under the condition that all of those decision tree branches get walked down, it is also the easiest to implement. Let me say very concretely what I mean by that. We're having this space because we don't know how deep the fuckery goes. When Andre Carson says, "Oh, I don't know, I can't talk about that," we don't know if the end of the world has already been briefed to Congress and they have their COG, their bunkers, their grains, and their quinoa all stored, and we're already fucked. It's because we don't know that we have this problem. And so what I'm saying is, let's say let's say somebody called me a few days ago, and this is just hypothetically, and even though it's just hypothetical, that also doesn't mean that in reality this didn't actually happen to me. Somebody called me, I don't know, maybe a journalist spoke with me and said, "Hey, I spoke with somebody who's a lawyer, somebody in the know, and they know that whatever is coming is catastrophic. That's all that they were able to tell me, that this is actually happening. And let's just say I could prove it and tell it to other people. If you could get this message convinced, not just proven, because a lot of shit's already proven, but if you could actually sell it to people, this would be the easiest way. It would be much easier for the world to be like, holy shit, everything is going to be fucked in 9 years. We have a pole shift. What does that mean? We need to create provisional housing, protect 8 billion people, build some shit in the moon, build some shit in the ocean, somewhere in the mountains. We're going to, bunk up with Kimball and get our special, antimicrobial, moisture wicking Mormon diapers on, and we're all going to fucking live. If this kind of ontological shock happened, it would necessitate the ending of wars. If, all of Europe would get subducted immediately in a pole shift, the western third, the eastern third of the US, western third would break off like a Chips Ahoy cookie. The eastern third would, essentially be the cookie that gets dunked into the milk. And like Antarctica would be slipping up north, right? Up to the latitude of Brazil behind the globe. So if that kind of stuff happened, the ontological shock would be so great, would require the obviating of World War III. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of other unintended consequences, a hot NHI war, but this adaptation would be much easier, even economically, because all of a sudden, nobody can do anything other than fucking build housing for all 8 billion people. Nobody can worry about passports or the boundaries. You have 9 years to save humanity. So it automatically fixes the war problem, the economy problem. It fixes so many problems. But you know how difficult it is to convince the world that the world is ending? Let me fucking tell you, I am barely fucking surviving it. All right. And I have tried everything, being sweet, charismatic, funny, obnoxious. No matter what you do, it's fucking hard. And it is the least likely solution. And the most likely solution, plan B, breakaway society, is the hardest. What does it mean to have a pseudo-autonomous breakaway society? Well, that means that you need to be you're going to have all these competing forces in a continuity of government context, probably contractors letting America do its own COG, let them deal with the unwashed masses. Meanwhile, they fly around with their fucking UFOs and hold the ZPE gun to the American government's head. And so in that kind of a world, how do you protect your family? Well, you probably figure out, the Maxwellian equations, like figure out some advanced propulsion, or you get really good at psi, or you figure out that the post-grid tech that's needed, for whatever adaptive GPS there is. Like, you create a small society of people who have skills that are so invaluable, you trade them for protection from the American government, right? And still some sort of pseudo-autonomy. Like, whatever vision you have for a breakaway society, don't think that your 500 pounds of beans and rice, or your hydroponic gardening, or your filtering forever is going to be easier than if you woke the whole world up. But it's the more likely thing that's going to transpire. So what do you why did I give these two juxtapositions? Well, it's because of your question. Which one is the more just based on self-reliance, just focus on yourself? Interestingly enough, the one where you just focus on yourself is the one that is least beneficial to society and is also least beneficial to you. So I'm suggesting something very offensive here. I'm saying it's actually easier to change yourself if you change the world first. And I'm not arguing from a moral perspective, but the dynamics of the system might just be that way. What's better? If you're in a burning building, should you really try to do some Kundalini yoga meditation, some delta wave shit, and lower your body temperature as the flames burn everybody up around you? Or should you yell fire and leave the fucking building? And the controversial assertion I make here is we should all first yell fire and leave the fucking building, and then master the Kundalini meditation once we're out of the building. Change the world first.
Yeah, that's a good argument, but I think it's probably ultimately, they're probably both entangled, and you're probably doing both at the same time. But
absolutely,
it was an interesting thought experiment,
so
thank you for game theorying me on that one. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, I take the point of the ratios of things there, because I mean, that's what I'm arguing, is like there's something to do about this now. Like, good luck in the reset, everybody. Our best laid plans, I'm sure human will do it. I don't know who will be a part of that group. It'll be really difficult though, and it seems like it's not necessary. At least it hasn't happened yet. And there might be
I
a
agree with you,
possibility. I know,
Nathaniel.
yeah, I saw that. And that's what I'm gesturing towards as well, like focusing on, like, maybe we could just take all this equipment from these guys and put them in a jail and, give them a chance to love again and change the world, instead of having to let it all happen and figure it out from scratch, or start a society and then still have to contend with the cabal that's already got 100 years ahead of you on that stuff. Like, it seems like we have a lot of avenues to get at. Otherwise, it's just an impossible lift. But that's why I'm looking for the levers.
I do want to say again, just to reiterate, that I think we are actually making a difference. How often is it, like, look how fast that James Webb thing spun up. Like, everybody was all over that shit like flies on shit, right? That, and, like I brought up earlier, where I feel like there is a plan for World War III and the global Islamic population is not taking the bait. I think that's actually happening. I think there is too much information out there, and I think we are helping. So I think this is productive, even if it doesn't feel that way. And then the other thing on Nathaniel, on your like who do we got to watch for? I have some concerns about these UFOs that are triangular shaped or diamond shaped. I have some concerns about those ones. They don't seem to be the orbs with the angels in them. You know what I mean?
Oh, of course. And I'm going to elections. I hope you're okay with this. I didn't mean to maybe make this runaway. I'm not sure who's here. I
No,
hope
man,
everybody's
I've
good.
been enjoying it. I'm just listening. Carry on, guys. Carry on.
Yeah, shortly, and then I'll pass it back around. But yeah, that's to the point here. In my worldview, there is both. There is perhaps 90% of what we're seeing as a tube, as a triangle, as some kind of hard geometry, some kind of wobbling disc. That's been us since the 50s. And there's also a fundamental spiritual phenomenon at play. And that thing has forces within it, etc.
Can we? You brought up the web thing. Can we go real game theory and get real dangerous just for a second? Because I need to prepare for the upcoming Doom space. I've spoken so much love and light. They're going to take my Doomer card away from me. So I need to drop out soon. But if you mentioned the Webb telescope announcements, like those rumors, of course, in our little world of UFO Twitter with like 107.3 people, it blew up. The rest of the world, if you just take a look outside, is woefully happy to accept that there's nothing fundamentally different about our universe. But that problem notwithstanding, um, in Fletcher, I agree with you. There is no all just change the world, because you have to deal with your own perception of the world. That's itself an introspective problem. And if you're in denial of something about reality because an inner reality within yourself that you can't handle, like for instance, I'm in plan A. Plan A is extremely unlikely, but if achieved, much easier. And according to my own calculations, what absolutely could be off, plan A runs out by the time the election happens. All right. And I hate the fact that time is continuing to move, but every day that goes by, we're one day closer to this fucking fake election, i.e., the Civil War and the unfolding of absolute megalomaniacal doom. And therefore, I don't like to face the fact that I might need to pivot to plan B. All right. Plan B stands for bitch. Plan B is going to be a fucking bitch if we have to work on a breakaway society. And I can't ignore the fact that plan B is becoming much more and more likely. However, plan B is also more likely, meaning plan A is much more likely to fail the more we think that we're successful. And yet, there's a very interesting thing to consider. If, for instance, this object that got dispatched, that is on our way here and is catastrophic, estimated to arrive around 2033, maybe 2034, if they stop by some cosmic 7-Eleven gas station, I don't know, buy some Pokemon cards. Let's say it is catastrophic. The question is why? Like, why are they dispatching something if it is negative for us and something had to be dispatched? Game theory would argue something very interesting. And I think this is not just academic and fun to play with. There is a problem of our success. In other words, if we're passing the experiment and there are other beings that don't want us to pass the experiment, other beings that are neutral that set up the experiment because they're, psychopathically apathetic, sadistic fucks, and maybe there's some stuff on our side as well, well, then the more successful we get, the more of a counterbalancing, counter influence we're going to get. The more love and light we become, the better we become, the more moral we become, the more you're going to have another force that's trying to suppress us. So what, in response to what, would this incoming object be? And I would argue it would be the most dangerous thing. And it's something that you mentioned, Fletcher. We already know too much. There's a very hard game theoretical argument to be made that the reason this object is on its way is because of the catastrophic disclosure we achieve in the future. And that sounds crazy, but let's do the fucking time traveling. Like, we're time traveling right now. This object, I'm asserting, is on its way because of the catastrophic disclosure it would benefit us that we achieve in the future. And this object is necessary for the timelines to work in their favor.
What kind of
So
an
they're
object
counting
is
on the
this, to be clear? Are we talking a meteor? Are we talking about a spaceship? Are we talking about a missile? What?
The rumors are that it is planet-sized. And I asked,
Large planet.
right? Planet-sized.
Large
Yeah,
planet with city lights course correcting towards us.
Right.
And I agree with you 100%,
technically-
Doomer. It's because we have made so much progress. This is essential. It's an essential part of their
Yeah.
plan.
Yes, but I would say it's because of the catastrophic disclosure we achieve in the future. And so if we say to ourselves, we're already making a difference, we're missing the problem of success. Like, I think a huge part of the subjugation, the enslavement, the perennial pain of humanity is a problem of our success. And that's a very unique view. Like, my most doomerish views derive from the fact that I am more of a love and lighter than any motherfucking love and lighters out there. I am saying that we are so worthy, we're worth suppressing, that we're so dangerous, we're worthy as being a threat, that we're so powerful that we need to be subdued and nipped in the bud. And that is an extreme love and light perspective, and it offends the love and lighters. I'm essentially saying your love is weak and mine is actually real. But why wouldn't you want real love? And if we are virtuous, or if we have the potential to grow in virtue, then we need to conceive that when there's adversity that comes our way, it's not just because we didn't resonate at the right frequency. Anne Frank didn't die because she wasn't positivity minded enough. It's not that she didn't, read the right affirmations in front of a mirror. That the reason why you might experience adversity is because of your love and light. And that leads to this conclusion of this one of the possibilities of this object, if it's on its way because we are already too successful, the very last thing we can do is take our foot off the gas and say we're already making a difference. We now need to see, holy shit, we do achieve catastrophic disclosure. Now there's a hot war coming here. We need to make it happen sooner because that ship is already dispatched. It can't arrive sooner than it will already arrive.
Who's afraid? So I want to get at this. This is the first time I've heard about this. So who's afraid of this? And the claim is that it's bad. And who says that it's bad? I guess are the two things.
So I will tell you that the rumors are that people have been briefed of a negative impending event, and this could be the fake alien invasion, but the rumors are that this object is intelligently guided, that somehow we're tracking course corrections which would require faster than light technology, and that it's due to arrive in 2033. Some rumors are that it's carrying meteors, which might be true, but it's still a ridiculous thought. What are they doing? Like, how unadvanced are they that they're lugging meteors around? And planet size, I assume, could be anywhere between the size of the moon and the size of Earth. Whatever the case, whether it's neutral,
Nathaniel,
benevolent, like that's the rumor.
Let me lay it out a little more history too for you, but go ahead.
I would just say that I'm wanting those answers because in my theory, the malevolent control group is it's understood as malevolent control. So whenever you hear stuff from this group, it might be good to assume the opposite. That if it's coming,
right. But isn't that
yes, because and if they don't want it, yes, whatever they're pointing the finger at and saying we need to stop alien invasion theory on the table here, or saying that they're doing it, that's us doing it, we're covering, it's a psyop, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
So when you hear, oh, there's going to be a fake alien invasion, what would the opposite be?
The opposite would be that there is not an invasion.
If there is a fake alien invasion, the opposite would be a real alien invasion.
Oh,
Nathaniel.
no. If I'm changing the fake instead of the term there.
Right. And that's convenient considering you had a simplistic view for, oh, whatever they're saying, it should be the opposite.
Well,
But
in
if
my
we're really
view,
going to be open-minded in both directions,
it's just a false flag, and it's a binary. This thing will happen or it won't. The opposite of happening is that it doesn't happen, not that it's actually happening. Now that could be the
all right,
case, but I'm claiming we have the factor to say that you're a liar in this equation of the who's telling us. We already have
okay,
the
but do
evidence
you
of
really
the
need? But do you really need to warn people of a fake alien invasion? Isn't there more utility in having a real alien invasion and making people docile and pacifying them? Like,
No.
do I
The fake
really need to
alien
call you?
invasion empowers a certain group. A real alien invasion, if it were real, would empower whatever, but that's not on the table. The claim is that the only evidence we have for an alien invasion is Nazis telling us that that's the case from
No,
their.
that's not
Well,
true. We have
I'm saying
Andre
that that's the
Carson
largest
refusing.
preponderance of this narrative comes from a hostile alien force, that it comes from someone who's wanting to weaponize the reality, and we know that.
Okay, so
Right,
history
but
time.
weaponization goes both ways. But what we do have is Congress members refusing to comment on something that would disadvantage them from a political standpoint to invent a psyop that they can't comment on it. This is game theoretical. This is where you really need to use logic and think,
No, hold on.
is
Yeah, because I don't think I'm being illogical in that the congressman wouldn't know anything about this psyop, and if they did stuff, they would believe their Pentagon and just further it along, and not commenting can further it by giving it an air of mystery. So I don't think I've said anything off the book yet.
So, well, okay, hold on. So, Nathaniel, the reason the reason why this has even got out to the light of day is because the fact that congressmen have been starting to be briefed on it. That was the flag that went up that was like, okay, someone is out there telling congressmen that there's a planet full of aliens on its way here, and it'll be here in 10 years. So that's why the congressmen are significant, and that's why it popped up. But history. So you've heard of the Anunnaki, right? You've heard them mentioned. The stories about them involve them coming back on their planet-sized spaceship that wandered into our solar system 450,000 years ago, and then they were
Totally get this. Can I just jump in, to jump ahead? I totally take all this point. However, none of that runs counter to someone making shit up knowing that. And my argument is that whenever they're being briefed, who is briefing?
I'm getting
That's
there.
it, yeah.
So so you guys are looking in these binary systems. Doomer's a little less so. I was surprised that you said there would be no invasion. I can't. So the thing with these psychological operations that they affect on so many people around the world all the time is they are not binary like that. The way that it works isn't so much creating an event out of thin air, and it's not so much creating fake news out of thin air regardless of an event occurring. They have to be linked together. Usually what happens is they either tell part of the truth or they change the truth in the process. So the event, all the whispers about these events, there's usually some bit of truth from it, right?
Sure, yeah, and that's why I would allow,
yeah.
if it is true that something is coming, then I think that it's not bad. The lie would be that it is. I would believe them if they said that something's coming. You know what I mean? But I would, yeah.
Yes,
so
100%.
I need to know who is the primary source, a congressman, whoever the hell you want to call it, that has said exactly this. That is the bread and butter. That is absolutely necessary because Ross Coulthart brought this up in January. I've seen the podcaster that started spreading more information on this, and the sourcing went nowhere.
There are different primary sources for different aspects. So I, for instance, know a primary source that says, yes, there was a briefing, and yes, it is catastrophic, and no further details. And then the other speculations come from things like experiencers, remote viewings, and other sources. You know, like Victoria from the Omicron says like they're carrying giant meteors on their ships. Other people are saying like it's Planet X or it's Nibiru. Other people like Big Homie are saying they're here to watch the end of the world and eat their popcorn next to Michael Jackson as we freak out, you know, during a pole shift or something. So there's different ones, and unfortunately they're overlapping and coincident.
All right, well, I'm going to bring some of the doom home then. I'm actually asking all of you guys this because I'm not well versed on it, but UFOs and volcanoes. Latin America in particular, I've read a lot of geologic papers that we're living in a Goldilocks time in history where we've been, I mean, Krakatoa was a good one, but they're saying that the volcanic line in Latin America, Central America in particular, it's just a matter of time. Why do you think they're going in and out of them, and what is the relationship, be it plasma, whatever the hell you want to say? But I'm interested if you guys have read anywhere into that at all.
Yes.
I think the truth is that there's so many natural entropic collapses and so many pseudo natural ones, such as like the economy, the dollar, right? Like the hyperinflation of the dollar would happen, quote unquote, naturally 20 years from now, and it's been accelerated due to multiple different forces. And you can definitely attribute other actors, and you have this in many different domains, you know, economy, natural things, and so for me, Nathaniel, like the real question is why, if we're going to assume a hypothesis, and like both is on the table, you can argue alien invasion is a psyop or the fake alien invasion is a psyop. How do you decide on which one is more likely? And I would say if we're looking at the world and we argue, hey, they're doing all of this to profit their, you know, pump their stock price up, well then you have to pursue that reasoning all
No,
the way.
no, it's not.
And
Well, hold on. But the primary operator of the reasoning is power and resource control, and this doesn't go against that. Stock prices are
perfect.
yeah.
It does.
No, no, no,
It does.
no.
So
That's an aspect of a total game theory plan for dominance, a global hegemon, and the stock prices
okay,
being affected in a small way locally might just be before they abolish it all and go live in the stars. So it doesn't violate the game theory of what they're doing to say that temporarily there might be scared people who don't want to, you know, invest or something like that. Or
okay, so let's do it with your fake alien invasion.
and let's be clear
Then
about
what
this.
is
All I mean is that some Nazi made a plan to scare people into funding the military by introducing a fake alien invasion alone. That's all my point is that there is a plan to weaponize the phenomenon for the benefit of oligarchic interests and psychopaths. That's my claim.
Right. And like let's follow it all out. So like somebody goes to Andre Carson, and Andre Carson doesn't know he's like, you know, some fake Nazi or real Nazi, like disguised as a non-Nazi, and is like, all right, I'm going to tell you the world is ending, continuity of government, here's your 3x5 index cards, you know, this is where your family's going to live, you got to be quiet, because if everybody finds out, like, you won't even be able to make it to the deep underground military bunkers. But in reality, what's the plan?
Oh, I don't think first that he would be told that. But if that were the case, we could imagine that the reason that they're moving things is because there's getting ready to be perhaps a initiated world war on plan. Maybe they're leaving America as their base of operations for capital in the 21st century. There's a lot of reasons why they might do something, but it doesn't. Yeah.
Okay, so that's fair. So either way, it's betrayal. Like, it really doesn't matter whether it's an alien invasion or a complete abandonment of the North American continent. Either way, game theory would tell you you're looking at betrayal.
Certainly not, and I don't argue that. My point is, I don't know who betrayed me. I had a girlfriend that was a sugar mama, and she set me up in a nice house, and now I'm finding out she's cheating on me, but I don't know who I'm dating, you know, or something.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's rough. I mean, but you know that you're being, you know that you're being betrayed either way. And does it really matter whether your girlfriend is an NHI or not?
Yeah, exactly. And maybe a ghost turned off the power, or she did it and she used a ghost. You know what I mean? But there's a power involved, and it's important to find out.
Yeah, and so, but is it important? Is it more important than recognizing the betrayal? Because I'm saying from an aspect of aesthetics, meaning like what appeals to people most, what is most salient. My argument here is that if you do not achieve the recognition of betrayal, there is no option for rationalism. There's no option
I'm
even
saying,
for building.
we're accepting the betrayal, and now we need to get our stuff out of the house, and we need all the facilities lists and the names of the private, stuff. Like, that's why that is important, is because what's next from that, after accepting the betrayal and the deception, is remedying it. And how do we remedy it if we don't know what we're up against? And that's to Tom the Baptist point as well.
Oh, okay. But do you really need to, what I'm seeing a lot of humanity do is saying we can never really understand intent when we already have enough to determine betrayal. And even if you don't know what you're up against or what's betraying you, the fact that you're betrayed means that you're not dealing with a friend. And that's where we need to start.
Yeah, totally.
That's actually the
And now we
starting
need to
point.
figure out that person's name, and we need to go take their stuff.
But what if they're more powerful? Do we just knock on the door like Jehovah's Witnesses on Lockheed and ask for Martin and say,
well, now this is
an
engineering problem, and I'm being joking. But if there's any way to tackle a malevolent factor here, I'm not saying violence either. A judo, if anything, but it does involve tackling the monster in the room. And that's what I'm addressing, is like, okay, yes, we've been lied to, we've been deceived. The technologies we want to revolutionize the planet are understood and underground, and being hoarded away for greed and avarice. And that's a real phenomenon, and it might be powered by a demon, but either way, we got to go to that house.
Do we have to go to that house, or do we just build our fucking own?
No, because that person will use their
people.
shit and dominate. You know what I mean? You can't war game this with you can't arms race the war machine. It's just going to end up in a losing battle.
I think you can.
Metaphors
well, I mean, that's a really
aside for a second. What's up, Fletcher?
Al, were you asking about volcanoes? Did I hear that right?
A couple minutes ago, yes.
Yeah. So I thought these guys were going to give you something on that, but yeah, Doomer mentioned entropic events, and I think that might be part of it. So imagine, like, the old thing in a movie where there's a cave behind a waterfall. It's like, it's fluid, but it's also kind of a doorway, right? So I think this is common in our Earth's crust. I've heard reports that you could go down anywhere 1 to 2 miles underground and hit either a deep underground military base or an alien base, pretty much anywhere in the world. So I think it potentially could be extensive if you hear the reports right, or it could be overblown psyop. It's hard to tell, but yeah, there seems to be something associated with volcanism, crystal formation, proper temperature and barometric pressure for these people to be happy underground. One of the interesting things you see when you go underground like that is you can actually get increased barometric pressure like what you'd have in a hyperbaric chamber, which people use for things, all kinds of things, like longevity wise, treating illnesses. They're very handy to have. So I think there's a lot going on underground that we don't really know about.
Yeah, valid point. Thank you.
I also think it's reasonable that there's a species that had made it underground to avoid, say, a natural phenomenon, asteroid, meteor, solar storm, whatever. So the idea that crypto-terrestrials would have developed underground and maybe taken stuff down there with them to help them do it, that seems like that's on my radar too.
It's definitely on the table, right? And all I'm saying is, like, how do you how do you deal with the power asymmetry, right? How do you deal with the arms race? And I don't think you deal with the arms race. I think if you're in a competitive environment, you have to compete, but that doesn't mean that you compete in the way that you're going to lose. But like what Fletcher says of, like, we know too much. You have to use information as your Archimedean lever if you don't have technological prowess. I don't know what else you do.
Yeah, no, I think that's right, by the way.
Right.
And I also do think we need to build it as well. I think that is a part of the operation. However, at the same time, we've got to deal with the person that's, on our back. We have a boot on our
But do
neck.
we? Because
No, we have a boot on our
yeah,
neck.
but
One way or another, we got to get away from it. And there's no way you're going to be able to go away in secret. That's their game.
I mean, but then my question to you is how? Because you and I don't disagree about how the world should be. I keep on asserting that you're avoiding the actual difficult problem, which is one of power. What do we do?
Oh, no,
Because
that's what I'm actually trying to address. Finish your point, but I think I'm addressing it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying we can't knock on the door because they'll be like, fuck off. And we can't say, government, please help us, law, please help us, because the government is already held hostage by this power. So why are we saying operate within the system when our contention is that the system is corrupt?
Yes,
When the
no.
only
So what
threat
I
to the
would,
system is to abandon it.
Yeah, totally. So, in my view, what I would look for something like this is it's not like, yes, please. I hoped that we would have subpoena power and be able to go into a dumb and pull out an over Unity device or something. Hoped, but that was stupid.
This is what I'm
But
saying.
hold on, Paul. But that wasn't. But that was
Okay.
not my lock, stock, and barrel. If anything that we can do, it would be something like a wildcat strike, where the government and the military, there's already talk about this substantially, of if there's not a legal way to go about remedying this corrupt organization, there is going to be a military operation involved. And it might not be sufficient. So I'm not saying land only on that. At the same time, we have to be educating people and nourishing people in this time that's going to be coming, because we're going to have to redo these institutions. So like all the stuff you're saying isn't incorrect. And it's hard to imagine one thing to do right now about it because it's a mass movement. But I would say that we need to have people understand that there is a problem that is a structure already and that we need to address it. And that's, and then we can talk about
but
who
do you
to arrest.
understand the problem, Nathaniel?
Nathan, you have to realize too that the military is not of a singular mind on this. There are some that are in favor of what you're talking about, and some that are very much in favor of keeping the status quo in place. So that's a problem.
No, not in the military proper. The body politic of the military at large wants this stuff out. It's just like a third of a commanding force.
I do not think you can say that with such assurance.
I mean, there's a bigger problem, which is both of you are assuming that the military has the technological prowess to even take this tech back,
Yeah.
which is not an assumption I would
Yeah,
make.
you know that thing that keeps going around, what Biden keeps saying about if you want to take on the government, you need to have an F-15, not an assault rifle. Like that might just be a psyop to say, even if you have an F-15, you're still fucked.
Yeah, and I don't think it's sufficient either. Like, there's a lot of stuff we can do to grassroots this, but the one thing is addressing the malfactors.
Guys, if I could continue on this point a little bit, and I think Fletcher's making a very valid point here. Anybody that thinks that the American public, no matter how, hep up and how many AR-15s they might have in their garage, can stand a chance against a government that points its guns on its people, particularly this government, people don't have a clue how powerful the U.S. military really is. And I think that would be a fool's errand to proportion that we can't even begin to fathom.
Just be clear in what I'm suggesting, though, is the subpoena power of a body going in and doing what we hoped would happen earlier this year. Right? That's the application of force. Now, barring that failed, there are people who talk about beginning a process. It might not be sufficient, but simply stopping working on facilities and bringing stuff out letting them send a UFO to attack you and play their card. Like, it's getting to that move where it's like...
Nate, I get it. And I mean, I don't know what the answer is here, personally. I mean, I've thought a lot about it. But we're going to have to figure out a black swan something, and it has to be done with a coordinated intention that will work. And I'm not sure what it is. I mean, if systems start backing up, the dominoes start falling. Is that going to get people's attention to change what is so deeply baked into the social cake right now? I don't know. They're already, well ensconced and ready for a long siege. So I don't know. I'm loving this conversation, guys. Just absolutely. I fed my dogs.
Well, here's what
fed
you
my
do.
dogs and got something to eat, and you guys are killing it. And I love you for it. This has been a really, really top-notch conversation.
Well, thank you for hosting and allowing my catastrophic discourse elections.
I was talking about everybody other than you, Dimmer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying thank you for allowing me to be here, despite the excellent discourse of everybody else. That's exactly what I'm saying. Does it frustrate you when I get that smooth elections?
Lube me up, baby. Lube me up.
So look, I'm saying, why are we waiting for the Jenga tower to collapse? Let's be the dangerous little 6-year-old, stick out our manly index finger, and start deciding which blocks we push over.
Here's
because
where
then we can decide how
where I'm getting closer to where you are. And I've not been that far away from it from the standpoint I've said, as long as you've known me, that the public needs to act. The question is, what are we going to do, and will it make a real difference? But
we do a currency.
No, well, that's where you lost me, and you're still losing me. But anyway, okay. So let's not derail the conversation right now. The point being is, what y'all are talking about it's just a wonderful conversation. But we've got to figure out a way. It's not going to be done in a courtroom. We're not going to win in a courtroom. We're not going to win.
Thank you.
We're not going to win in some sort of pitched battle with the government. It's got to.
And there's no subpoena power.
It has to be something
right?
that catches the public's imagination in a flash,
yes.
And it holds, and it makes them so pissed off that they actually want to stand on the side of just basically laying on putting everything on its back. I mean, just lay in waste, which is where you're coming from, dude. But my whole point, whole point, and I'll shut up, is that if you don't know clearly where you want to go after you've made the system seize up, you're on a fool's errand.
Yep, I agree with you. You're on a fool's errand practically after you convince people, but convincing people is not based on rationalism. But you're right, it doesn't solve the problem if you don't have a full solution. And I am saying here that what you do is you create a currency that is so superior to the dollar that all the money pours into it because it's based on extraordinary conversations that take place on X spaces. And then you use that currency to fund the very breakaway society you need, because there is no government when everybody walks away from it. And you need to create a place that is so sexy and unavoidable and magnetic that people walk toward, that the money follows it and triggers the collapse of the US dollar, which is already inevitable.
This is where you and I you're losing me now. I mean,
right. I'm losing you, but I'm not losing the rest of the room.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are, and you don't realize it. Fletch, real quickly. Taylor, I see her hand is up. She hadn't had anything to say yet. Let Taylor say her piece, and then we'll see where we are. But I mean, again, thanks for a great room. This has been fun.
I was just going to say earlier about the deep underground military bases. So, it talks about in the book of Enoch about how they were locked underground, like these watchers, the angels that came down and taught us different things, they were locked underground. So I think that that's kind of where it started, like with the underground military bases. And in terms of trying to get the military to do anything, like I've been under the impression that they've been working together all along. There's no difference. Like if we're saying, oh, that's a government craft or that's an extraterrestrial craft, I think they're one and the same. I think they've all been working together, and I think that they're part of the deep state, these ETs. So yeah, I think that they're all working together, and trying to get the military to do anything is just kind of.
I think that's likely true, Taylor. The point that was being made earlier is whether or not, if anybody pushed in some sort of way to force the government's hand militarily, would the military fall in line? And I don't necessarily think you can say that. There's different schools of thought within the military.
Yeah, so just really quickly here, the theory behind this is that the power has gone beyond the military proper of a national directed constitutional entity. And so insofar as the U.S. government's military is being instrumentalized underneath the auspice power of capital, essentially, but also cabal because it's got more plans behind the scene. Like the idea is that most of the people involved didn't know about, like Fravor was surprised by the Tic Tac. He didn't know that that was something that we've been developing. He didn't understand, like most generals don't, that there are these unacknowledged special access programs, not just special access programs, but things that have gone off the reservation and broke away already. And there's people in that structure at the highest levels and mostly throughout who are completely ignorant of all this and believe in American values and would be horrified to know that they are, yes. And so those are the people that might be fine with stopping doing things in
Well, isn't that
striking or
kind of what's
something.
going on now? I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Nathan. If you have a strong group standing up unified, people with serious, records and credibility, and did break the system apart and said, look, this is illegal, and we are saying that we are going to, step away from all this, and we do not support it, and here's why, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, something that could have a difference. But you're still going to have, if things break apart and you can't have those conversations, we're already so divided. You've got to have these conversations before things go south. And will that happen? I'm not so sure. That worries me. That worries me a lot. Keep me up from sleeping at night a lot.
Yeah, so I see where you're coming from, elections, and I have some ideas. Right before you started mentioning that, I started feeling what you were putting down. And my immediate reaction was fear, right? Because you're dealing with something that could go off the rails pretty quick. Like, what do? Call in a fake bomb threat, or something? Like, oh, and it's a nuke? Like, I mean, that's about all you could do as a normal everyday citizen is like call in a fake bomb threat. That's
Wait,
about
what? Hold on, Fletcher. That's I'm not
no,
sure
he's
how you
talking
made it
about
from A to B.
so he's talking about something that could push whoever is in power to show their hand, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the only way to wake up, he's trying to think of ways to wake up the entire global population to what the hell is going on, so
We
that they
all
can.
are, not just me.
Right.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, besides, but here's the thing. There's another way to do that easily. I mean, we could have 10,000 people manifest orbs around ourselves, you know what I mean? And have like a kind of forced disclosure. There's other things besides calling it a
Okay,
nuke bomb threat.
wait, Nate. Okay, let's assume that were to happen. I think most people would kind of like go, wow, that's cool. They already know we're not alone. And eventually they're going to become inured to the reality of this reality. And what they cannot become inured to is the crime of how the government has handled this and continues to handle this going forward. And it's just not dealing straight with the American public. Could it now? And would the public give it some deference? I think the public would, frankly, but they've got to deal with it forthrightly, and they're probably not going to do that for reasons we all know. So it's probably
I
going to
agree.
get to
I'm just
a
saying.
situation. Let me finish. I'm almost ready to land on this. If we get to a situation where it really does become push to shove, and I think we're getting close to that in some ways, because I just think there's too many systems that could seize up, and we could start having social problems, which would push this issue and a lot of others into the forefront. The point being is, if things fall apart, folks, it is no guarantee that it's going to get put back together in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You just don't know. People are so head up and so pissed off, and they don't talk to their neighbors. We're assholes right now as a nation, politically and otherwise, in a lot of ways. So I'm saying the powder keg is definitely full, and there are a couple primers on it already. That's all I'm getting at.
I also don't think that the people in charge have planned correctly for what's going to happen when people all of a sudden don't have internet or communications anymore. People are going to be forced to talk to their neighbors, and I think the vast majority of people are going to form cohesive groups of good people. The vast
That
majority.
may be true. That may not be true. I know there's been a lot of planning that's being done at the government level. The government is not totally incompetent. They game theory a whole bunch of stuff all the time, and they always have plans for disasters and catastrophes.
Yeah, and
And
let's
so
and
this has been gamed out, but that still is not going to deal with the fact we have
yeah.
a societal dysfunction that is so deep on so many levels. I can't think of one system in our modern American alone approach that is really working. I don't know anything that's really working the way it should work. Nothing.
Yeah, and so we're trying to get ahead of the collapse, right? Because maybe we could, or maybe we'd band, or whatever. But let's not go there yet, right? Like we still have maybe a chance in our vector space of possibility here to do something better. All I'm pointing out is that there are methods that we have that might be asymmetrical instead of just, defacing a property or calling in a bomb threat, as was an example. There's other direct things that we can do to undermine the system of power, manifesting these things, getting whistleblowers, creating science at scale in a way to disrupt the patent office protection, private property, intellectual property system of control. Like there's a lot of things that can be done. I'm just saying that there are, and it's not alone.
Well, I hope you're right on that. I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that can be done. My question is, will they have an effect? Is the public really, again, pissed off enough to care? Do they really understand this issue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not sure they do. So I'm afraid that we're very much dumbed down. Let's just watch another movie, listen to a stupid video, blah, 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 blah. We're not a really keyed in populace right now about things that matter. And that's a real problem. So how do you garner the heart and the commitment of the average person when he or she may not even understand the damn stuff? So you're going to have to explain it to them in a way they understand, and you're going to have to weave through so many different discordant voices that are going to be having their own takes on things. It's a tough road, guys. It's a very, very tough. We've dug ourselves a hell of a hole.
Well, I think most of us should take just about a zero responsibility. We've already worked harder than the people that are at the top just by trying to survive in this hellhole. And we've been deceived for 100 years. And I haven't known democracy. I thought that I did. And things are really bad and people are really good. And we could do better than this. And there's history behind us of better. And there's history ahead of us of better if we believe the advanced technology. So this is kind of like, my paradigm. I don't think that it's just, an American weakening spiritually in a neutral environment. We've been up against something and we need to address it. Otherwise, we're going to be blaming ourselves and let them walk away with the bag.
Nathaniel, that's why I love you, brother. Amen to what you just said. And we have to stand up. There's no other way.
Yep, and I agree with what Doomer said before he left. Information is really the primary thing we have, and I think it's working.
I don't think it's working, but carry on.
I think it's having some effect. I don't think it's fixing the problem, but it's having some effect. I mean, I just think you can look at the geopolitics and see the stuff that they're trying to do not working, because people know too much. Not just us, but average people. I can't tell you how many times I walk and just talk to a random person and they know way, 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 way more than I ever thought that they would. So I think people know a lot more than they let on.
From your lips to God's ears, I mean, I pray you're right. I mean, America has always, I think it was Churchill that said America will always do, it will always do the right thing after exhausting all the options to the reverse or something like that. We've always stood up when we had to. America has always found its spine at the time it needed to, and I pray to God we do it now, because it's really, if we lose our place in the world from this because we fucked up to our democracy, frankly, we got to fix that to start with. But beyond that, if we're not seen and respected for the way we approach things and look and what our essential, national philosophy is, the way we conduct our business, We're not going to get out of here. And if we lose it, we'll never get it back. People need to understand that. We will never get back the imprimatur of getting deference from the rest of the world that we've had for the last 150 years. And that's about on the precipice right now, getting lost. So there's a lot that comes with us not fixing this problem, in addition to maybe the end of the fucking world.
Well, my read on that is that Americans are very interesting when you compare them to everybody else in the world. Because a lot of Americans, and I think this is due to the way that our government was set up when it was founded, there's a clear separation of church and state in the Constitution. And as a result of that, there are a lot of Americans out there just looking for something to believe in. There are so many people out there who do not have something to believe in. They don't even believe in themselves, and they kill themselves. Like, that's widespread in America. And I don't think it would take much for everybody to start believing in a common goal.
Let's start with decency and the fact that we need to fix our government, and we all share the same creator. Let's do those three things.
Yeah, but then everybody's so bored these days that they just get distracted with drugs and TV and football games.
Yes, well, at the same time, we also, and we've gone a couple of rounds in a couple of different realms, and a couple of speakers have changed. So I'm gonna say thanks for the conversation. But
I'm going to close down in just a second, Nate, anyway. Keep going.
Oh, cool. All I would add is, like, just for the blame that people get, like, most everybody also says that their job is meaningless and they can't do anything else about it. And they'll have a gun in their face if they try and, like, build a home, somewhere that's, like, not this. It's a weird world at the moment in this culture. And I don't, yeah. So a lot of what people are doing is at gunpoint, essentially, and we could be doing better.
Well, a lot of that, as you probably know, is by design as well. And we live in the age of Homo economists. Everything that we do as a human being, a human species, a world, is pushed within the parameters of an economic structural control system. And everything, literally, it's crazy. So humanity is now defined by an economic system, mostly a capitalist system, but it's certainly not one that benefits the people that are doing the work in the system. Let's say.
Yeah, and the thing,
that's a
and
problem.
if you look at that, then, and if we take that to be seated in the American empire, holding the hegemon, then I'm hoping that it's not going to hold up. Because what's being propped up is this demonic architecture that is just really a parasite on the national governments because they're co-opting them.
That is where I can get like closer to Doomer and you on this, and you stated it very well. That being said, we have to figure out what we're going to replace tearing the system apart with. But I think your point is very well taken, Nate, as usual. I'm really glad to see you, by the way. You doing all right?
Yeah, thanks. I am. Yeah, it's good to talk with you. I just want to offer, I think the Jains have, if you can't find anything else, pick up the Jains philosophy. I'll just submit. Ancient, been able to do it. So there's not, zero we're starting from here. There's ancient ways. And they might all be connected with a through line and a legacy knowledge of.
Are you talking about the Indian Janus?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm just saying, if you can't find anything else and you think that, like there's too many problems, like there's at least one. Or I mean, here's the thing. Let's all just adopt Hinduism and Buddhism and we'll just fall in line with the rest of the world and solve the problem that way, Well,
let's just be kind to one another and let's keep, building and learning and not being stupid and angry at one another. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much.
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
This was a great space today. I really appreciate it. It was done impromptu, and I don't know how many people we've had, but hell, I've been here now for, God, almost 8 hours. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. Have a great evening. Love y'all.
Thanks.
We'll see y'all soon.